Brendo, I'm a little bit foggy at the moment, but yeah, a bit of a miss there with ASML. Also, some other geopolitical stuff coming out overnight. Donald Trump making comments with respect to Taiwan, and that has TSMC as well as some other related chips selling off aggressively. Joe Biden also exploring more possible restrictions, Brendo, with respect to some chip exports there with China. So we're going to have to watch chips getting really red right now.
Yeah, it was notable yesterday. Just stand by, guys. If we're having some technical issues, we'll be up and running here in a matter of moments. It was very evident early on yesterday that the semiconductor group was the weakest out of the entire market. We did see that kind of midday dip before a bit of a recovery into the close. So we'll keep an eye on, as you said, some of these semiconductors and chips in general. Tech on the other side, I mean, if you jump over to the Mag 7, still not a good look here. Back to 230 for Apple, all in one shot. It seems like this morning Microsoft looking a little bit better, 445, 444 coming into play. So right across the board, I mean, as you and I were saying just before we came on here, this move has been amazing. You know, six and a half months into the year, up 20+%. That's a decent year, let alone 6 months. So a little bit of profit taking.
Yeah, and Brendo, you see the Russell yesterday? We're almost up 3% at the high. So that rotation that Michael Nas talked about last week, Raider Trader talked about the guys, that, we're seeing it right now. Want to mention this, I'm sure Neil will get to it as well. Intel benefiting heavily this morning from the chip talk and the Taiwan talk, up 2 3/4, very strong volume in the pre-market, Brendo, over 3 million shares already traded.
GitLab, on the other hand, coming through as well on a huge move, up 15%. Some possible deal making, GTLB, possible deal making coming through for GitLab, back to about 13.2%. So lots of individual storylines. Shout out to Sean. He's doing his civic duty today, sitting in a chair somewhere in a courtroom, waiting and waiting.
It's a lot of waiting.
And waiting to possibly get on a jury. So, hey, Sean.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I know Sean's bored because he messaged me about like fantasy football this morning, probably trying to take his mind off the markets and how much it's moving here today because wow. For everyone if you missed out that opening crawl, markets be falling. There's that's what's happening this morning. Pretty much everything tech chip related is going to be to the downside with this geopolitical concerns, except for Intel. Go Intel. Hey, if you're worried about the chips being made, all of them essentially in Taiwan and those concerns, and hey, that's going to bode well in theory for their long-term plans. They're up 3% at monster levels. I was already thinking short on something like Tesla after the plan yesterday was kind of deflated and then never really got that fade play. But today you're just going to have to pick your poison. Obviously, you're going to get good volume in the chip name. So if you like AMD, you trade AMD. If you like NVIDIA, you trade NVIDIA. Intel might be its own beast today because it's one of the only ones that's strong. Maybe you like ARM today to play a bit of a short. I think you just want to stay in the pocket. Apple is going to be a bit of a concern. I think anything China related that might have room to give back, you're going to be concerned about. But the thing that happens on a day like this is you've gapped through key levels. So what would have been like a breakdown at this price or a key resistance at this price, now you might have to be patient. Either look for it to glide back up on relief if you want to participate in the short, or find something off of the open that works. And just for everyone out there, don't panic. The market's down a little bit, but the S&P hasn't been down 2% in a day in a very, very long time. And at least you don't own Cassava Sciences. It could always be worse.
Yeah, definitely. It can always,
at least maybe you don't.
It can always be worse, but yeah, no, Cassava Sciences is interesting ticker there. Definitely a repeat offender. Have some battles with it in the past, but yeah, no, pretty crazy day yesterday. It's a very sector specific sell-off. If you looked at any other sector, for the most part, everything was green. I was looking at the market map at the end of the day, and I was like, I'm so focused on tech. I'm trying to catch bounces on tech, but I'm not even looking at other places where there's potential moves happening. IWM is going, small to mid caps are moving. We talked about Caterpillar. We talked about Home Depot.
Yes.
I was looking at Starbucks as well. Some of the banks, XLF ran yesterday as well. So there's like lots of opportunities going both ways. Yeah, the selling came in on the chips, and we barely even bounced on a lot of the Mag 7, right? I was looking for the reversion. And that reversion was definitely mean yesterday, and it never really came. Dead cat bounces across the board for the most part, but there was one ticker that actually did a full-on reversion, Neil.
Tesla did.
Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla.
And I was like, damn, like, okay, all right, well, you know, it's the Tesla getting charged up while everything else kind of, you know, losing its umph. But we'll see. Let's see what today has in store. I'm going to stay open-minded for any outcome. That's what I'm trying to get better at as well. But Intel definitely on watch with it testing, as you pointed out, a little bit of weekly resistance.
Yeah, huge resistance on Intel right now. And for anyone that doesn't know, the dig at Sava, look, if the CEO leaves the company, I can make a crack about it. So they had, obviously concerns, and we'll get to the story, but everyone remembers fraud and all that stuff, down to $8.80. Now the CEO stepping down, and it bounced off of about the same level as we speak. So 30% to the downside. It wasn't a random, I wasn't saying Cassava Sciences randomly. I have nothing against them. It's just, hey, they're down 30 points today. This is a day they've done a 1.4 million shares pre-market. So it's obviously going to do some relative volume. You're going to have to pay attention to it on a day like today. There could be some bounces, but I think you got to be patient. You know, the trend is your friend. And a day like today, that's very, very important to remember.
Trend is my friend.
All right, Cassava Sciences, a lot of people mentioning this one down 31, what is it? Yeah, 31.25% right now. A little bit of a bounce just came through. We tried to stop at 10. That didn't last too long, but basically the entire leadership being ousted after this absolute debacle. If you missed it, what was it, last week or the week before? There were these reports of more fraud coming through on the back of these results for their Alzheimer's treatment. So Cassava Sciences down big time here on an executive change.
Yeah, and Neil was mentioning this to me in the pre-market right before we came on the air, Brendo. If I can show the chart, guys, this was the drop. This was what Brendo was alluding to on June 28th. We dropped aggressively from around 20 bucks. We bottomed there at around 8 3/4. We got to that exact same bottom. We broke it by a little bit, 8.5. Neil was pointing this out to me, but you can see it's recovering a little bit here above 9. So I want to see how the guys are going to trade this. But yeah, not a good look for Cassava Sciences.
It feels like last week, but really it was like 3 weeks ago. Yeah. So time goes by too quick. I was just double checking. Yeah, I see 27.3% short still on this one, guys.
Where are you running?
Intel is gone. Running? You know the best thing. I never want to spend 7 hours in a hospital bed again. But I bought two things while I had my IV in, and they were Intel and Caterpillar. And while we were looking at Cassava Sciences, this was on Friday, by the way, which ended up being really good. But while we were staring at Cassava Sciences for a hot minute, Intel just broke out. Its pre-market volume is out of control. We preach patience all the time. It's hard to buy a top when a stock has already done pretty much the biggest range day that it's had in a while. I mean, a very long time. It's essentially gone as much as any move to the upside in at least 3 or 4 months, and it's had some down moves this big. So you are in the midst of a breakout. Got to look for an available dip to buy in here. This is into a very, very weak market. So clearly they like this. You're not going to find any other chip name. Well, I shouldn't say that. The only other chip name that was not that's bucking the trend is Global Foundries for kind of the same reason. But if you're interested in trading Global Foundries, it's done 26,000 shares in volume. Intel has done 3.1 million and is a cheaper stock. So that's why the eyes will be on Intel. I know this looks really good. If this is weak, this is strong for some of the same reasons as Intel is into a weak market. You might say to yourself, why not just be long a 56 break on Global Foundries? I couldn't argue with how it looks on the chart, but I'd rather go into Intel, which is going to let you have multiple cracks at it today. But it's just gone parabolic. There's not even a red candle in sight. Let's let it calm down a bit, but that 35.50 was a key breakout spot.
Yeah, I think something to note on, we were mentioning Sava earlier here, multi-year lows happening on Sava off of this dump here. 806 I have as this low right here just a couple of weeks ago, right there on the first. It was at the last week of June, right there. And then when we go down to 15-minute, you can see, or let's go down even lower, the 3-minute. Look at the relative volume that this thing is doing right now. Over 100x, 150x relative volume, and that relative volume is increasing as well as we push down towards that multi-year low just over that $8 mark there on Cassava Sciences. Should be interesting. Intel as well. I like that. Look at that thing go. Yeah, I saw some people in the chat kind of responding. I was just like, oh, where are you running? Why are you running? And it's a bit of a technical breakout, right? Again, as Neil pointed out, right here over the past couple of days. Look at that double top, 35 halves. Very, very strong. Let's get these lines out of the way there. Clean it up a little bit on the hourly. You can see how clean that double top was, and we're already breaking that in the pre-market with some significant relative volume as well. Over 3 at times, over 5 as well earlier on. But look at that volume coming in. Bit of an expanding volume going into that breakout as well. So Intel is definitely on my watch today.
Just noting here on the other side of the spectrum here, LGVN continuing on the Alzheimer's treatment track here, $5 the high there. Fast track designation for a treatment for mild Alzheimer's disease from the FDA coming in early this morning. So LGVN, another one with monster short float. So we'll keep an eye on that. So a couple things to touch on outside of the small caps today. We wanted to mention Tesla, as we were talking early on this morning. Elon coming out yesterday saying that SpaceX, I mean, this doesn't really affect Tesla stock at the current time anyways, but 2.2% downside this morning. Elon coming out saying he's moving SpaceX to Texas. I was wondering when X was going to follow suit with that, because it seems like that's the direction all of these are heading right now.
He seems like he's really leaving the state of California, looking to set up shop in Texas. We'll have to see how that all pans out. On a separate note, Tesla specific, it looks like Tesla's extending Model 3 delivery times in China. Not really a big headline here. It's up now 3 to 5 weeks as opposed to the previous delay of 2 to 4 weeks. Kind of good if you're looking at it from a demand perspective. We saw some China numbers come out from Tesla a little while ago, and it was better than expected. So a good look here, the fact that they don't have as much inventory sitting on the sidelines, Brendan.
Yeah, always good when you're selling. 152 here. I was just hearing J&J moving around a little bit. Looks like 152 rejected there. I'm not seeing comments yet, but I'll double check on the earnings call for Johnson & Johnson here in a second. But there are a few earnings names this morning. J&J, one of them.
Yeah, look, aftermarket, you're going to get some airlines. I think that should be spicy. Obviously, tomorrow we're going to get Netflix. You didn't want to sleep on. It was a strong day for the banks. Once again, Morgan did pretty well, I'd like to say. J&J is feeling like a nothing burger. If you get wrapped up in these moves, pre-market, even aftermarket as well, I think it's just a lot of problems for you. I never want to trade off of these crazy little wicks unless there's something about it on the stock that you love. Like we talked about PanW when it was a 200-period moving average and it dipped and it gave you a support level. So I think J&J might be a nothing burger. There's way too much moving here. And on top of that, continuation from the banks. But it does look pretty decent as to the bounce when the earnings release happened. It bounced right off the 50-period moving average and then is now recovering to the top end of the range. So it looks pretty strong. Like if it breaks 152, you get to 155 for a continuation play. But 100,000 in volume is no good. I mean, BAC was good for everybody yesterday because it was doing volume and there was more oomph to it right off the open, and then it sort of gave you this breakout. So I would lean towards the day 2 play for earnings more than I would trade that J&J. All the chips moving, as you guys just mentioned, Tesla going to be in play, Apple. It's hard. NVIDIA, oh my goodness. It's hard to work J&J into it. Like BAC, you saw this daily chart in here on BAC. If it does a dip and tries to fill in that gap, I want to look for some continuation. And everyone can talk about rotation, but the way I see it, if people are rotating from one thing to another, they're going into small caps, you see the trend on IWM. Well, I mean, we can see the trend in the financials as well. And we just had that recent breakout on earnings on strength here If you come back into like a previous key level, like at 43.5, look for a dip and rip. If it never even does that and it just breaks out, just join the trend on a continuation play here. Wouldn't want to step into something new with J&J.
Yeah, no, J&J kind of it created a base. I'm looking at here at the weekly chart. Pretty solid bid. It would seem every time it kind of got into that 144, kept on popping up, and now on earnings we're attempting to push a little bit higher here, still within the range, but yeah, not really doing too much in the pre-market right there. You can see the earnings reaction kind of muted, bit of a slight shake and bake in and around that 150 mark, but we're trading right within that range on J&J. But in terms of earnings day one tickers, I also have ASML. We know that again, chips are a little interesting here. ASML fading off of earnings there, definitely doing some significant relative volume, breaking below that 1 thou level here in the pre-market. So let's go take a look at a higher time frame. You can see that we've been in a bit of an uptrend, very strong uptrend since the beginning of the year, maybe even a little bit before that as well. But off of the earnings report today, we are breaking multi-week and maybe even prior month lows. Yeah, prior month lows below the 1 thou. So it should be interesting. We know how some of these tickers have been sold off as well. And I also got another bank with the report today, USB.
Yeah.
Should be interesting. Not as, I guess, volatile as some of the other banks. We saw Morgan Stanley was interesting yesterday. Again, what was the other one? Morgan Stanley. We had Schwab. Schwab was interesting. And of course,
and BAC.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing about ASML. So remember, ASML's primary listing is going to be in Amsterdam. So it will, I have it up in Amsterdam just to make the point. At 11:30, that's when the European markets close. So you will, if you end up trading this in the US, like the US version of the stock, at 11:30 volume is going to slow down. It will still continue to trade, but just understand when the European markets close, there is an adjustment in liquidity that's going to happen on this stock. So yes, it is the biggest mover. They had the report, which actually wasn't that bad. It's the concerns of the geopolitical concerns are going to be the problem here for this name. But just keep an eye on that 11:30 because you will, and you'll probably see a pretty big volume spike on the US version of ASML in relation to, at 11:30, in relation to the closing print. So you do want to trade this one with it. It's not about caution, it's just knowing where you're at. So it closes at 11:30, and then the closing print happens in Europe at 11:35 for ASML.
All right, we'll touch on some analyst moves coming up here in a couple of minutes, but I was just noting Palantir down 3% again this morning, coming on the back of what happened yesterday on the downgrade yesterday. We did recover off the bat. If you zoom out a little bit, remember we had the huge, wait for it, there we go. We had the huge gap down initially this morning, flush down to 27.50, and then it bounces back to 28.50. But here we are again this morning on Palantir, back to 27.50. I haven't double checked, but I don't know. Did you see anything notable on Palantir today?
Not today, Brendo, but there is this technical article here being by Toggle, basically saying when Palantir reaches local highs, it's usually, kind of the springboard for a bit of a decline. Very strong this year, Brendo, up aggressively on the year. We'll have to keep an eye on that. 65% I saw about last time. What do you got?
Yeah, this was yesterday. Still, it was just the, we were talking about Mizuho yesterday. There's a couple other analyst notes. But yeah, back to 27.50 here, guys, for Palantir today.
So Sean loved that 27.50 level, and it dipped right off of it. Today, it's a different day today because there's a lot of other concerns in the market being dragged down. Like, we weren't sitting at NASDAQ down 1.5% into this. But the level I liked was going to be 27. So, going to draw the dirty line there. That's not even exactly a 27. This wick bottom's like 26.90. You guys know the drill when a stock gets to an even level like this. Like, you usually want to give it some wiggle room, but you're breaking 80s, 85s. You got to get out of Dodge. So if we do get a bigger dip down on Palantir, that would be where I'd look to pick some up. Diddling in the middle, like when it's right here, either it's going to immediately hold this level or potentially break it. I'm not going to stand on a dip support like that for Palantir when I know the chips are going to be the primary focus for me. And then Cassava Sciences, I'm expecting to be a little bit crazy at the open. So my eyeballs are going to be there. Like, I have level 2s up for Intel, Cassava Sciences, NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla. So throwing Palantir in there right off at the open, it was a good level yesterday, 27.50. I would rather wait in there for 27. And every time I look at Palantir, I try to remind myself, I want to get into Snowflake, but it's all about patience because this continues its trend back into the downside. Had yet to break the trend here on, and you can draw this any way you like. I don't like including like the wicks like this. I think you go from like the sell point to the actual resistance and then you connect there. But this is another one on a very steep downward trend on the daily. They tend to move somewhat adjacent to each other, but just waiting for the day that we actually close above this trend line, not wick the trend line. When I'm using trend lines on a daily chart, I don't care if a stock wicks above. It doesn't really matter. It has to close breaking the trend and then open the next day, and then all of a sudden you have a trading opportunity. But this is what patience is all about because the trend is your friend.
I guess Palantir, I'm looking at the weekly here. Apparently, I haven't been looking at Palantir close enough, because since May of 23, we've just been on the up and up here, and breaking out of this consolidation, continuing that trend up. So I'm just going to the daily here. Nice little, I guess if you want to call this smile, a little bit of a smiley face there, but holding the 20s and continuing even higher, so going down to a 15-minute. Yeah, we've been doing a little bit of R-vol every now and then over the past couple of weeks, but look at this nice little gradual trend, kind of choppy on the intraday, but it seems like higher time frame. Palantir is doing quite nicely here, holding a bit of a range as of right now for the past few days. You can see here every time it gets up into the 28s, 29s, gets sold off. Every time it comes into the 27s, it's been getting bought up. Nice little relative volume there before this little base at 27 began as well. So interesting stuff on Palantir here. Definitely worth a watch.
Ayo, we've got Randy in the building. Good timing there, Randy.
Thank you. I just got mine. Thank you.
Oh, appreciate it. As always, we appreciate Randy. Apparently, I'm supposed to throw to Adara, but Randy, we're getting smoked in the market today. It's geopolitical concerns. Let's see what the upgrade and downgrade board is saying. Upgrade to Randy.
Amazon once again at the top of this list here with a Needham upgrade. United Airlines getting an upgrade here from TD Cowen. They report tonight, so keep an eye on this one after close, expected to report at 4 p.m. We have Adidas getting this upgrade from Telsey Advisory Group, and United Healthcare after their earnings yesterday getting an upgrade from Jefferies Financial. On the downgrade side, with TD Cowen not only upgrading United Airlines but also downgrading American Airlines here. Lower its price target to $10. 5 below after those announcements yesterday, including the replacement of the interim CEO and also comparable sales decline. This one getting a downgrade here from Barclays, trading down about 15% right now. SolarEdge down about 3%, getting a downgrade from DZ Bank. And last but not least, Spirit releasing preliminary Q2 results and getting a downgrade from TD Cowen, guys.
Go UNH. That's all I got to say. Happy for them. But Amazon's only down 0.8% today.
Yeah.
And the market's down more than that. The ES is down 1. The NASDAQ's down 1.5. This is the first day since what day is that? It's the 11th? So since we had this Bezos, selling top at 200, that I haven't been leading bearish on Amazon because it's relative to the market, not as bad. You pop the daily chart, and it's pretty close to key resistance turning into potential support. The 50 periods at 188. You've pulled back and retraced the move back to the breakout point when you're at $190. So that actually puts this in the swing zone. You bounce off 190 today. I would look for support down there. If it loses 190, you still have the 50-period moving average, which seems pretty strong. It is also Amazon Prime, which is happening right now. I ended up not getting that fryer. The wife wasn't exactly for it. So we'll find something else that we can get a deal on, hopefully. Not great for electronics. We're looking to get a new TV, and obviously you want to wait for Thanksgiving for that. I think that's the better sale, or Boxing Day here in Canada. But Amazon, if we break this low, it's already made the retracement from the 200 level. I got to be thinking 190, and then the daily shows you that 50 period at $188. It doesn't hurt that all of the negative attention seems to be on geopolitical concerns and the chips right now. So if I'm looking for a Mag 7 name, this looks okay. to catch some bounces. I would say Google doesn't look bad either.
Yeah, I think definitely Amazon getting a little primed off that 200, a little bit of sentiment coming in, right? With the Bezos, some people are calling it a lid, some people are calling it, just the Bezos sell. I was like, oh, there's a held offer. I don't know what it is. And Buddy sends in a filing, and I'm like, okay, it's definitely don't want to be fighting that counterparty there. And we've been kind of selling off. The question I'm asking Neil is that he was selling a lot of his stuff above 200, right?
Yes.
And he still has a lot more to sell from last I saw. Would he be willing to step down is the question that I'm asking here. And this is starting to look a little interesting right here at that 196, a bit of a support, turn to resistance. We could not get above that over the past, since Friday, Monday, Tuesday. So I'm going to be watching that 196. If we can get back up there, does that catch a sell? Because we know what it did in and around that 200. And if he still has more to sell, I'm curious to know whether he's willing to step down.
Well, it's funny you asked that question. Yesterday, like in the morning, my best talk yesterday was Amazon short at that level. I know Sean was shorted as well in that wick. So I think it goes without saying. Like when I'm making my note or I'm going over the ideas that I have, like I'll usually look for the things that are the higher probability to come in. Like what's going to trade at that level, what's really close. Like yesterday, I don't think I need to tell anybody that watched the show yesterday we like 196 on Amazon or want to sell any resistance until it starts to break out. Like that's the thesis. It's just down at $191. Well, for me, I always ask, okay, well, if I like a trade off of the bid that's 1% away as a potential support level, that's to me the idea for the open. And if we get to 196, I mean, you've got to rally $4 or $5 to get there. So it's not likely to be a 930 trade. Obviously, gets there. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be on that trade today. And to miss it would be a mistake. But do we think we're getting $196 on Amazon at 930? My bet would be no. But who knows?
I don't know. It's doing some decent relative volume there. The relative volume has been kind of dropping off. Yeah, you're right. It's been propped up relative to some of the other Mag 7. It's been propped up quite nice. And we can see that the NQ has had over a 300-point flush in the pre-market session here in the Globex session. In the overnight trading session, whatever you want to call it there. But it kind of started off earlier, I guess not earlier on, earlier in the session there last night, in and around 6, 7, you can see here it start to fade off. And in the morning we come in and that 20,500 just slams right in. Strong selling, and we're getting a bit of continuation there as well. ES is selling off as well. Yeah, Amazon has held itself relatively well, so I like that. I guess another name that was on the upgrade list was UNH, right? UNH getting a bit of an upgrade on a day 2 earnings. So you can see that earnings day 1 was quite strong, closing near the high of day, and then now we're consolidating right here just above that 550 mark on United Health here. So let's see, with that upgrade as well, earnings day 2, we can get a little bit of that continuation of the bid that we saw all the way from pre-market, can't even pull back in the open session and closes at or near high a day there yesterday. So UNH definitely on watch.
We'll kick things off here, as always, at 9 o'clock with a look at the overall market before we get into individual names. The watch list a little bit delayed this morning. We apologize for that, but you should have it at this point. Let's talk futures here.
57.17, Brino. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. Big boy drop there overnight. You can see we lost quite a bit, down about over 60 points right now from the overnight high, 57.17. We've been talking about this 5,700 as that key level of resistance. We breached it, but spent very little time there. Now, as a level of support, keep your eye on the red line there. That is the 50 exponential moving average on this 4-hour chart. It's featured multiple times over here. We're at it right now. So if we break, let's see what we do at this 56.37 where we consolidated back on the 11th and the 10th. To the high side, let's use 5,700 again.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description in this video. Hit that link to the watch list. If you haven't done so, enter your email address. And then you get it for free, delivered right to your inbox every single day. Semiconductors, top of the list this morning. One of the biggest weights so far on the overall market right now. That's the NASDAQ, obviously, heading back towards day lows right now. ASML beats the forecast, a bit of a problem here for the semiconductor equipment maker. I was just hearing NVIDIA moving downside here as well. Yeah, 120, 121 coming back into play. Not day lows yet, but all of these looking kind of ugly here. 4% already for NVIDIA.
Yeah, tough over here. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. So with respect to ASML, Brendo, you mentioned that this is the company that works out of the Netherlands, and they've got the dominance on the ultraviolet lithography machines. They are making the low nanometer chips, the 2 and the 3, which are the high end. So here's what happened. They reported net sales of 6.25 billion euros and a profit of 1.58 billion euros. That exceeded their the analyst expectations and their own forecast, but it was a guide here that was really light, as well as the overnight news about chips with a big exposure to China does ASML have, and the Dutch government has shown its inclination in the past to basically accept American pressure and put restrictions on exports to China. So a bit of a tougher look for them.
Yeah, we get that note on TSM a couple days back as well. Just double checking on NVIDIA. We still have a ways to go. For the rest of these, you got to go into the middle of August, end of August, before we start hearing from the AMDs and NVIDIAs of the world.
We've got some time for earnings for them, but for TSM, we talked Intel. We'll go back to Intel. Haven't talked NVIDIA. I'll go over NVIDIA in just a second. But if you look at TSM, where I guess a lot of the focus from a technical standpoint can be, like, everyone's concerned about Taiwan exposure, too many chips getting made by TSM because they essentially are a monopoly. I mean, it's an oligopoly, but when you're making 2/3 of all the chips in the world, like you control everything. So if you have a trend, it's at the bottom of the trend line, which is tricky because if it's not really breaking down under here, I don't see an obvious trade for TSM per se. So the bottom of this trend line would be like 172.80, and I'm not starting it from like all the way back here. When you broke out, you then had key support at 125, and then you dipped, and those April bottoms were 125. So that double bottomed, and then from that point, it's held that trend, and a retest seems like it's coming in there. We already talked Intel, super strong name, relatively speaking, but NVIDIA, which our charts aren't going to be split adjusted. The last time NVIDIA was down here and broke the 120, you can see. If it holds 120, great. When it breaks 120, you've got 2 wicks, this one into 119, this one into 117. So NVIDIA is in a spot where the buyers have stepped in before, but it hasn't been clean, and it hasn't been gigantic. The first time down here it was a subtle bounce, and then the next day it kind of gapped over. And the next time it went off the actual 119 level, that got you back to 124. So I will have my eyes out for a failed break of the 120 that can hold one of those 2 levels. But that's pretty much it. I don't love this gap on NVIDIA. Like, if we were close to 125, yeah, flat bottom break, let's get short up here, 125. Instead, I have to look for something tight to pre-market highs if I want to play a short trade. That's 122.5. Or as the market opens up, start respecting something like VWAP, or just where the resistance set up. Like, it's a difference between looking for shorts and any kind of curl, or it actually just getting to $125 and then fading it there. So everything is pretty much setting up that way. AMD would be the same thing at 175. I like the trend down on AMD today, but I can either look at this 172 level at the open, VWAP, if we have to play the patience game, or it's just going to have to break out and take me all the way back into 175. That requires a lot of patience and discipline, and Intel just broke 36.
Yeah, chips definitely weak. Yeah, I'm watching Intel as well. It's pulling up into that 36 area. Intel kind of being one of the only tickers that is strong. We talk about ASML as well. They have earnings day one. Chips are definitely weak. But yeah, and just to take a look at some of the chip leaders here, you can see that NVIDIA, a bit of a pullback back into that 121. We can look at AVGO as well, a little bit of a pullback there in the pre-market as well. AMD was on my radar this morning, pulling back, breaking a little bit of a trend that we've been holding over the past few weeks or so as well here. And yeah, no, Intel looking a little bit distinctly different, breaking out technically as well, 35 halves into 36s. But Neil, you know something? Chips are definitely weak. So you know what I got on watch, and we talked about this a little earlier.
SMH?
SOX S.
Oh, SOX S.
Right? Semiconductor, bear ETF. Look at the relative volume that this thing is doing in the pre-market here, over 5 times a relative volume. Again, it is a 3 times leveraged bear ETF. Now the partner of this is SOX L, which is also doing some significant relative volume as well. So I think I'm definitely going to be watching some of these instead of maybe taking a trader watching NVIDIA or like an individual name if I'm trying to play the sector move, which is something I realized yesterday as well. A lot of things were moving in groups, in sectors, like the whole sector was moving. So why would I kind of spend mental capital trying to figure out whether one specific ticker may or may not move one way when if the whole sector is very directional? I'm going to take an ETF for the trade as the market is definitely in play. I'll be watching SOX L, SOX S, and of course, we cannot forget SMH.
Yeah, I was going to say SMH is the one.
Of course.
Yeah, SMH is definitely, that's usually the one I'll look at. We actually had SMH on the watch list for the chart. But I love that look. It's like the trend, you can play the ETF. I like the individual support and resistance levels, which typically will lead me to individual stocks because you know the levels trading them every single day. But you can't go wrong. That's the best thing about the market, OB, is that there's always going to be somewhere that you can express the trade the way that you like it.
Yes, I agree with that.
Let's get to, oh my goodness, Intel's not the only thing up today. GitLab too.
Yeah, nice move here. 13%, still holding on to a better part of 13%, 12.8 right now. Back to $7 though. It was Reuters that reported this initially, that the company may be exploring a sale. Potential suitors, including Datadog, possibly, for GTLB. No other real significant details on that, but big move here. I mean, this thing was down to, sorry, I said $7. I meant $57 earlier. Was holding $50 at the end of the day yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting here. They're actually working with investment banks to facilitate the sale. This is kind of probably how it got leaked. It looks here like Needham really likes this acquisition target, basically saying it's going to preserve GitLab's cloud neutrality as well as place GitLab under financially stronger position, as well as lowering regulatory hurdles compared to other potential acquirers. So they like this look here, and we'll have to see how GLTB does, but good look for them today.
Yeah, not a heck of a lot of volume behind this move so far, but I mean, any more comments could bring that in.
Yeah, maybe keep your ear to the ground here for some kind of confirmation or specific interest or actual detailed talks, because 350,000 in volume is what Intel is doing every few minutes. Sometimes when you get deal speculation, you get a bottom on a stock, or like it just puts in some kind of a bid respective to that. So I think you look out for that today. You don't anticipate where it's going to be. Obviously, the 200 period sits at like $55.5, $54, which was previous resistance. S2 buying it up at 60. If you don't know what the deal could be, like imagine a situation where the consideration for any company started when it was in the 40s. It could have been at like $45. Well, at 60, you're already looking at a 30% premium at that point. Even if it was down here at 50, a 30% premium on that would put you at like 65. A 20% premium puts you at that 60 level. So you just can't always assume when a stock is already run into some kind of deal news that you can just buy it and it's going to go. I would not treat GitLab that way today. I think you patiently look for a level that might form a bid on a dip. I can tell you from looking at the level 2, there is not a ton of liquidity in this stock in GitLab. So this is what it looks like on the level 2 for GitLab. That doesn't inspire a lot of confidence at this moment. You got to wait for this to open.
Yeah, I definitely see that. It's like, okay, so we are moving up on that catalyst, on the rumor there. But again, we're well within this range that we've been having over the past few years here on GitLab. Now this is a weekly chart here, a little bit of a base down here. Whenever we get down to the 40s to the 30s, and then bit of a resistance here a couple of times whenever we have gotten up past the 70s there on GitLab. So it should be interesting here. Let's see if the move has a bit of continuation. It's definitely doing a little bit of relative volume in the pre-market, but definitely not necessarily one of my top tickers on the day, but maybe potentially worth a watch as it is kind of pushing past some of these recent levels of resistance here in the mid-50s here. But maybe a little bit of a pullback. Maybe this move is a little bit overextended, but I think if you're looking for opportunities, GitLab may potentially have some. Doing over 150 RVol at certain times here. I have some bars going over 200 relative volume. So it's definitely getting some interest, a lot more than usual in the pre-market session here. Let's see if some of that sentiment carries over into the trading session as well.
Just a heads up, Apple with a bit of a downtick there, back to 230. There was a note from that Chinese analyst that covers a lot of the tech companies, just being posted on Twitter about 2027. So the iPhone 17, the company planning to not use the same material for its motherboard. So not a significant one, but just a heads up on Apple, if anyone's watching that, still downside. Tesla, on the other hand, back to the upside right now, still 2% under pressure here after that huge flush out of the gate yesterday. That basically the entire thing, plus more, got recovered throughout the entire day. So we'll see if the same thing happens here today.
Yeah, it's been good lately for Tesla. So as I mentioned earlier, the wait times for the Model 3 in China a little bit delayed now. You're going to have to wait around 3 to 5 weeks, up from 2 to 4, as demand for that vehicle picks up there. Also separately, the Model 3 and the Model Y, which is produced at the Shanghai facility, was set to be subject to import tariffs into the EU. That now is up in question as Elon negotiates with them over there in Europe. So hopefully they can figure something out. But yeah, those were in jeopardy.
DigiTimes just reporting on TSM as well, seeing 3 nanometer chip output exceeding 100,000 wafers monthly. So that will climb to 125,000 wafers in the second half of this year. That's up from 100,000. So a little bit of a boost there for TSM.
Yeah, 3 nanometer chips. Something that Intel can't do, unfortunately, for them. It's just true. I'm not... Look, man, they're going to get there. They're having a great day today. I kid. I own Intel stock. Tesla, it was pointed out in the chat. I actually drew this because it was pointed out in the chat. The last couple of pre-market sessions, you've had like the same sort of channel, like a 255, 256. It's more like 256 and a half. Bottom, a little bit higher into this 258, which was a key level. So first, you're breaking out from there, or you're failing from there, and you can kind of see the action off this channel. We failed it yesterday. We closed inside of that channel. I think you understand what I'm going to be getting at. Tesla's a bit in the middle here. I had only one long that worked. It was a 246 off of this support. So unless you're getting down there again, if we pop up, enter that channel, and don't come out of it on top, look short. Right, so that's 56 to 58. If we enter this and don't come out the top, then I want to look short on Tesla. If we don't enter it at all, it's probably a trade down into 246, where much like the chip names, you just got to be patient. Today feels like the kind of day where we're down so much and so heavy overnight and all this doom and gloom that you could get a pop off the open that rips faces off of everyone and just wants to sit short thinking we're going to fall all day long today. And then you have to be really patient getting in on the other side of that trade if you're looking for a short. So you could get blown out easily. I think in that situation, you might trap some longs. That's why I'm looking at this zone here in Tesla. And every time I talk about Tesla in the pre-market, you know I'm going to next mention Rivian because we like trading Rivian as well. Difference between Tesla and Rivian, I think you can probably see here. Rivian a little bit closer to that dip support at 17. Like it's not really diddling in the middle the same way. Rivian loses $17. There's only one thing I'm interested in doing. If it bounces off 17, look for a trend join. Like yesterday was a trend join. I was shorted early off the 18 level, and then once it broke out, we looked to join the trend in the afternoon. I think you play it the same way. If it so happens to bounce off 17, then look to join the trend back into the upside. But the first look would it be if it fails that $17 level here on Rivian.
Yeah, Tesla with the crazy reversion yesterday, and I was like, yeah, we mentioned this earlier. There's only one of a very few tickers in the top constituents when it comes to ES and the NQ there, Tesla being the name, that actually had a full-on reversion of the morning flush, the morning price action right here. This is an hourly chart. You can see nice little V shape right there. But bigger picture, we sold off aggressively off of this 271 just last week. I think this was on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. A little bit of an intraday news. Some of that robo taxi kind of delays coming in as well. We sold off aggressively, and we're kind of holding lower highs, even though we did reclaim that 260 mark. we did a full-on reversion yesterday. So the question becomes, I'm asking if the bid is real, and it was definitely there yesterday in these mid to high 240s. It's coming right back in on this little bit of a gap down here today. So let's see if Tesla can hold some of prior days levels here, or are we just going to kind of continue this thing that we've been doing over the past couple of days where you get a little bit of a pop and then flush, maybe flush and pop, trending lower with lower highs day after day, it would seem, on Tesla here. So let's see what's going to happen.
All right, crypto back downside here this morning. We had that huge move late in the day yesterday on the, this is just Mara, but we had that huge move late in the day yesterday on the Ethereum note that we could be mere days away from Ethereum ETFs coming to an equity market near you. So back downside here for BTC, all the equities related looking the same.
Yeah, below 65,000 right now, but it did reclaim that level overnight, so we'll have to see how they do. So some of the factors driving the bullish momentum is the absorption of the Mt. Gox sell-off. We know that they were selling some of that to recoup some of their holders there. There's also the Trump pro-crypto stance, obviously with the RNC in full effect right now. We're getting a lot of talk coming out from politicians there. And there's the sustained institutional interest. There was about $61 million yesterday that flowed in to BlackRock's ETF, IBIT. So institutions continue to like this. And oh, that's right. The German government's selling right now of seized crypto assets has really slowed down. They're still holding quite a bit though, Brendo.
It was 423 million was the total number going, the inflow on July 16th, which is crazy, right across the board. So the 8th consecutive day of increases as far as that is concerned on that ETF possibility, it would appear anyways. But as you said, still a little bit of selling pressure, I think, behind most of these.
Yeah, and we'll definitely keep an eye on the spot BTC and ETHE prices. Mara is the one that I trade. I like it's the way it moves. You got the short flow going for it, so you're going to get some outsized moves in Mara, and you're well past any of the resistance ever since it held 19 and broke out 23. But just look at 24 ends up holding, and then 25 is the top after 24 holds a dip. Then yesterday, it breaks out 25. I'll zoom in so you can see better. Mara breaks out 25, dips into 25, and then rips to 27. So it's pretty simple. If we're falling back down, 25 bounces, go long off 25. 24 bounces, go long off 24. 23 bounces, go long off 23. I'm not trading anything as an even dollar. And if it doesn't show me a setup like this, where it holds a level and breaks away, then don't trade it. This is a 15-minute chart. So when it bounced off 24 here, it actually holds down, tries to wick underneath, and the 15-minute chart holds down there at 24 and then goes. Yesterday, it consolidated at above 24 or 25 for a good 30 to 40 minutes, and then rallied. So if it does something like that at the even dollar level, just take a shot at it, because then you can risk like 10 cents, maybe 15 pennies, and the moves have been $1 pretty much every single time on Mara. That's what you wait for. And you can, if you take trades like that, you can lose 3 times out of 4 and be profitable. But you've got to be patient to make a trade like that. So that's what I'll look for on Mara. I know it might pull back in with everything else, but I look at those previous resistance zones as support that already happened once yesterday. Let's see if it can happen again today.
Yeah, I like to look here on Bitcoin as well. Just a couple of weeks ago, we were watching it down in the mid 50s, and then over the past few days, we've got that nice little push right back up into the range where we've been making lower highs and lower lows after testing all-time highs at 73 or just shy of 74 there. Bit of a top here at that 71.80. But yeah, that's strength coming right back in past that 60 mark. Very, very exciting stuff here as Bitcoin does some moves to the upside. So yeah, what's on watch? I got IBIT as well. Again, the iShares Bitcoin Trust. Take a look at the 15-minute chart here. We can see that yesterday for the past couple of days, we've been kind of bidding up off of this 36 mark. So if I'm going to be looking at this name here, I'm going to be asking, if we come back down to this 36, is there a chance for us catching a little bit of a bid there? But we saw what Bitcoin is doing. If it's going to continue to the upside there, I think that we can definitely look for some of these highs as well to come in. Similar kind of story here with ETH. ETH coming into that 3.5 area right here. Strong trend over the past couple of days there. So I know that there's also ETHE on the pink sheets. I know Sean likes to take that one as well, as it does some decent liquidity. There's also GBTC, there's Riot Mara, there's Coinbase as well. Coinbase yesterday was super strong there. 236s, 234s, straight bounce and closing near high of day there at just above that 250, 252 highs just before the close in the last 15-minute candle there. Taking a little bit of a pullback here, but look, we had a little bit of a consolidation midday there where the bid caught back on at that 244. We're only about a couple points away from there. So the question I ask again is, if this bid is real, where can it potentially catch? But it caught here yesterday, so I'll be looking at some of those areas here and here to see if Coinbase catches another bid today. Again, with confluence with a Bitcoin trend, if that continues.
It's not bad, actually. Let's go to DJT to wrap things up here. If you go back to that initial down move on the stock, we came back into 35.50, 35.75, going back to after the close 2 days ago, and then we held that throughout the day yesterday. We're right back there again. Touched it twice here in the pre-market, back above 36. There's really no significant headlines here for DJT, but it is active once again pre-market.
Yeah, as the Republican National Convention is in full swing, this name will likely be on our watch list. So I'll just give you some details on this name. Look, we always kind of jokingly say that it's not really generating much in the way of revenue, but here's what their balance sheet looks like. $350 million in cash and zero debt on its balance sheet as of July 1st. Keep your eye on this one. It also had that deal with Yorkville yesterday, under which Yorkville agreed to purchase about $2.5 billion worth of Trump Media common stock. Upon execution. There's no specific date as to when that will take place.
I'm just keeping an eye on the market here as well. Fed's Barkin making some comments coming through, including it's possible that monetary policy impacts are slower to be felt than before. So anyways, nothing happening as far as the market is concerned.
Yeah, so we're just, look, DJT, this is one to monitor, not necessarily, hey, it's gonna rally today. Ironically, I think it was like Dennis Dick was tweeting out, like, the Trump stock today is Intel, right? Because obviously the comments with regards to Taiwan are going to tank a bunch of chip names and then build it home is what's positive for Intel. So if you're wondering why Intel's doing $5.5 million of volume and it's up 5%, that's the reason. DJT, it's great when you consolidate like this on a stock which is a potential breakout candidate. Because if it just lulls everybody to sleep, which is exactly what it's been doing the last couple of days, without falling apart, like this breakdown underneath 39, it just did not fill in the gap, which is the move I looked for ultimately yesterday. And I was in the consolidation. It failed 39. I'm like, okay, short the consolidation. If it goes, we're going to have a home run. It doesn't, so we basically have a flat trade or a couple of flat trades on it. But now it can break 39, and no one's paying attention to it. But it needs something to get that going. I don't know what the catalyst today that's going to get this to break out 39 could be, but if it happens, I think you got to be able to gravitate over towards it. If we're looking at meme names, maybe worth at least some attention was what happened the last couple of sessions in GameStop. Like, I know it's in an upward trend. Beyond Meat had a move as well. I think this could provide you with something if it gets and breaks that $30 level. But how about you want relative volume and a mover? It's Cassava Sciences. Not Kava. Cassava. I say Cassava Sciences and type in CAVA. It's like the mind works that way, everybody. Like, if I'm saying a word, I'm typing it incorrectly. Cassava Sciences, 2.5 million shares, CEO and some of the C-suite stepping down, getting the ouster, and you had concerns over essentially fraudulent practices with one of their with trial results. That's not good. It is bouncing off a monster level where we had that huge volume dip at 880. So I think some patience is required. It'll be short sell restricted, obviously, at the open because it's down 27%. So into this area, the $10 level, if it's breaking out from here, let it go. That's me. The news is so bad, I'm not really thinking SSR bounce today because it probably already did it off the level that you want. Like, it went 880 and then came back to $10. I think that's what you would be asking for at the open. I think you've got the $10 level and then you've got this $11 area in here. And at that point, even like 12, I'll be looking to short pops as opposed to the SSR bounce. on Cassava Sciences. Before I throw it to Obi, we do have nothing of particular interest on the imbalance locator early. TSM's a sell, 500,000, which makes some sense. They are of concern today. And Palantir, 350,000 sell. Nothing else really standing out. NVIDIA, 200,000 to the sell side. It's mostly sells here on names that aren't penny stocks and small cap stocks. So Intel will be looking for that 35.50. Cassava Sciences, want to look to short a pop there. Already Apple's breaking down. And I want to patiently short pops. I got AMD and NVIDIA on my mind, but you can't just stand in front of it because I think this market could try to bounce first.
Yeah, no, I think again looking at DJT here, last ticker on the rundown that we covered just before the open here. We only got about a couple minutes left here, but yeah, we had that strong push coming in on Monday. We sold off quite aggressively, and then now we're holding here on much lower volume here. You can see here in on like our vol, we're doing 0.1 relative volume in the pre-market there. So on low volume, it's kind of failing to follow through to the downside, which it showed some strong direction in on Monday, Tuesday, trading sideways, holding above some of these prior levels as well. We know that DJT has been a little bit of a mover over the past couple of months there. You can see here, look right there. So in March, it started moving, strong move in April as well. Bit of a strong move in the middle to end of June as well, and now we're getting this move here in the middle of July. So DJT, nice little range potentially forming here sideways. Can't really sell off that aggressively, but when and if it gets that volume coming in, it always has a strong little push to the upside there. So I'm going to be watching this one. If it fails to follow through, maybe a bigger picture kind of idea story going on here with DJT, but I think I definitely need some more information before I can kind of indulge into this one here. Prior day high 38.70s, and then kind of lows at 35.80s. A bit of a tighter range that was formed yesterday. Let's see what we do with said range coming in today if we're going to have any sort of volume coming into this ticker.
Yeah, and with only just over 1 minute to go here, if you're just tuning in, I see some people, why is the market down? Comments overnight, Taiwan should be protecting itself or paying for protection. That came from President Trump and former President Trump. And there's some concerns, again, that you're just going to be raising some of the barriers to exports and imports into China from chip, not just chips in general, ASML getting hit because their equipment is a big deal. Like literally half of their growth in the recent quarter was sales into China. So Intel's up because they can make chips at home, and that seems to be all the rage. I'm going to come to this chart just for a quick second. 35.5 was a triple top breakout that just happened on Intel. You're through 36. Previous resistance turning into support will be the first thing I look for. And even if you lose that, you've got the 35 was a resistance level, and then you have the break from 34.4. I'm going to be looking to buy dips on Intel. If I lose on a long today, let it be the strongest stock. That's my approach. Want to look to short some pops because I think we might be able to get something at the open on some of those chips. But as I say that, Apple just made a fresh low, and it continues to go down. The NASDAQ just made a fresh low. The ES just made a fresh low as we're about to ring this bell on I was about to say Taco Tuesday, on a Wednesday, hump day in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Adara. Wow, right. That was aggressive, and it broke the mallet. Well done. Oh my goodness. Intel, no dip just of yet. We want to be patient, looking to short some pops. I had mentioned Cassava Sciences as well. I'm only looking short, not SSR bounce. Not a lot of volume off the open in Cassava Sciences. It's kind of waiting to do anything. What the heck is it? Cassava hasn't even really printed. It hasn't moved more than 1 cent here at the open. That is very surprising. Almost like it's not going anywhere and halted, but it's not. So Intel, the heck is going on with Sava? Intel pulling back off the 36 level. If we get a dip into 35.5, that'll be the first look. Apple's attempting to bounce, and NVIDIA is not waiting for anybody. It's going to test 120 right away. I want to be patient. We're looking first at pre-market highs for fade play.
Yeah, market's kind of holding their range here. 36, I'm watching as well. I got some lines on the chart, prior levels in and around that 36. We're also breaking out of that 35.5. So let's see if that pressure kind of comes in off of the open. Okay, so I'm getting some alerts here for the Qualcomm. Not really going to take a look at that as of right now here. But yeah, some of these, a lot of earnings names as well today, right? And from yesterday, some of the banks coming in. Oh, wow, look at that.
BAC.
Slaps right up. 3630s on Intel. So
Wow.
nice little aggression to the upside. Definitely coming in and breaking that. Look at that stack at 36 halves. Takes out that stack right away, right off the bat. Let me just throw on a size filter for you guys here so you guys can follow along on the book to see any sort of significant size that may have pulled in. But that 36 hold, oh boy, are we really pushing off? Look at that consolidation in and around that 36. Honestly, I was like, all right, do we pull back down to VWAP? No real relief, no dips on Intel. That pressure coming right in, trading back into that 35.50s. Let's see if we can get to 37. But again, a little bit of confluence here, right? A little bit of catalyst, technical breakout, strong volume, strong relative volume, strong action in the pre-market as well. And we're pushing right off of the bat. And again, NQ trading below that 20,300. So we're going to have to watch out for that one as well. Here comes a 75, some size sitting on 80s, gets taken out
unbelievable
as well. So that is aggressive for Intel.
Every 50 cents, I think you just try to look for a dip buy. I tried to grab 36s, and there was no dip. Cassava Sciences just wicked the pre-market, not the pre-market highs, but you guys can see pre-market resistance, got wicked. It came back underneath the 10 level, like shorted 96s and 97s, just got filled off of VWAP. Going to look to take some more shares. That the first trade is going to be Sava to the downside as we're going to Adara. Intel is flying, and NVIDIA testing that pre-market high. I want to look short there as well. Adara.
Keep an eye on AEHR here, Air Test Systems. This one did report yesterday. Bit of a smaller name here. We have a market cap of around $486 million and a float of about 20.2%. So decent short float for this one, beating across the board here for EPS and sales and projecting higher than expected fiscal 2025 revenue. So AEHR, and watch for looking for a smaller name with a short float, guys.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. AEHR making some power moves. Apple making a power move. Still have my eyeballs on Intel, but here comes NVIDIA into the pre-market top. 122 change is going to be that high. If you're looking to fade a pop, this is probably going to be your chance. Doesn't even want to get to 50s. Patience, Neil, be patient. Right, I'll stick an offer at the high just so we can get something in. Ooh, Sava gave me the fill downstairs, but then could not hold underneath 10. Remember, it's short sell restricted. Always going to have a tight stop on a short sell restricted stock. It should be dumping all over itself if it's going to fall. And if it's not doing that, then I don't mind getting out of Dodge. So I'll be happy to take 30 to 40 cents and risk about 10 to 15 if I have to and look for another entry point into it. All right, here comes a pullback in Intel. This could be our chance to actually get in.
Yeah. So I did get a little bit short there off of that.
Ooh, you shorted at 37.
Pull back in. Yeah, just off of that 37. Just seeing, again, I was looking for that buying to kind of start to dissipate. But again, getting in on the first sign may be a little too early there, but let's see. It is a bit extended to the upside. 36, 37, interesting prices. I like that 36. Nice little consolidation in the pre-market. A lot of volume going on here and dips getting bought in. I have VWAP down at 35.84, so quite a ways away as of right now in terms of where VWAP stands. But let's see if we can come into VWAP. And again, if the bid is real, where will it catch? I think VWAP's a good place to look. Pre-market consolidation highs at that 36, another great place to look there. But we're holding 36 halves as of right now. We saw a strong stack of size that went through in and around that 36 half as of right now. And we're trading below that aggressive to the, I guess, aggressive on both ways right here. I have SOX S here as well, holding some of this 21 level here. So going to be on watch. ES and the NQ. ES catching a little bit of a bid here. NQ holding on, still trading below this 20,300 there. So there's that aggressive, I guess, bid coming right back in on Intel. Let's see if we can come in. And yeah, I might be wrong on this ticker, but we shall see. I will
remember DJT?
Yeah, what's going on with DJT?
39. DJT is breaking out and going absolutely ham. You've got to be kidding me. We're like, whatever, it needs a catalyst. Apparently, DJT does not need a specific catalyst. It's right at yesterday's high. The order I have is a 39 break, so if you're wondering what that green thing is, I'm not offering to short DJT up here. It's a 39 break that I have in play. If we dip, you got to trade what's moving. If we dip, 37.5 is that resistance level. Let me zoom in so you can see that maybe a little bit better. So 37.5 right in here. If we dip, great. If we break out 39, we'll try to grab it. And Intel,
yeah, stop me up.
like you forget about the deep dip buys here. It's got to be shallow. I have to play something a little bit more shallow on Intel if we want to be able to grab it. So DJT is defying everything and continuing to go higher. 39 breaks certainly going to be in play. And there's just no bounce like I wanted to short on NVIDIA. Right back at the lows. I'm trying to be really patient about this, but it's right back at the low of the day. I just might have to sneak in at VWAP or something a little bit more nuanced here. AMD also, by the way, is flushing like crazy. Was that Adara? Okay, Adara.
Beware here, we're getting some comments coming from Fed's Waller, who started speaking at 9:35, saying that the Fed is apparently getting closer to the time when it could be warranted for a policy rate cut. So basically saying rate cuts are near. Keep an eye on those comments. Also, another small cap on watch here is going to be LCFY. This is Localfi. This one did move last week. That was that Australian small cap that had a nice move up last week. No news on this one, but they do have a float of around 989,000 shares. So very small float, and they have run before. LCFY.
LCFY, yeah, I don't want to get that mixed up with that Lucy stock there. Like, so you got a 39 breakout. I don't know if you want to hold. You got to give us a little bit of room. I think the reality of this break is the previous dip level is right in here. Previous resistance is like 36, 38.5. So the fact that it can't hold on to it, we scalped out half, and I'm looking for a reload. But if it cannot hold on in here, this one is going to be gonzo to the downside. Oh, Intel, another dip buy is coming in. All right, I'm on the bid of Intel at 36.5. So if you see that come in, I'm going to pop into the long there. But I'm looking for something to be able to add on DJT if it's going to hold this first dollar. Resistance isn't until 42 on DJT. So I think it's a scalp the first dollar and then hold to 42, looking for a dip. If it can start holding 38.50, we'll be into it. You got to be kidding me. Intel just held 70s? Yep. You can't get into this stock. You're short it though.
Yeah,
okay.
I tried again on the back through that 37. I mean, it's working for now. Again, I could be wrong. I tried it once. That bid was aggressive back into that 37, and then that 37 fails to follow through pretty much right away. So I did like the short right back in. Just a little bit of a reversion. Again, the first one a little bit mean, but let's see if this one's a little bit nicer here. I got some moving averages up. It's been trending up. Again, VWAP in and around that 36 mark. A lot of volume transacting at that 36. So let's see if that acts as a bit of a magnet here. Here comes your 36 halves, Neil. So this is where that bid kind of came in real hot last time from the lows of, what is this, 36.40s. It came in real hot, and then we're trading right back in. So any and every long that might have been there might be a little interested in and around this area here. 36.50s incoming here on Intel. SOX S coming right back in. So it seems like chips might be bidding up a little bit there. So I do have to keep an eye on that one there. I guess I'm watching a lot of these other tickers here. I don't know why this is not updating as of right now. Some of my charts seem like they're delayed on the other platform, but I will continue to watch.
Do the old log out and log back in.
Yeah. Have you tried turning it on?
Have you tried turning it on and off? Hey man, if it works for an old man like me, then it worked for anybody. So I got in at VWAP. Remember we wanted pre-market highs on NVIDIA? Well, if NVIDIA is not going to get up there, the wick just happened. 121.70 is top. Underneath VWAP, we grab the short. It's right back into the lows. I don't want to be sitting this move out if it gets to 120 bucks and then asking myself if I want a 120 breakdown. I want to be short this into 120 bucks. We're going to short pops on NVIDIA as long as it's underneath that pre-market high. We'll hunt back to that pre-market high. I just realized I didn't have my stop order in, which is silly. We always want to trade with a stop. So we thought we'd be focused on the chips, and we took a cute couple of shots in Sava and DJT, neither of which worked out. And now we're finally in a chip name. So we got the short at VWAP here on NVIDIA. You might still make a breakout on DJT, and I don't mind jumping back if it can hold a 29. But for now, it's failed that 29 level. And let's put the focus back in the chips where they need to be. So you got NVIDIA pulling back into VWAP to give me an entry, and you've got Intel finally doing some kind of a dip. this could be, like VWAP on Intel is like way out there, like 36.25. So if it's going to bounce somewhere, 36 to 36.25 is going to be the place to go. That LCFY still making some power moves, by the way, for everybody. Starting to pull back. If you like this name, it is definitely holding trend to the upside. But my focus, like I said, Intel, NVIDIA now, AMD starting to move around a little bit. Apple, we're not even going to get to at this point because the focus is still on the chips.
Yeah, chips with a little bit of a dip over the past couple of days there. That dip tasting quite nice as well. I'm hearing crickets in my ears. Thanks, guys. But look at that, 20,200 incoming on the NQ as Intel comes into that VWAP there. So let's see, there's that 3630s. Let's see if we see anything interesting on the book. 300 lots gets taken right out there. So yeah, we saw much bigger size, relatively bigger earlier on the way up, getting taken out in and around 36 halves, 3680s as well. A lot of size that was taken out. And then now we're trading below that with a little bit of a wick shimmy action off of that 37 mark there. And yeah, let's see if that 37, if that's a failure to follow through. I am more concerned with this consolidation that happened in the pre-market, very, very tight. 36 to 35.80s, 35.60s-ish area here. If we can come back into that consolidation, I know that, again, doing significant relative volume in the pre-market, so a lot of participation at those levels. We're looking for players offside, and that's where a lot of players potentially are sitting from the pre-market session. So let's see
like
what
Spain
we do.
was almost.
Sorry?
Like Spain was almost offside. It was so close.
Okay, all right. I mean, nice. I did not see the match, but go Sports.
Wow. It's yay sports.
How was that match? I don't know.
I'm an England fan.
Okay,
it was not good. It was bad. It sucked. You know what? If you lose to the best team, fair enough. And if you trade the best setups, that's what you should try to do. So remember yesterday, 18 at the open on Rivian, or at least 18 in the pre-market, and then lower high at the open. Same setup. It broke 18, wicked to 18.05, comes back down, short the pop, played a VWAP and all that good stuff. I'm still looking for some kind of a sign of strength off VWAP and Intel. I think we're starting to get it in here. So if we're patient, this is the start of being patient. It's held once. I want to see the buyers step in at 36, 35 or so. Like it's right around 36.20 that you're going to have that recent low, but the buyers are starting to come into it. Now they're starting to walk it up. I can get something in here. It has to hold. If it doesn't hold like 36.25, then we're in trouble on it. And NVIDIA, no, that is not where we wanted it. NVIDIA is right back up to the top. So it's weird. I'm actually might get more short NVIDIA while getting into the Intel long, which can seem counterintuitive. But that's where we're at in this market. They were in different directions early. We'll see if they stay different directions now, because NVIDIA was actually close to a reload zone.
Yeah, no, I definitely like that look there. 36 coming in right there. There's a bit of a stacked offer there, sitting on the ask. Couldn't really get through it. 36.20s, I think it was at right there. Let's see. Yeah, Buddy's still there at 36.22s with about 275 lots on the NASDAQ book. Let's see if that 36 comes in. We are technically testing that consolidation range from the pre-market, catching a little bit of volatility here as we pop up and down off of that 36 mark. Let's see what we do in and around that 36. So I guess that Buddy at 22s, did he get taken? It would seem like he got taken on the ask, and we are trading a little bit lower than some of those prior levels here. VWAP 36.12 I have, so we are holding as of right now on top of VWAP. So let's see what we do in and around here. NQ still kind of weak, coming in to test that 20,200 right now. Let's see what our friend NVIDIA is up to. NVIDIA 21s coming in, so pre-market lows coming in. Amazon flushing to the downside. So is Alphabet. So is Apple. Softy, not as much. Softy's just holding on sideways.
Have you seen Tesla?
Right, I have not seen Tesla, Neil. What is that? Am I missing out on Tesla once again?
Tesla just went green on the day.
Wow.
Well,
Oh my God, breaking
would
yesterday's highs.
Not yet. Not yet. It hasn't broken yesterday's highs. This is a real wick at the open. It did get to 258, so 258 is the top of the channel. Oh my goodness, it's flushing. I never actually got that reload. I got out of Intel when it didn't hold VWAP there, but I never got the reload on NVIDIA. That was wild. I was right there on the offer, and it just ran away instantly. So Tesla's at the spot. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it, but look how strong this is. It's got to be some kind of a back-end entry if you're looking to fade it, and I'm not seeing one right now. So as I mentioned on NVIDIA, it came right up into VWAP. I was like, oh, I'm about to get filled. Nothing. No fill up there on NVIDIA. I'm looking for 120 out, and then we'll take another trade, maybe a breakdown through 120, VWAP retracements. AMD, if you're looking for weakness, and the market's bouncing, AMD can't get to VWAP. AMD and NVIDIA are both weak, but I feel as if I might get the buck on NVIDIA, but AMD's giving you more. So I want to be on both these, and if I'm in the wrong one, I can always look back to VWAP here on AMD. So NVIDIA's not bad. It's just AMD is clearly better to the south side. GME's near 30, as everyone is mentioning. I can see you guys in the chat talking about it. Big time move to the upside on GME. No halts on that stock there, Darwin, just yet. Was that a Dara?
Weakness in some of these social media stocks here, including Snapchat and Meta. Just to contextualize some of this move down potentially, we did have comments yesterday evening from President candidate Donald Trump here saying that he's, quote, for TikTok. So as we have a potential, I guess, TikTok ban updates here, keep an eye on SNAP and META selling off after we had that comment yesterday, guys.
Snapchat.
Right, thank you.
All right, there goes Tesla. This might be the one shot. All you need is
36
one
broke.
shot.
As of right, wow, 2,000. What is that? That's a stack. That was a thick ask right there. Over 1,800 lots sitting on the ask. 3580s. Did they get taken? I didn't even see that. That's absolutely wild. So that's a huge order that was sitting there.
I didn't see it.
Bit of a maybe. I don't know. I don't think it got filled. My filters aren't really showing that there. But as of right now,
I know you like a good thick ask there.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes
Oh, boy.
that's important to find on when you're looking for the short. Wow, try to say that with a straight face, and it doesn't really work.
Thick.
I didn't see it, which I turned my head because that's what you do when a brother yells out that he saw a thick ass. But I didn't see anything on Intel myself, unfortunately. No, the radar's always got to be up. Now I'm shorting Tesla, which is the strongest stock, but the radar is always open. This is like when I'm in high school at the fair. Like the radar is there. If you tell me, I know what to do. It's just I missed it. Tesla is absolutely flying. I just grabbed the short here at 57.5. It was pushing down. I got the 50s. I had the bid down the next $0.50. But we said one spot. If it goes into that 58 area and shows me a curl, that's where I'm taking a shot. Got to wait for it to show me some kind of a high. It wicked the top and gave me an entry. But there's no fighting this. None. If it breaks a high, I got to jump out of this trade. We should be either pushing back into 255, 56, or nothing doing over there on Tesla. NVIDIA does not give me the fill at the bottom. Might be a VWAP retracement still coming in again on NVIDIA, so I have to move the target in here. You cancel the old offers on NVIDIA and look for the next available curl. So obviously you can tell, like I'm looking for a fade on these pops. It's just a matter of getting the entry here on NVDA. And it said I would look at AMD as well if it gave you a chance, but AMD is not a VWAP either. So on those level twos I have up, if it gives me the trade, we'll take it. If I don't get it, so be it. You know, if it's not going to give you the trade you want, wow, the buyers are heavy at 57 on Tesla. There's a lot of buyers at 57. Adara?
Stock's not really reacting to this, but just be aware right now, AMZN, this report coming out and circulating around a bit on social media as well. Adobe reporting that customers spent $7.2 billion on the first day of the U.S. Prime Day event. That event does end today. So first day, according to this Adobe report, spending of $7.2 billion for Prime. AMZN on watch here, guys.
Man, I want to get to Amazon. There's so many names that you could try to be getting to, but you can't focus on that many level twos at once. So I did get some out at Tesla. Tesla finally broke that 57 for a hot minute, got down to the 3/4, and the buyers stepped right back up. It's telling me something. Either it consolidates down here and flushes into 55, or it runs the top. There will not be a reload at this high for me. It should be working right here, right now. And as we're worrying about that, Here comes AMD into VWAP. You're not seeing that at all on NVIDIA. I'll just show you guys. When I look up, I'm just looking at the level 2s of the stocks I'm watching. I'm looking at NVIDIA. You're not getting a short the pop situation there, but you are getting a chance to maybe get into a little bit of AMD. And now I will look somewhere else.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Look at this.
It's continuing to flush. The reversion trade is reverting.
I mean, look, we're just trying to look for players offside, right? And it's like failure to follow through 37, back through the size that we saw at 36 halves, back through the size that we saw at 36 80s. Offer on the ask at 35 80s as well on the way down, breaking pre-market consolidations below 36, breaking pre-market consolidation high into 36, and then breaking the lows at 35 60s. So yeah, there might be some players offside. I'm looking for anything distinctly different now coming into the book there. But yeah, that size in the 80s definitely was very, very interesting, catching a little bit of a bid here on a bit of a moving average. Let's see if we can get down to that double top. Actually, I guess we did 35 halves-ish. We're in that area right now, that double top from the prior days that we were talking about, potentially coming in here. So let's see. You know what? I do expect a little bit of a bid to come in off of that prior resistance area, potentially turning into support there on Intel. Let's see if that can come in pretty nicely. What is going on? Yeah, Intel, a little bit of a flex.
Dumped into that 35.5. Tesla just pulled into. You'll see me out of Tesla. It's a simple strategy. This is the high. This was its support. Then you play that range. So if it bounces, it's a strong stock, everybody. So a strong stock, I'm going to play step to step. You get the $2 move. You get in, get out like a ninja, and throw it over to Adara. Bless you, Remain.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Are you tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Wow. If you look at we talk about like rotation or whatever, but we got to come up with a cooler word than rotation for what's happening in the Russell. Look at the IWM breaking out the top and just absolutely going nuts. Like you're just flying here. Another day, another monster bounce for IWM. So if you're wondering why, there's some traders in the back yelling about the Russell, I hear it. We want to respect it. They are absolutely flying. Look over. If we bounce off VWAP on Tesla, there might be a long play in there. If I'm wrong about this, then it is what it is. Oh, Intel is at that 35.5 level. So this is right at that key. Should have had this as a breakout. Obviously, when it breaks this level in the pre-market, that's one thing. But if I lose on a trade, I want them to look like that. Like I want it to be a tight stop where we looked at it, we only took it at the level we liked. So 35.5 doesn't hold. I think you just got to jump out of it. But if you're looking for runners, look over in the small caps maybe. Like that could be the place to go. IWM is absolutely flying. Find something on the Russell if you're looking for it. Intel bouncing off 35.5, but Yanni in the back yelling about the IWM.
Yes,
we got to focus on the trades that we're in.
Yanni just said Russ is the best rapper ever. These are words I would have never thought I would hear from Yanni's mouth. But yes, Yanni, thank you. Straight facts.
That's a name with a history at this trading floor. But I can't actually say
36 is coming right back in.
Yes, AMC. I just heard in my ear that AMC is going. It's that kind of day. I'm not even going to pull up the chart. Well, I mean, maybe in a second I will. I'm not going to because we just got that bounce off 35.5. I got 65s, played 1-to-1, just a little bit better than that up here at 85 for 20 cents. VWAP now sits at 36.15. That's a rejection at 37 to me. We tried a VWAP bounce, didn't work. When that happens, I look at VWAP and say, play this to VWAP. Show me confirmation on a higher low that 35.5 is holding. If it doesn't, then we just jump out of Dodge. And we're happy that we caught that falling knife and we're able to find something. Now I can go and look at something else, like an AMC, which is approaching highs, like a GME, which is not necessarily breaking 30 yet. All right, we like GME for dip buys into VWAP when it's trending and not breakouts. So that's usually my plan, and it sets up at $29. I think that would be the better play. And I'd rather be involved in that. NVIDIA, Yeah, NVIDIA is just not giving me what I want in terms of reloading this short. So we're not able to get any money fills bumping over VWAP and coming back down. It's just not giving you that opportunity. It's essentially wicking up and then immediately rejecting here on NVIDIA. So we're not getting the entries we want on NVIDIA. And it's a similar story with AMD here. It's just not really pressing to give you the short. That's how weak this is. It's so heavy that you have to almost jump the short as opposed to look for a normal entry. But working for now, we're just going to hold on until we see 120 on NVIDIA.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of watching the book a little close here on the Intel as we're holding that 35 half level, right? We talk about that being a little bit of a double top, a little bit of a bounce coming off of it. I think a little expected as that was a clear resistance area turning into support. But again, that crazy move that we had in the pre-market plus this consolidation, we're holding below or in that area, in that range, breaking back below that 36 as well. Some interesting price action nonetheless. Let's see if this can come down into some of those earlier pre-market levels. I'm looking at 35s, 35 half, obviously interesting as well. We're only trading about 20 pennies just off of that 35 half level there. Again, we talk about players potentially being offside. Pre-market consolidation, a little interesting here that we are trading below. I guess shorts were offside there. And I guess longs would be offside underneath that level as well. But speaking of shorts being offside, Russell is definitely rustling some feathers there for the shorts with a squeeze type of action breaking through, what is that, 225s, 226s, 226.63 I see on IWM high of day as of right now. Super, super strong. So congrats to anybody who had that long. Can't stop, won't stop. Bit of a continuation trade as well over the past few days. Have you seen the daily chart on IWM, Neil?
Yes, we have.
Absolutely wild. There,
it is a beast.
Gap after gap, multiple gaps.
And you know what you do when you see those gaps?
Oh, boy.
You fill the gaps. That's what you do.
Oh, yeah.
Spring the trap. Oh, well, that Yannick said spring the trap. Hey, if it's a trap, then maybe, I think Tesla's a trap at this short again. That's my gut feeling is if it's coming right back into that 258, let it actually show me a lower high and heavy sell before even thinking about this. Like, you got to be happy when you have one level you like, it gives you the trade, but come on, like the stock is screaming into those highs. As everyone said, the Russell's going absolutely nuts. Sometimes the best trade you make is the one that you get out of right away. As I said, if I'm trading, I would rather get the win and hold it to the next level. But if I don't get it, I just jump out. If you just take the 10-cent hit, don't have to fight the stock. If you like a short, well, let it get to 19. Maybe look for a long up here if it consolidates above 18.30, but don't hold it all the way. That's just how you're going to get yourself into some trouble. NVIDIA is working down toward the 120 level. And shout out to you in the chat, Darwin, mentioning PL to the TR, Palantir, which is still on the New York Stock Exchange, Neil, and it is right at yesterday's high. I won't be punching any tops on Palantir. My focus is either reloading Intel, NVIDIA 120, which we're at right now. If NVIDIA holds 120, I'm going to get out on a bounce. It's about 1 million shares on the bid. Is that right? Yeah, it's about 1 million shares on the bid of NVIDIA. If it wicks this, I could be counting wrong, but I count about 1 million shares on the bid of NVIDIA at $120. Someone just stepped up in front of 121. If it holds, I'm just going to jump out, then make another trade. Because if it does a false break, then you might be able to short this pop back at VWAP. If it holds underneath, it could just be a clean move. And there's the break. It was a false break on NVIDIA, so at least temporarily that was the right decision, getting out at 120. And we'll look for a VWAP retracement here on NVIDIA. It's already 10 o'clock. What's happening now, Adara? My quote is jacked up on NVIDIA.
No shortage of catalysts or things to look at today, that is for sure. Big move down here for the NASDAQ, big move down for a lot of these big tech names. We have the SPY right now down just under 1% here. We do have, especially as led by the chips, with these reports that the U.S. is actually looking to intensify their restrictions on sending advanced chips to China. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on. But we did have some more dovish comments from Fed's Waller. We also had some building and housing data coming in a bit higher than expected. So pretty mixed picture, both economically and for stocks. But a lot of specific catalysts to look at, including GitLab. This one's still up about 10%, though falling a little bit here. Reuters reporting that they're exploring a sale with buyers, including Datadog, potentially. We also have TSM here, so Taiwan Semi, down about 6.5%. The main catalyst for this one earlier today was Donald Trump suggesting that Taiwan should be paying the U.S. for its defense. We also did have as well this report from Digitimes Alert suggesting that TSM's output has been increasing. So interesting look here for TSM, still down more than 6%. Last but not least, Five Below, FIVE, this one down about 16% right now. Having a lot of analyst downgrades across the board here after reporting sales for its 10-week period. Had comparable sales decreased by 5%. They also lowered their Q2 guidance in that regard. So FIVE to the downside, guys.
I got 5 on it. Good song, but fortunately they don't have 5 on it. And nobody's got anything on the bid of NVIDIA at all. Right through that 120. There was a hold of 120 temporarily that had me thinking we're going to get the pop to jump right back into the short. Yeah, that didn't happen. 119.50 you're now sitting at. So you ask yourself, what has not broken lows? What has room to go? ARM's down 6% and hasn't broken the low of the day, which puts it in range to a short into 170. I always know exactly where I want to go for a continuation trade. ARM, AMD, NVIDIA, AMD's already breaking the lows, but with ARM not going, you've got 169, you've got 170. If there is a bounce here, you've got a breakdown underneath 167 as well, and to take you guys right back over to Tesla. So if you took it, my gut said don't go into the short again. Yeah, it wicked the top and then gives you the short right back into VWAP on Tesla. So Tesla giving you that 258 short again, but you know what? It's certainly holding VWAP in here. Still a super strong stock. And going back in Intel, I feel like it's starting to calm down off this 35.5. It's a higher low. Like while we're short in NVIDIA and looking for a way to get back in, Intel put in that higher low off of 35.5. Why a line on the chart there that it happened to bounce off of? It's just this previous top, and it's actually more than just once that it hit this high. It's several times it hit that 35.5 high. So that was going to be the dip buy that we liked. Still no retest of VWAP yet. Big yet.
Yeah, no, I'm just to watch. So that 35.5 came in once. We're pulling back into that 36 as of right now. I do have, I guess I accumulated a lot on the way down there. Some at decent prices, some maybe not at the best, but that 36 coming right back in. Let's see if it stays a little interesting here. It was interesting a little bit lower there in the 60s. Bit of an edge A chaser. There's some size on the NASDAQ book on the bid getting taken out right there. 85s coming in. Let's see if we can kind of pull back in or we push back up towards 36, right? I just got to stay nimble, got to stay flexible there. Maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking like on that 35 halves, I definitely had to be covering a little bit there, but bigger picture, we are failing some of these pre-market levels as well as the 37 failure to follow through, and take a look at the NQ. The NQ is selling off quite aggressively, Neil, and a bit of a pullback there on the Russell as well. But yeah, what do you got going on? I see that you're chopping up a little bit of Tesla there. Tesla.
I should have jumped back into it.
Crazy move, man.
I mean, at the end of the day, you always have to trade your strategy, and I'll go with my gut when the stock is trending in one direction. And sometimes just not try to fight it. If it gives you the one time, the second time it gets to the level, maybe it's going to show a breakout. ARM is showing no bid whatsoever. You're absolutely flying to the downside. So all I'm in left is Intel, and I got the eyeballs on Tesla. If it does break this trend, it could get nasty, but it's holding on to the trend. And I look over at Rivian. This looks more like it's retracing as well back into VWAP. So those are the two things trending up that I have the eyeballs on. We mentioned GameStop. If you're looking for things that are strong, like it was very early, some squeeze names that were going. Look at this, all the way back into VWAP. Not a death candle, but a huge rejection candle on this one. It needs to establish some strength. I don't think you want to catch the falling knife on that particular name. So Intel breaks 36. We'll look for a place for reentries on that. And let's go over to something which I've had up, but I have not traded. You could just be shorting Apple on pops as well. But if we do see something on Apple, I'm just going to mention here, 226. If we see Apple 226, and probably unlikely that it happens, 223. Those would be the buy zones. If we calm down around 11 o'clock in midday, that would be a spot that I'd want to pick up Apple. When it dumped this same area, you got a 226. I'm talking literally the same area. From here all the way to about 226. If we see 226, I'm going to like it. But all we have is Intel, and it's at that 36 level. If it can't get through VWAP now, it may never. And you could just have a false break and another stair step down. So this is where the eyeballs will be.
Yeah, that was a VWAP test right there, just above that 36. And as soon as that 36 comes in, slams back down for 20 pennies.
Yeah.
We're trading 35.8. It seems like VWAP might be an interesting area nonetheless. Just underneath that 36, again, confluencing with some of this pre-market consolidation high area here, just above that 36 mark. So continuing to kind of watch this 36, see if it stays a little interesting. Again, market, we broke below that 20,200 there, but Intel kind of doing its own thing in a sense here. But it seems like, I guess, some of these chips are selling off quite aggressively. You can see that NVIDIA did get below that 120 mark, Neil. So it seems like that size, what was it? You said there was over $1 million worth of shares there.
I ballparked it at $1 million, something like that. Ooh.
Yeah, bit of a, I guess a bit of a chop here. 36 is gonna continue watching this. I did kind of size into this a little aggressively there, but take a look at the market, man. I guess it's not really following market sentiment. Wow, IWM all the way back down to VWAP there, 226 to 224s, absolutely wild. Some of these pullbacks here on the market here. BAC. Okay, I guess that's you.
I hate myself.
You were talking about BAC. What's going on with
Neil reads notes. Continuation on earnings. Bounce off 43.5. Well, okay, Tesla was fun. NVIDIA was fun. BAC, forget about I know I said the memes are strong and it's like, look for a meme name or something that was strong this morning or like Intel was strong. But the banks, why not? Good earnings, day two play, still have a double top that could break out. So there's 44.4. Maybe we get VWAP at 44 even. You can see support there. Join trend. Relative weakness is relative weakness as far as I'm concerned. And you just want to play it. NVIDIA, we got out too early on NVIDIA. But you got to look to what is next. ARM has yet to give any consolidation after falling to the downside. And even Intel. You're looking at the overall. I'm watching the market tank. And I'm seeing a sign to get out of an Intel long. Forgetting that Intel is going in the opposite direction of the market right now. So it bounces off that 35.5 zone. We tried VWAP, didn't work. We wait for the next level, and we play it back into VWAP, but we get out a little bit early. So now we just have to be patient with it. I got the eyeballs over for that BAC. You have a nice trend emerging there. If we get any patient continuation on, say, NVIDIA, it's so far down here that I want to remember what we said in our prep, which was underneath 120, you have had big bounces off of here, 119, and then 117. When that happens, it's hard to just short the bottom unless you're really, really finely scalping it. So be patient. It's been a good morning. You don't necessarily want to throw it away at this point, right? So let's see BAC. That could be one as we let NVIDIA calm down for the next move.
Wow, I just got an alert for Spider as well. Apparently, we're pushing an ATR on the Spider as of right now as well. That doesn't happen very often, but I guess very, very strong flush to the downside can definitely bring that on here. 36 is having a bit of a problem here, just underneath VWAP again. So like VWAP, we've had some selling. We attempt a bid off of prior support at that prior resistance, maybe turn support at that 35 halves, pushing up into VWAP there, catching a little bit of resistance as the futures come all the way in to 20,100. Sorry, not 21,000. We rejected 21,000 a couple days ago, or was it sometime last week? I think. Again, off of some strong action there. Again, selling off of CPI as well. Bit of a continuation move, it would seem, off of that sentiment kind of carrying forward there. 20,100. Oh boy, are we coming in real hot right now? You can see that SOX S is pushing up, held VWAP quite well. Nice little grind up on SOX S happening at the same time. Look at this one as well. Look at that. IWM coming all the way back, pretty much a V shape back to the downside here on IWM. That's pretty wild there. As the market flushes hard, I'm just sitting here. Intel holding on the bid a little bit there, so
they like it today.
A little concerning for the short side. But again, I'm going to try to stay as nimble as possible. If it comes in, it comes in. If it doesn't, that's perfectly fine. We'll get out and reassess once again as 36 holds as of right now here on Intel. Neil, what do you got going on? Are you still in your Intel or no?
Well, we took it out in front of VWAP. So that was one of two winning trades that we got out of too early. as I'm BAC. Wow, the bid just really picked up on BAC. I'm on the teens, and it just already bounced to 25s. But I remember Tesla. I mean, look, the reality is, we have all different kinds of hosts on this show, and that idiot that told everybody not to short 258 again, just fire that guy. I don't know who that is. But whoever it is, they're fired as far as I'm concerned. It was actually better than the first short. You're plowing through any kind of resistance that you're going to see, but you got to move on to the next. This is what happened when I tried to get BAC just now on that dip. This is a 3-minute chart, so it's kind of hard to see. So it dipped right into the previous high. It bounced right here off 15, so I jumped into 16, didn't get it. I don't need it. 17, just didn't get anything as it's right back into the high. That's a strong stock, right? Like the second it goes into a dip level that probably people are going to like and the buyers try to step in there, it runs away from said buyers. Clearly did the same thing at 44, so we're going to have to find our way into this a little bit more patient. That's the idea. So BAC looking pretty good to the upside. We like this one trend up, find relative strength, find relative weakness, and then go over to them. NVIDIA is still trending down. So I'll have BAC up just in case we can get into it. NVIDIA getting close to that 117. It's really getting nasty. And I've been asked a lot about crypto. I said Mara, I like the even dollar levels on the way back, 25, 24, 23. You could play pre-market low here if you're so inclined. Pre-market low already has a bit of a wick, but see the retracement. Why fight it at the level you didn't want in the first place? So not going to do it at all. I will look for re-entry if we can get it into Intel, one into BAC, and we still want to try to short some kind of a pop in one of the chip names. Eyeballs on ARM, AMD. I see a lot of names in there like Rivian. People are asking about Rivian, huge retrace off this high. I liked 18. Thankfully, we got out of the way of it. But it's now showing me, like if I like 18 before and it does that kind of a reversal, I can just play 18 again on a downtrend, right? Like that's the value of getting out, making a couple of winning trades elsewhere, and then letting it set back up again. So if Rivian decides to set back up, fade off of VWAP, I can just take that trade instead of holding it 50 cents against me and waiting for it to come all the way back in. Obviously, it would have worked if you just held the entire way. That's not a good way to go about business.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a bounce there off of that 20,100. Intel's still holding just in and around this area here. So let's see if that bounce can kind of bring in a little bit of the bid here. Bid coming in on IWM as well as, again, we talk about it doing a crazy V shape all the way back down. Now we're kind of V-shaping all the way. Well, not all the way back to VWAP, I guess. We're taking a little bit of a bid back towards VWAP. So interesting stuff. 20,100 should be interesting. But yeah, a bigger picture, as I was saying before, we kind of failed to follow through that 21,000, and then I think we got up into the high 900s, and then we pulled back in quite aggressively as well there on the future. So interesting look there. Intel catching a little bit of a bid back towards those mid, I guess 3620s there as well. So
of course,
again, kind of held this one a little bit too long there, but we're still in and around that VWAP level. See how this one potentially comes in there. As we did make quite an aggressive sell off of that 37. I'm looking for lower highs, but this pre-market consolidation high right there at that 3610, we did break back above it. So I do have to, I guess, be a little bit more patient for this one to potentially come in here. A little bit of a fumble on my part, but again, what's the next trade? I'm still looking, I'm still watching. I know there's a lot of earnings names as well that are on watch. ASML, J&J, USB. Let us know in the chat if you guys have been trading those at all, and if any other tickers have brought you.
Have you seen J&J?
No, I haven't. What's going on with?
Sheesh. I mean, we gotta have a better one than that. It's an up arrow. It literally does the job. But J&J, straight shot to the upside. Go long strong stocks, obviously. See, when I say buy and sell, I usually think long term. Go long strong stocks. So J&J is trending up. Didn't love it on earnings because there was no volume into it. Is what it is. You guys can see what's happening there. I did just take Rivian because, as I was saying, it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. That's one of my favorite lines. Just wait for the trade to set back up, and if you like it, you can always try again. So that's the 18 level. This time it's VWAP in the other direction after a rejection of yesterday's high. If it holds underneath 18, basically give it the same room that we did before and then look to make this trade. When you look at the higher time frame here on Rivian, yeah, trending up, but there's been two good levels. Right? Like the 18 even was pretty good yesterday off of the open, and then kind of a break off spot to go to the upside late in the day, and then on the way down, it was a stop to go lower, so it's been a good level. And then you had this 1830, 1840, where it's been a bit of a fade. The other thing, remember BAC when we were trying to get those teens? Yeah, well, that didn't happen. It just broke yesterday's highs. So about 44.15, and we're not getting 44.15 when it's breaking out yesterday's top. BAC is now on the path to blue skies. It is a blue sky setup on BAC. It's through fresh tops, as you can see, day 2 play on earnings. That's what we like to see. It's continuing to go. And now you're getting this, I mean, yeah, just like Tesla maybe got out early on Intel, but this is where I tried the long before that failed. So this wouldn't be an automatic entry off of VWAP on Intel. This is exactly where it kind of dumped into 35.50 for me, and that's the level we like a bit better. If it holds 36, look for a continuation long, but you could argue if it rejects here, you could be setting up a couple of lower highs into a trend back to this 35.5. So patience is a virtue that we need to have.
Yeah, I do think that 35.5 is a pretty interesting area. We did catch a little bit of a bid off of it. Not a little bit. We did like almost a point worth of a bid on Intel. Now, again, I guess what I want to be asking is the ATR. So let's go quickly and check what the ATR on Intel is, so we can get a little bit of a measure. So 1.11 is the ATR. So we did almost an ATR worth of a bounce. A couple of ATRs to the downside as well. But I'll keep this one on watch. Let's see what we do with that 36. 35.5 is also interesting. What's going on, Adara?
Just be aware of this Medtronic here, MDT. This one, pretty much green candles all morning. We just got a volume spike in here, up almost 4%. Not seeing any news on this one. Very minimal social media interaction with this one as well, but worth noting, this is not a small cap. We have a market cap around $100 billion. So just be aware of this MDT. Still keeping my eye out here, especially with that volume spike, guys.
I know that name, but it's not one we traded in a heck of a long time, Medtronic. NVIDIA's starting to set back up. You could see a bounce here into VWAP. If NVIDIA breaks 119.5, that's a pretty good V-shaped bottom. A bounce into VWAP kind of would be next. Look over at AMD, which is not making as big of a bounce. Remember we said AMD is clearly weaker than NVIDIA. Could AMD really have a 10% day down, or down day, I should say, all the way around? If it does, I think looking for something at the 165. If NVIDIA breaks out and goes to VWAP and AMD stands down here, then I think we short AMD. But like I said, we got to be patient, move from station to station. There's another test of 18 happening on Rivian, just wicked VWAP. If this fails under again, I think that's an opportunity to add on the way down and scalp it into this 75. So it looks like that's what's happening here on RIVN. Just want to see it hold underneath 95 and get some sellers down under. And it looks like it was right about Intel. It does not hold on to VWAP, does not hold on to 36. So 35.5, still the level for me on Intel. If we get back down there, we'll go for it. So NVIDIA is making that big breakout. If it does and AMD doesn't go with it, I'll look for a fade on the weaker one.
Yeah, a little bit of interesting action there. We did pop up into 36 and some change, coming right back into that 36 mark on Intel. Again, I am pretty much mainly focused on this ticker as of right now. But that 36 does seem quite interesting. We talk about that pre-market consolidation level as well. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you, Neil. That 35.5 definitely interesting. Again, building kind of the story that's been happening on the book and the tape. On the way down, a lot of size. Where was it? Where was it transacted? Do we see it again? A lot of participants. Where did they kind of transact before? The chart, the candlestick is like is a visual representation of the past, right? So that 35 70s to 36 ish area, a little bit of an interesting level as well. we're catching a little bit of a bid here off of 36 once again. But yeah, no, you're right. Let's look for lower highs if that's going to be the case. VWAP as of right now, we're just doing a bit of an orbit around VWAP as well. 20,100, bit of a bounce on the NQs. I'm also keeping an eye here on SMH. So again, trading a ticker like Intel, got to keep an eye on SMH, and you can see that SMH has been pretty much trending down off of the open. We did catch a little bit of a bounce here that happened right at what time is this? At 10:15. And does that have any sort of confluence with anything on Intel? Not really as of right now, but trading below VWAP and a strong downtrend is SMH as of right now. So Intel's still within its opening range, right? The opening price was 36.08. As of right now, we attempted to break back above opening price. Now we're just trading in and around VWAP plus opening price area. So definitely a lot of interest in and around some of these levels here at that 36 mark. Not really seeing anything too significant in terms of tape action here, but I'll be patient to see if anything or anyone shows up here on Intel. But yeah, no, let us know in the chat. What are you guys trading? I didn't really see too many tickers that you guys mentioned.
Global Foundries.
Tesla. What's going on with GFS?
Well, remember, Global Foundries is strong for the same reason that Intel is. And the only reason it wasn't a 56 breakout for me was Global Foundries is incredibly illiquid relative to most of the stuff that we would normally trade. And the volume did come in right at 9:30, but this break is a 3-minute chart. That's the break of the high at 9:30, 57.5. So the 56 break happened pre-market, and the volume came in there. It's instantly at $60 on that wick, and then just continuing higher. So I'd be a little bit cautious with Intel. This is a sympathy play to bad news for Taiwan and blah 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 chips, and made at home is a GFS. Global Foundries and Intel play. It's already 10:20. What's going on in small cap land, Adara?
You proving to be very fascinating here. We pop up. Now we're coming to find a little bit of rejection here at that 224.40, this previous area of support, and also VWAP. So this could be an interesting area for the Russell 2000. Worth noting as well, nice bounce and nice support off that 222.10 area. It's also a bit of an area of support yesterday as well, so keep an eye on 22.10 for the IWM. Quite a few small cap names moving as well. It's also worth noting we just got some of those cannabis names moving to the upside. So ACB, CRON, CGC on watch here as well. But also we have LCFY. This one currently up about 25%. Localfi, no news on this one. This is an Australian small cap that also ran a little bit last week and earlier this week. They do have a float of around 989,000 shares. So small float for LCFY. Next up here is Shimmick. SHIM, this one continuing to pop higher here, getting a $27.6 million subcontract for this ozonization project. So good look here for SHIM with contract news. And last but not least, this one worth noting here as well, Cassava Sciences, not up in the day, actually down about 30%, but worth keeping an eye on this one here. It does have a market cap around 649 million shares, and it has a short float of around 27.3%. So certainly worth keeping an eye on. Announcing some leadership today, changes today, including that its CEO and a member of its board setting down here. So Remy Barbier stepping down. SAVA selling off a bit here, guys.
It's not the only thing selling off today. Look, we got the reload or whatever with the add into Rivian and the scalp down into 1780 or so. So that's the VWAP failure. However, while that was going to the downside, this happened on Tesla. I pointed, as if you guys can see me pointing at the chart, 250 on Tesla. So you got to ask yourself, if Tesla is so weak, what's going to happen next? This is exactly where it put in the higher low yesterday at the 250 level. So be cautious with this. It's probably going to want to bounce here, as you can clearly see is happening. But this is flushing like no other. NVIDIA still hasn't made the breakout of 119.5. So just kind of sticking with the same names in here. It did this little bit of a wick and then fail back under, putting in a higher low. If this gets to VWAP and I see the same level of weakness that we did before on AMD, which is still in effect, like AMD is very, very weak as NVIDIA bounces. That gets to VWAP. I think AMD is going to be the fade play. That or potentially ARM, which is also hanging down around those lows. So I got the eyeballs at NVIDIA, oddly enough, to look for a play in one of the other two names, which would be as I said, it's going to be ARM or AMD, just what I happen to be looking at this moment. And there are some small caps moving, as we talked about like plenty of times before, but been really focused on these chip names, trying to get those ins and outs. Out too early on something, but hey, a win's a win. Let's go over to Adaro one more time.
Just mentioned some of the strength in some of these cannabis-related names during the small cap recap. Now seeing a potential reason for this. Apparently, this was a while ago here. This is just MSOS up here. Around 59 minutes ago, we had President Biden tweeting out, quote, "I'm making sure no one goes to jail for mere use or possession of marijuana, and their records should be expunged. It's time we right these historic wrongs." This came out an hour ago, but I'm seeing this as a potential reason that we had a bit of a spike here in these cannabis-related names. So just keep an eye on that. President Biden tweeting about righting historic wrongs with regards to cannabis. Some of these names moving up, guys.
Yes, sir. And coming right back to that 35.5s Intel, I know that's good for you, Obi. This is a level that if it doesn't hold 35.5, things get really dicey for Intel on this breakout. This is why 35.5. I mean, earnings top for the last week and a half, resistance. If you do not hold this level, you've got a very, very wide gap. It's one of two places I was long. If it bounces, we take a third one for sure here on Intel. Still, like AMD, NVIDIA, still absolutely nothing happening on that bounce. It's just not going anywhere. So we might have to short this one off 119.50 instead of waiting to short something else if it pops into VWAP. We had NVIDIA before. We might have to go back over to this well. 35.5's coming into play. That's where I'm looking to bid Intel, and it's getting close. Oh boy, he says.
Oh boy, indeed. Yeah, a little bit of a sweaty hold on my part here.
Oh shoot!
But yeah, no, it's coming in. Let's see that aggressive selling back below that VWAP there. But I guess price is kind of compressing as of right now, so I do have an eye on that. VWAP sitting at 36.03s. We came down into the 70s. And caught a little bit of a bid. But again, Neil is right. I'm looking for that 35.5s if that can come in. If not, that's perfectly fine as well. Getting a little bit of a sandwich kind of action there between that 35.5 and VWAP area as well. NQ still holding that 20,100 as of right now. Was it Jet Voy in the chat saying, we will see Intel end of day 37 plus. Hey, man. I'm all for it. I'm more than willing to kind of flip the script on this ticker here if it actually kind of catches a bit of a bid here, which I guess it's attempting to do at a higher low. So we've made a lower high and we've made a higher low. So like I said, price compression happening here on Intel. So interesting stuff nonetheless. But trading below VWAP as of right now. 36 coming right back in, Neil. So let's see, maybe we don't even get back down to 36.5. Who knows? But it seems like the longs from overnight and in the pre-market session are definitely sitting a little bit pretty here as we chop around some of this consolidation from before. Again, keeping an eye on that SMH. We're trading a little bit sideways here on SMH, a little bit muted, and the future is just in the same kind of area there as well. I know that NVIDIA is still holding that 119. Can't really get back up to that 120 as of right now. But we were talking about sellers stepping down, Neil, on Amazon, and oh boy, Amazon is trading below 190s. It's trading at 186. That short is on. I don't know if Bezos has stepped down with his sell, but it is definitely being sold off very aggressively.
It's not a bad assumption at this point.
We were talking about it being a little muted.
Yeah, well, it was. It's not muted now.
It is not. It is absolutely not muted.
Well, the buying is muted on it.
Well, yeah, I guess.
That's about it.
Relative strength was a little.
Yeah, 186. Yikes. Yeah, not going to catch that falling knife. I mean, if it was, hey, man, but get on the bid if it's trending up and dipping. But when you're falling like this, it's nasty. Okay. So I was in a long in NVIDIA for like 2 seconds, and it was a keystroke error. Like I was going to put in a stop order to short if it got up here. And instead of doing that, I accidentally punched long. It happened to bounce in that moment. So when I offered out, I ended up getting a win trade, but that's an accident. If I hold on to it, it's a bigger win. I understand that, but you don't do that. That's stupid. So here's 119.5. It just keeps on coming into this level, and I want to try to respect it. I want to get back into Intel, and I keep looking over at it. Ooh, BAC might lose VWAP in here. All right. Simultaneously, while we have NVIDIA, which is kind of the focus this morning, back into 119.5. If this fails 119.5, we're going to have to jump into the short. I know I'm not long the stock. It was an accidental buy in there, but we just lost VWAP on BAC. If I'm going to lose today, lose trying to buy on a dip in a strong stock. If it doesn't hold on to 44, there might be nothing left for this name. But the market's starting to rally, and the strong names early can come back when the weak ones start to go up. There's a bit of this inverse where the banks and the financials are going to have this pullback while the chips and all the death stocks are looking a little bit strong, at least temporarily speaking in here. So here comes NVIDIA at 119.5 again. And it is 10:30. My goodness. Let's get that crypto update from Madera. Time flies.
Bit of an oil update here as well. Quickly, we did just get in some of these inventories from the EIA. So EIA crude oil inventories dropping by 4.87 million barrels, so larger than expected drop. EIA gasoline inventory is actually coming in higher than expected here, so 3.328 million versus the expected drop of 1.23 million. So interesting note there for some of these inventories numbers if you're looking at the oil or energy spaces. In terms of Bitcoin and crypto-related news, we do continue to have speculation here for Ethereum ETFs and what this might do to the market. We have actually this one crypto asset manager, Bitwise, saying that when we do have these inflows from the Ethereum ETF, could actually push Ethereum past that 5,000 area to new all-time highs, citing what we saw with Bitcoin, which was that 110% run-up from when the market began pricing in ETFs in October, and then a 25% increase from when they were approved. So interesting note here, if you are following those Ethereum ETFs, continued speculation on when those may begin trading and what it might do for Ethereum itself. Bitcoin, after a nice run up here, trying to curl off support at that 55,000 area on the daily chart. Currently having a bit of a doji candle here, just currently right below that 65,000 level for BTC. We have Ethereum here holding on to that 34 pretty nicely. BNB up about 1.3%. Generally upside here for a lot of these crypto names, some stronger than others. Ripple up 6.5%, Solana up 3%, Cardano up 3.25%. So pretty strong look for a lot of these other crypto names. Though BTC and ETH are still holding their own, guys.
Thank you.
They're doing their best. I actually see Mara making a decent hold of the low at 25.70, higher low 26. I said the even dollars look good, but it was actually 25 that we're waiting for. Like I wanted a deeper dip. When the market was that weak, I thought maybe deeper dip before we were buying it. 25, 24. You're not getting any of that. Where are you going, Rivian? Nowhere. Right back into VWAP. You're holding the lower high on VWAP, still looking for that press down. This could be a reversal. If it can hold 18, you got to remember, like, yeah, we got the stair step at the level we want. It's kind of rejecting these highs in here and then putting in lower highs, and you could get a pullback into 17. But it's still an upward trending stock overall. And if the market decides it wants to pull a reversal, an 18 play could go right back into 1840. So if we're taking 10 to 15 cents for outs and then holding for more, you don't want to lose more than that. And a reversal can certainly be into play. All right, here comes Intel at 36 again.
Yeah, 36.
Either it holds VWAP this time or it doesn't. We don't get 35.5, which is what we wanted, but it puts in a higher low off of that bounce. This could be our opportunity to get in above VWAP. And for those tuning in, Sabrina Zhang just said, why is the market down? The question being why? Well, overnight, you had some comments regarding possible curbs to exports to China with regards to chips. That weighs in on ASML and the entire chip space. So it's negative China sentiment. It's geopolitical risk. TSM had warnings as well. That brought all the chip names into the downside. The overall market got dragged with it because anything with China-related risk is going to be down, and a lot of the tech names following along with that. Oddly enough, this was really bad for Nike. Nike, I promise you this, we'll never know, but I think Nike was going to bounce today. Adidas had a good report. They were up 4%. And if not for that China news, I think it could have been the day for Nike. But we're not watching that stock. I got my eyeballs on Intel. 42 million shares the stock is done today. And we're going to get another trade on this stock. 1 for 2 on it, but I should have maybe reloaded that higher low. I thought we'd get 35.5.
Yeah, that higher low is definitely interesting. Lower high as well, right? So it's like I said, price compression kind of this way, I guess. Price compression happening in and around an interesting level 36, right? So just to kind of being a little patient here for that price compression to kind of potentially pick one direction or the other. But again, it seems like those lower highs off of that prior level could definitely be a little concerning for the shorts, and then that failure to follow through as well off of that 37 and then 3620s-ish that are potentially coming right back in here right now. 36s, SMH pulling back as well. SMH pulling back up into VWAP is definitely kind of not helping my case. But again, VWAP could be something we can expect. Look for sellers once again, right? Opening range low as well, potentially there on SMH as it rips up into that VWAP level there. So let's see if sellers kind of catch on SMH, and let's see if that brings in a potential lower high here on Intel as well. But yeah, time is definitely flying there. It is 10:35. It's been about an hour in terms of how much trading we've been doing since the opening session. Bit of a reserve happening there at 3610s. Interesting. So yeah, VWAP, it's struggling to kind of get past VWAP in a distinct way, but it's struggling to kind of break down as well. So like I said, a little muted action as SMH takes a little bit of a pullback off of VWAP. VWAP on SMH I have at 261.63. We're trading at 261.20s right now on SMH. But yeah, that 20,100 potentially bouncing and coming in here on the NASDAQ as well. Let's see what our friend Amazon is up to. Amazon a little green. Nvidia catching
green.
A bit of a bounce. A little green candle right now on the first green 15-minute candle.
Man, if Amazon goes green today, I'm eating a pineapple. No, wait a minute. No, don't say stupid thing. Every time I see some nonsense like that, I stop myself. I stop myself. And the last time I did it, I said something ridiculously unlikely, and then it happened, and then I had to. I don't like pineapple pizza. That's the gist of it. But remember what I said. So I'm going to look for NVIDIA, which is breaking higher, and if it can't sustain into VWAP, short the thing that is weaker. Well, guess what was weaker? Right here, lower high, resistance hold. So resistance breaks on NVIDIA and tries to go up. Resistance holds 165 on AMD and goes down. The other thing which we just played back into the half, that the first 50 cents of the move, we scalped that out, and the low of the day I'm going to respect. If we get back into the low, it's a scalp trade. Going to just jump on the bid there. It possibly could have also worked in ARM, but I chose AMD in that moment. So we kind of waited for this to happen. We got it. Rivian still rejecting VWAP. Maybe we'll get some more out in the 8. They just take more out like that 81.75 level. Look at the range. I'm going to scout more out just in case we get a chance to improve price and actually get some fills. I have one fill. I got in like one time here at 93, already scalped that out, reloaded it at 89, and I should be reloading at 95. So let's try to do this a little bit better, scout more into the 80s, and actually get this off of VWAP a little tighter to that resistance level. So AMD, that was a new trade. If NVIDIA goes down, fair enough, but AMD's weaker. AMD's about to press the low down 7.5% when NVIDIA is still making higher lows. So look for that curl in NVIDIA. Short AMD, NVIDIA pulls back 30 cents, AMD pulls back $1. That's why you want to go to the weaker name. It's fine, I'm looking at NVIDIA for guidance, but make a trade over on Advanced Micro Devices. And Intel, hold VWAP, you silly thing. Do something. It's broken out the top of the wedge. This is where, like, if it's breaking this wedge, if you're strong, you should be holding VWAP and flying. If you're weak, then you should be rejecting VWAP and coming right back into here. Intel's doing literally neither one of those two things.
Yeah, a bit of a sideways chop there. Seems like AMD's the one, Neil, I should be kind of sitting in.
Tesla's moving.
Tesla, what's Tesla up to?
Tesla's wild price action. Like Tesla, obviously we got to...
It gave that up, eh? Wow.
Yeah, a little bit. Full on
V-shape. We talked about V-shape yesterday. We got a V-shape off the open today.
There's a scene in Ghostbusters 2 where like Winston, do you know Ghostbusters?
Yeah, I've seen the first one. I don't think I've seen the second one. I've seen one of the later ones.
I'll spoil something. So basically he sits there and he's on an old train track and a ghost train flies by. And he's like, his head is going through the damn train as he sees the ghosts that are all dead that died in the train crash. And then after, when he's seen all of that, I think it was Ray turns to him and said, "Hey, did you get the number on that train?" He's like, "Nope, I missed it." That was Tesla at 258 the second time today. I feel just like that. Like that exact moment is what I feel like, because I even said I'm not reloading this trade. It's a strong stock. And that was a mistake. Tesla, I'll be up on it. It was a great trade into VWAP. You're not mad that you take a $2 trade. You're not mad that you take a $2 trade, but I am mad that I pivoted from that to now scalping Rivian for 15 cents at a time when you could be having a $10 move in Tesla. But it is 10:40, so let's see Sector Watch with Adara.
NASDAQ certainly underperforming when compared to the SPY. You could definitely see that reflected on the sector board. Lots of weakness across these Mag 7 names, especially here in electronic technology. All these semiconductors read on those reports that looking for increased restrictions to stop companies from sending these chips to China. We also have some weakness as well in the consumer services area. Keep an eye, technology services area. Keep an eye, especially on Meta here. Sharply down. We did have Donald Trump saying he's, quote, for TikTok, so Meta and Snapchat a bit weaker here. Lots of weakness as well in producer manufacturing, retail trade, Amazon bringing this group to the downside, consumer durables, consumer service a little bit mixed here as well. Health technologies to get to things that are a little bit more mixed to positive. Not bad here, though. Eli Lilly to the downside after Roche's weight loss drug showed some efficacy there. Finance also a bit more mixed as we continue to react to bank earnings, but lots of strength here in these markets as well, despite the downside. Consumer non-durable, strong across the board. Energy, minerals, green across the board. Utilities, health services, process industries, communications, pretty green as well. So it's not all downside, though those tech names certainly weak, guys.
Oh, you can say that again.
Tech names weak for sure there.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Someone keeps blowing up my phone. I don't know who it is, but no, I'm not going to.
Don't answer your
random.
What's the area code?
I don't know, 437. I keep getting like a 188. Is that Toronto? All right. Well, here's the thing. If you're not saving my contacts and I don't know the number, I'm probably not going to be
screen that
up there.
You got
send me a text. Leave me a voicemail. Unless it's Powell, I got him. He's on speed dial. Reversion man. Got to have him on lock. There as this 36 comes back in. I'm looking for that reversion.
Yeah, you're answering the phone if Jay Powell calls.
Oh.
Quick.
Definitely. I'm answering that phone. I'm being like, hey, what's going on with these rate cuts, hikes? Apparently.
Stop flushing the market, Jerome.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, reversion man, I like you. You've done well. I like it.
So just go back to the trade. You see I'm out of AMD. AMD just tagged the bottom. Now I have a line on the chart at $163, which will explain this. So we short under 165. The bounce is about 163.5 currently, but there's a lot at this level for me why I'm getting out of the AMD short. If you use technicals to get in, I'm going to use technicals to get out. That big channel break on AMD, this is the bottom of that trend. So the previous breakout channel, that resistance, this is it at $163. The 50-period moving average on the daily is at that same level. On top of that, this is the last, look at this big rally and round trip. That had support at 163, and then it consolidated for an entire day at 163 after closing up here, and then broke out. So it's a long-winded way of saying, even if it catches a bounce here, I don't have to go long off 163, but if that's a level, I'm certainly covering a short into that 163. That's the minimum you can do. You don't have to reverse a trade, but it's telling me this would be the spot to get out of the short and look for the next opportunity. So just wanted to make sure I went over that. You're like, well, why would you get out of a stock that's trending to the downside? Oh, the other thing that's happening, NVIDIA right back into 120. Yeah. So remember I got into the AMD short when I saw this move stall. Well, I got out of AMD for all of those reasons, and now NVIDIA is all the way up at VWAP. So just to give you an explanation as to the reason for that decision, I'm sitting on the bid at 1775 on Rivian. It bounces exactly at 1775 without actually giving a fill. So this time I won't sit at the obvious level. I will just move it a couple of cents higher, and maybe we'll get that opportunity. Tesla almost at VWAP. I think it was the right time to get out of that short on AMD. Maybe look for something which can give me that reversal play.
Yeah, that reversal definitely coming in quite hot. I'm pulling up this NVIDIA. Look at that. Nice little push right back through that 120 where, again, Neil pointed out some significant size sitting there as well. Let's take a quick look at some of these tickers here. We'll run through, I guess, again, we're looking at SMH coming back in. Let's throw a VWAP on as well to take a quick look at the tech sector here. So SMH attempting to push this VWAP right there, opening range lows incoming as well. NVIDIA pulling back up in towards its VWAP as well. So a nice little reversion happening there on NVIDIA. Intel, we're already watching there, a little bit sideways action, kind of compressing in and around that VWAP with a little bit of an orbit there. AMD to the downside, not really as I guess, as much of a reversion as some of these other ones there. I know I'm forgetting this TSM, of course. So TSM with the most reversion coming right back in all the way nearing opening range highs there. But pre-market, look at that sell-off in the pre-market, man. That is aggressive. We have yet to kind of recover to some of those levels, but opening range levels 176, definitely interesting that we make it all the way back, all the way up on TSM. Nothing can definitely stop that one right there on TSM. And another name that we might not look at as often, ARM, right? So let's see what ARM is up to. ARM did a bit of a quadunk in the pre-market, breaking below that 170 level, 173s in prior days lows right there, making fresh lows, so almost a 10-point flush down to 163s, 164s here on ARM itself. So a nice little look there at some of these tech names. So very disconnected, right? Some of them up, some of them down. We talk about potential interest between TSM versus Intel versus some of these other names as well. 20,100 still holding as of right now. SOX S, I was looking for a potential long there. It does come in off of the open there, holds VWAP and pushes about, I guess, 50, 60 pennies there on SOX S, which is, again, pretty decent range for what this ticker does. Comes right back in, holding VWAP right now below that 21 as of right now. So reverted the move, very similar to that, looking kind of similar to that of TSM here. And again, some of the larger holdings in this ticker, I think, again, AVGO is up there, NVIDIA is up there as well. You know, NVIDIA is catching a bit of a bounce there as well. So
that's
success. I'll definitely be watching.
That's just not fair.
What is not fair, Neil?
It's not fair.
Life is not
AMD. This is a very, very real wick. So the last time it came to 165, it kind of tagged it. It broke 90s and got to exactly even, then hung around long enough, not going to draw a line, that you could get the lower high. This time, it bounced up to 165 and immediately retraced to 164. There was no chance to get it, so cancel that order. And obviously, NVIDIA got to VWAP at that same moment. I think you were showing that chart. NVIDIA got to VWAP. I tried the curl on AMD, but once again, you kind of miss it there. We got it the first time. We'll see if we can't get a second or third opportunity to short that pop. Let me just quickly go over to ARM. I prepared for this. I actually paid for locates on ARM today, so I can short ARM. Usually we have to pay about 1/8 of 1 cent here at Real Trading. There was a question in the chat, what platform we're using. We're using the P-Pro 8 platform here, which is exclusive and proprietary to Real Trading, which is the largest day trading company pretty much in the world. And it's a fantastic built for traders by traders. We put a suggestion in. Sometimes they don't listen because it's a low priority. But if enough traders want something in the platform, then it ends up happening, and that's what it's all about. So we love it. We get locates to be able to short things that might be hard to borrow during the day. So ARM, 1/8 of 1 cent per share for a $160 stock is a pretty good value. Obviously, if you were shorting it and holding overnight, that would be a different cost. But that's failing underneath VWAP. I don't know if we get a retest. Might have to go right back over to AMD. AMD is so weak right now. Down 8%. We didn't get to it late, but that's fine. The way I see it is early on, we shorted Tesla at the highs. We had NVIDIA up here, but when we got out of NVIDIA, I pivoted to AMD because it was weaker. NVIDIA could be putting in higher lows. Accidental log. How hilarious is that? I actually got the higher low accidentally on NVIDIA and took out for 15 cents because I wasn't looking to go long. But keystroke errors, you should cover right away. Like if I hold this, hey, look at me, I accidentally went long. Let's hold it into VWAP just because. Well, that's silly because the next time you do it, what if it's the wrong direction and you lose? Just jump out of the trade. So I jumped out of it. That's why you'll see me there. That's not any kind of hooray for me. Market's still working down. We're just short Rivian, and we're going to Adara for Money Talks.
That's a sweaty hold, man.
DXY making its third consecutive red candle here on the daily chart, breaking below that key 104.10 area, which was an area of resistance and support for the DXY. Started forming here back in fall 2023, so pretty key area. Definitely worth watching out here for the DXY. We do have some data coming in earlier today. USA manufacturing month over month and industrial production month over month data, both coming in higher than the estimate, but lower than the May print. So for June, manufacturing production month over month change positive 0.4% versus positive 0.2% expected, but 1% was the prior number. Industrial production month over month for June, 0.6% versus the estimate of 0.3%, but below the prior number of 0.9%. We also had housing starts and building permits data on the month over month basis, both higher than expected here. We had 3% here for June for the housing starts compared to the negative 4.6% for May. We also had building permits month over month for June rising here by 3.4%. So interesting look here. We had two Fed speakers earlier today, none in the docket for later today. But we did have Feds Barkin and Waller both speaking about the labor market. Feds Barkin saying the labor market is, quote, tight, but not crazy tight. Well, Feds Waller said the labor market is in a sweet spot and that the Fed needs to maintain current labor market conditions. So labor market continuing to be of emphasis here for Fed speakers. We're going to be getting some Philly Fed business index data coming in tomorrow, but the rest of the week a little bit lighter for economic data with the exception of some Fed speakers coming throughout the days, guys.
1/4 of what I had. But.
Yeah, and one of the things we try to do here is that Obi and I were just going over like Intel and sort of how like that can really work off that. Wow, now it's breaking trend right back into 35.5. Like this is that 35.5 level. Let me just get rid of these trend lines. They're just confusing. Maybe I'll finish that thought for the lesson of the day. But here's the 35.5. If Intel cannot hang on to this, the gap fill will be explosive. Why 35.5? If you're just tuning in now, this is why. Breakout off of this level. Now you're getting the retracement back into it. It was a triple top of sorts. But if Intel can't hold on to this particular level, there goes a break. Breaking by a cent or two, which is exactly what just happened, isn't that big of a deal.
No.
If buyers show up in front of it, I might take something at like 52, 53 with a 5 or 6 cent stop. You can't get it. Never mind. As I was saying that, might take something with a 52 or 53 with a 5 cent stop. Could not get the fill, already back up to 60. If I can get picked up, the risk to reward would be if it bounces off 35.50 again like it did, you could see VWAP, which is 50 cents. If it loses, you could risk 5 or 6 cents. I think that can be worth it on a stock that's up today. But I don't want to compromise. If you take it too far away from that level, I don't want to risk 15 to 20 cents for that same move. It's got to be tight, though. It's trending into the downside now. And if that gets lost, it can get really, really nasty. So it did just pick me up at 53. So if it breaks that low now, it would be about a 7 cent hit. So if it gets above 60 again, we'll scalp out on the way to $36. So that's the play here on Intel. As the market is dying, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's coming in.
AMD is breaking 163. We never got that reload. I do have a short that's just still Rivian. That could be breaking channel down. We've just been shorting off of VWAP. But getting a chip name short, we didn't get that reload on AMD. NVIDIA's not at a price that I like either. Intel just happens to be relatively strong on the higher time frame, but we do want something else short that isn't just Rivian. With only 5 minutes to go here, Obi.
Yes, sir. That 35.5. We did break it by a few pennies, rips right back in. So low a day break, bit of a I guess I wouldn't really call it a failure to follow through just yet, as we're just still trading in that range there. But I am kind of piecing off a good chunk of my position here, just because it dropped down quite aggressively, and it's holding as of right now, right below that day low as of right now. So let me just show you guys what I'm talking about here.
Show them.
Right here. So we come in. We rip down. That's where we've caught a bid before us, and it's prior kind of levels on the chart as well. So I do want to piece off a little bit there, maybe some more here as it comes in to a prior resistance level, potentially turn support. But again, that flush was quite aggressive, right? And again, we talk about using other indicators and other tools as a bit of confluence. And take a look at this, Van Eck break. We talk about that VWAP. I was like, is VWAP going to stay heavy? VWAP comes in, tests 262s, drops down 262 halves almost, and then drops down 2 points to the lower end of this this kind of uptrend that we're kind of getting on the potential reversion there. Higher lows, higher highs as well off of this flush that we had, but VWAP holding as a bit of a selling with some selling pressure, it would seem, just based off of what we're seeing here on the chart. So let's see what Intel does with its day low here. We're only trading about 10, 20 pennies off of that. We would get into, I think, what's the low print there? Do we get down to 40s there?
40s. Earlier.
46. I got 46 as the low there. So didn't quite get me in the 40s, and I was like, all right, well, I'm going to start piecing off. I don't really want to be too I guess, stingy with it. But again, this is what Neil and I were talking about here. I sell all the way down. Like, I like it. I like the way the tape is looking. I like the way we failed that 37. I like that we have a bunch of these players offside. I like that we have the opening drive players offside as well with this kind of action coming in. And then now VWAP selling has, again, we talk about this pre-market consolidation potentially being offside. Day low, if we break day low, that's a decent chunk of participants offside as well. And we're testing in and around that area, confluenced with a market flush back down into 20,100. So I like that look as well. But again, I don't want to stick around for too long. I'm just slowly, now I think I'm just going to be time covering a lot of this move here, and maybe getting more in if we make lower highs as well. So seems to have worked out not too bad as of right now. But you know what? It's kind of taking a little bit here. So I will do that, and I will kind of come back to it maybe a little bit higher here, as now we just have this entry left over. See, this is the thing. We're talking about this. I got aggressive on the way down. How can I do better with kind of having a lot more of my inventory in and around this level where I'm like, all right, I get short, get stopped out, and that's fine. But if I was really big here and I get stopped out, I'm spending a good chunk of my daily shutdown risk on that, right?
You know what I found?
What's up?
If I'm ever taking a short against the grain and a reversion trade,
yeah.
If I know, and usually you know this, you really like the level, if it wicks you out, you're jumping right back in.
Oh, yeah.
The answer to the question is, if whatever I'm willing to take on the first time, if it wicks me out, I have to take the same size or more the second time
maybe
through.
Even more.
Yeah, or more.
Yeah, more EV.
And if I'm not willing to do that, then I should be sizing down on the initial entry. It's that simple.
Fair.
Because if I don't like it that much, that I wouldn't just jump right back in, or I can't jump in for that much, that means I'm taking too much on that first trade. And I'm talking specifically about something that has gone against you, or not gone against you, something that's against the grain, like Tesla. Like in that situation, if I get wicked out of that 258, then I know, like if it does this to me, and like say this trade is over here, if I get that loss, then I'm coming right back in. It has to be the same. If I'm not willing to take the same size or more, then that trade has to be for less the first time. And that would just be my approach to it. But everyone has to kind of do their own thing.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a balance, right? That's what I'm trying to find. A balance.
That's all it is.
My style.
Balance in the force.
Exactly. Got to be balanced. A little bit of good, a little bit of bad. Hopefully a lot of good. But
although that doesn't work with the Jedi, because the Jedi are supposed to be all good.
Yeah.
And the Sith are kind of all bad.
Yeah. But maybe we're just trying to be a new breed where we're a little bit of a hybrid, you know? Hybrid between good and evil.
No, that's what they're trying to do with the Acolyte, and failing miserably.
Okay, I see. I haven't seen.
No, we went halfway through it. I haven't even watched it in a few weeks. Okay. I will finish it because look, I believe in the sunk cost theory. If I start watching a show and it stinks, I just stop watching it. The only place that doesn't exist is when it's Star Wars. I just continue watching. But you know what? If you like what you see here, Intel working short, Intel working long, the market working to the downside, AMD looking pretty good. If you like the show, hit that like and subscribe, because hey, we try to be good every single day. And if we lose as traders, we try to be better. We try to learn and do better for the viewers every single day for free. So with that, in lieu of throwing to him in 5 seconds,
like, subscribe, share the show that takes you into the heart of the market.
Oh, that was a little laggy.
That one never works the way I want it to.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
Professor.
it's a little laggy. Yeah, thank you.
It's a little bit laggy, that one. But it is apparently already 11 o'clock, I guess.
Time
flies. Time flies when you're finishing each other's sentences. I love that. Like Intel is in the money for both of us at the current moment. I promise you that won't be the same in about 20 minutes. Either it's going to VWAP or it's going to lose this bid. But we got to head on over to the midday. It's the professor. Now you want to fade us out?
They're fading us out. Come on.
Well, now we're just going to hold here for another couple seconds here.
I'm not leaving.
Yeah, you know what? Just because you did that, now we're just going to hang around. Did we see what was for lunch? I don't have the lunch. I was going to say what was for lunch today, but I didn't get the lunch menu for today, so we can't actually do that. So I'm just going to keep rambling for a couple of seconds here because I can't do what's for lunch because I don't know what it is. I can speculate what it might be. What did you guys have yesterday?
The chicken was pretty good. I don't know if it was breast of chicken, as mentioned before, but it was thigh of chicken, Adara says. Yeah, so it was thigh of chicken.
Thigh of chicken.
But nice, tender. It was good.
We like chicken that tender. Obi likes the thick ask, and he also likes the tender chicken as well, tender thigh. We'll throw it over the midday. It's Sharif, it's Adara, it's Learn to Trade. Enjoy, everybody.
We'll see you guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara right there, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other chat or the other stream. MB3 joining us today. What's up? My name is Sharif, not Stash. MB3. Peter, Nate, Easy Trader, Callum, Mitchell Miller, Hamster One, Oscarito, and Timon Sebastian as well. Shout out to the OG Darwin. Where's Sean? Elico, none of your business. Matt Booth, Oscarito, Fiddleback, Look Shoon, Jonathan, Danielle K, Leo there, Atif Tibet, Ronaldo, Derek Thompson, and Darren Golden. Big Spile Burdette. Got pictures to show in a second. Tammy, Pitchbull, Jonathan Stewart, James Dell, Logan Pop, and Shay Howdy, as well as Miss A. Miss A has decided to join us as well. That's good. Gorev, the Pawns, the Fawns, Roberto. What's up, my man? We got Chucky, Trader Forever, and TX Trader. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning, Sharif. How are you this fine Wednesday?
I'd be fine.
Is it Wednesday, yeah.
It is, yeah. Hump day.
Hump day.
How's it going? Yeah, good, good. I'm fine, fantastic. Everything is good on this side of the desk. Ready to look at the markets, ready to trade. So let's get right down to business. If you've got nothing to talk about, we'll start right now.
Cool.
So as you can see, everything down into the right road. There's not really much in Mag 7 world that's doing a whole lot of green. Apple is trying to weasel its way back into the volume weighted average price near that 228, mid 80s, somewhere in around there. I was actually talking to Big Spile Burdette on the gram, and he's like, look, man, it's it's my kind of day. It's red, it's fantastic, but I'm actually looking for a mean reversion trade. So shout out to Big Spile. Haven't seen him go long on these here futures in a hot minute, so it'll be nice to see that. We're also at local resistance levels here on AAPL. The only reason I'm focusing on this one is because it's really the only one doing green at the moment. We'll cycle through the small cap gappers and some of the other names, but yeah, coming into that local level of resistance right now is AAPL, so I'll be looking for possibly a short on that one. Microsoft looking awfully weak here, continuing to print newer lows off the 10 EMA. Basically every rejection has been either the 10 or the 20. It's been a short the pops kind of day. Breaking through now for the first time on today, 440. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. That's been a level that's been of importance for some time, so keep your eye on the Mag 7. Very much in negative territory today. Really looking at where we can get short and what indicator we can get short off. So that's what I'll be keeping my eye on today. Adara.
I've been in the EWM, the IWM. I took an EWM trade earlier, did not go well, and I really want to shout out what Neil and Obi were saying about if something happens, if you get stopped out, whatever, and you still believe in that trade, you got to go harder. That's what I did here in IWM. Already took some profit on this one, and this is the level I should have been shorting in the first place, that 223.30. I wrote a plethora of levels down for IWM. One of them was 223.40, so I didn't quite get it. It was close enough. I was ready to take that trade. I was staring, and I was like, Adara, you need coffee. Before you take this trade, you must caffeinate. So I caffeinate, I come back, and we're at 223. I was like, I missed my trade. But we were seeing these lower highs there on the book. I was like, try this short at 223s. I said, if I see anything change on the book where it looks like we're going to curl higher, then you get out. We did get a little bit of that twisty curl, so I ended up getting out there of that trade when we got, so I lost 18 pennies on that. But then I watch this, we get to 50s. Like I said, at 40s was the main level I was interested in. We get to 50s. And then we drop, and I say, see what we do at 40s, 30s. We get to 30s, then we go lower. I already have scalped out about 15 pennies out of this, and I did add to the position when we got back to those 30s. So I'm continuing. This is going to be a bit of a, one of my little chop and churn type trades. This is the type of style I like doing. If the IWM give me the opportunity to do so right now, we don't want to break 21s. So I'm going to take a little bit out at 21s because you guys know 21 can always do something for me. That is a level I will always be pleased as punch about. Also looking at Schwab here, because Charles, can I call you Chuck, Charles? Chucky Schwab here. I want to take a look at here. SCHW. This one currently still down in the day despite that SSR. I was looking for an SSR bounce. And it's giving you some interplay around VWAP. We had rejection, a little bit of a bounce. Let's see what we do here. Also eyeing Lilly, Mademoiselle, and its cousin here, Novo Nordisk. These ones did have Roche having some positive drug-related data. IWM also popping higher, so I'm probably going to have to say buy WM before I get too IW massacred. Shout out to Sharif for making that joke today. But you know what? Right now we're going to wave our way into this lesson of the day.
All right, we're talking about Elliott wave theory all week long, continuing over from last week. So let's get right down to it. There is the title right there. It is pullbacks versus reversals. We're talking about wave 2 today. We got more nuanced on how to identify wave 1, the more volatile of the waves, the initiator of the actual sequence. Today, we're going to be looking at wave 2, how we can basically discern a wave 2 pullback from an outright reversal, given that that time of the Elliott wave sequence tends to be quite volatile. So in Elliott wave theory, correctly identifying a wave 2 pullback is absolutely crucial. It separates the energetic wave 1 from the powerful and lengthy wave 3, which offers a potential entry point for a continuation trend. However, mistaking a wave 2 for a trend reversal can lead to misleading opportunities and costly exits. Let's explore the key characteristics to differentiate between the two. So let's get right to it. So why are we, taking the time to talk about wave 2? Well, there's a reason for that, right? There is a certain amount of importance allocated to wave 2, even though it's the corrective wave, not the trending wave. Well, there, I kind of prefaced it. It's a healthy correction. So a wave 2 is a natural and healthy price retracement following the initial thrust of wave 1, but it also sets the foundation for wave 3, the biggest, the baddest, and the lengthiest of the waves. A well-defined wave 2 sets the stage for the extended move of that wave 3, and it also presents us with a trading opportunity. If we can correctly identify wave 2, then it presents us with a nice entry. So identifying wave 2 pullback can present a buying or selling opportunity, depending if we're going long or short, just based off that. So how do we distinguish wave 2 from a reversal? I'll be talking about the characteristics to be looking at for wave 2 versus the characteristics you need to be looking at for a reversal. So let's start with the wave 2 pullback. The depth of wave 2. So typically, wave 2 will retrace between 38.2 to 50% Fibonacci retracement of wave 1. Let's repeat that. 38.2 to 50% of wave 1. You usually within that range. However, there are times where it can extend up to 61.8% using Fibonacci retracements. The time frame also important here in distinguishing wave 2 from a pullback. Wave 2 generally is shorter than wave 1. It's important to know. So lengthwise, days, hours, minutes, whatever time frame you're charting wave 2 or the Elliott waves on, typically wave 2 should be shorter in length, not price, length, than wave 1, price as well. Volatility, another important factor to consider in identifying wave 2 versus a reversal. Often less volatile than wave 1. We know wave 1 tends to be typically quite volatile because it's initiating the trend, and it tends to have less choppy or corrective price movement. And there is an Elliott wave rule here that wave 2 should not breach. Okay, so specific Elliott wave rules like not exceeding the starting point of wave 1 for a downtrend or not retracing below the swing low of wave 1 for an uptrend. So essentially where wave 1 starts, so if you're going north, if you're going up, it should not retrace below wave 1. And I'll show you what I mean by a second. So here we go. This is the wave 2 fib levels. So what you get here is the initial thrust of wave 1. Wave 1 starts over here, concludes at the crest over here. So what you would be doing is you'd be looking to measure the entirety of wave 1 and look to gauge a retracement of 38.2 to 50% of the move. So you'd be looking somewhere in and around here, okay? So that's the idea there. You kind of base it off fibs. That's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is the rules that Elliott wave theory has. So here we go. This is the start of wave 1, right? And then what ends up happening is you have a breach of wave 2, of the bottom of wave 1. So that's incorrect. It cannot be that way, right? Same thing goes over here. Wave 1 initiates over here and it breaches it. So it cannot be that way. That is a breach of Elliott wave rules. So here's how it typically should look, okay? So if you're going on a bull, the start of wave 1 starts up here, it concludes up there. Wave 2 starts up here, concludes down here. It doesn't breach the entry, the initiation of wave 1. It definitely comes like about 2/3 of the way down, but there's no breach. With respect to a bear move, a down move, so initiation of wave 1 starts here, concludes there, wave 2 starts here, concludes there. You have about a 50% retracement there. And in this case, wave 2 is not as deep. Like you can tell, there's zigzag and there is a flat. So in this case, wave 1 starts here, concludes here, and then wave 2 ends up only retracing about 38.2%. So it's showing you generally how wave 2 should look relative to wave 1. Obviously goes without saying, each different instrument is going to have its own nuances, and they're not all going to, look as similar. So now, with respect to a trend reversal, what are some characteristics or signs that you can look for in that what you perceive to be a second wave that actually make it more likely to be a trend reversal rather than a healthy correction of wave 2? Here's the first one. Depth. We talked about the depth with respect to wave 2. We'll talk about it here for a reversal. It can be deeper than wave 2, obviously potentially exceeding that maximum fib retracement of 61.8, and at its worst, obviously breaching the initiation of wave 1. So you don't want to see it really breach anything beyond 62%. If it does, you really should be looking at more of the chances of it being a reversal here. The time frame as well. It can be longer than wave 1. So these retracements, these reversals, if they're not to be wave 2, they can definitely last longer than wave 1. So they can consolidate for a moment in time, zig and zag a little bit. So when you look at the time frame, the duration of wave 1, a reversal could be on the horizon if what you perceive to be wave 2 actually is longer in length than wave 1. And the volatility, it may exhibit increased volatility compared to a regular wave 2 with strong price swings in the opposite direction of the trend. So you'll end up seeing, instead of a healthy retracement, it'll start spiking up. Okay, and last but certainly not least, the breaking of the Elliott wave rules, like breaking key areas of support and resistance that have been established by wave 1, or violating other Elliott wave rules, like exceeding the starting point of wave 1. Okay, so that's kind of what we're looking for there. And some additional tips to keep in mind: confirmation from indicators, right? Using technical indicators like we've talked about many times in the past, like the relative strength index, like the moving average, convergence, divergence, help you identify potentially overbought and oversold territories or conditions, I should say, in wave 2, which can signal a pullback rather than an outright reversal. And you should also be looking at the higher time frame. Made this point very clear yesterday. You have to get into the habit of doing a multi-time frame analysis, whether that's looking on the weekly, moving down to the daily, starting with the daily, moving down to the 4-hour. You get it. It has to take place like that because you need to be able to see the full picture. And the price action matters in this case. So look for continuation patterns, for example, like flags or pennants, like we mentioned yesterday, within the wave 2 pullback, which could suggest to you, obviously, the potential continuation of the trend. And here's what I mean. Again, I showed you this exact infographic yesterday, but I'm going to show it again. When we're looking at RSI price divergence, we're looking for the making of higher highs on the price while they're making of lower highs on the RSI. That would suggest to us a bearish divergence, but that's not the only way it works. We can also look for the formation of waves, whether wave 2, 3, or otherwise, upon the moving out of overbought or oversold conditions. That means moving down from 70 or up from 30, okay? Same thing goes with the MACD, the moving average convergence divergence. In this particular instance, we can look for bearish or bullish divergence. Again, what that means is the price makes lower lows, lower highs, etc., but the MACD says, we've done as good as we can do to the downside. We're going to start making higher lows. That is what we call bullish divergence. Not the only way we can use MACD. As we mentioned yesterday, you can also look for the MACD line to cross above or below the signal line and coincide those crosses with the formation of the waves, whether on the crest or the trough. And you should also be looking for within wave 2, so not at the formation or the conclusion, but within it, for continuation patterns that may indicate to you, okay, that's the end of the retracement, and we're going to continue back in the direction of the trend of wave 1 and initiate wave 3. So if you see a wave 3 coming out of wave 2, for example, with one of these chart patterns over here, that's another check mark to add onto your list and say, yes, I'm seeing what I need to see in order to, justify my analysis that this is actually a wave 2. So keep those things in mind. And remember, guys, as we always say, there's no foolproof method, and markets can sometimes be ambiguous and bamboozling. However, by understanding these characteristics as we've explained them to you today and using them in conjunction with other technical indicators, you can increase your confidence in differentiating wave 2 from pullbacks and trend reversals. Adira.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharif, for going over that and preparing those lists. I think it's interesting, too, because much like with wave 1, it's like, how do you know if this is a whole new start of a thing or changing the tides, or it's just a regular old move? I like that we also have that with wave 2. It's like, this is a pullback? Are we continuing this move? So, yeah, it's really, they're part and parcel. It's parting together to kind of look at both elements to understand it a skosh better. So thank you very much, Sharif, for that lesson. I've been chilling here with UM, and I've had some mixed trades on our pal UM. Like I said initially, I'm going to switch to the 1-minute chart because we have been scalping it up a storm, so I just want to even remember what I was doing here. So like I said, a couple shorts did not work. Then I ended up getting long here off that 223. Where did I start? I started at 40s, added here at 26s. Is this what happened? Yes, that is what happened. I started at 40s, added at 26s. We got to 10s, and I saw us bounce. We did technically have a higher low here in the book, so I saw us bounce. This is hard for me. I really wanted to panic sell, but I said, Adira, you're not really seeing any crazy motion in the ocean yet. We bounced like crazy, so I was like, cool, please just punch. Ended up, actually, we got about, this was nice. I got part out at 60s, part out at 70s. I had like a scintilla, a fifth of the total position here left. So that I ended up only getting about 10 pennies on, but not going to cry over or spilt shares there. Please just punch with that. Got back in when I saw higher lows in the book, then ended up getting out again for another 25 pennies. Tried this one more time. This was the time that was not the charm. Third time was not the charm for me in this. And it ended up, we got a little bit of a move down here. I ended up getting out. Should have probably gotten out a little bit earlier, but c'est la vie, you got to do what you got to do. I still like this 40s area. This 40, I've noticed, has been the motion in the ocean. This has been the key decisive factor. We'll waffle around this, but once you have that 40 break, then you know if this thing's going up or down. If you're scalping this. And again, take that with a pinch of salt, a grain of salt if you want. Also worth noting, though, this bounce here at like 10s to 15s on the book has been pretty strong. You can kind of see it reflected in the chart as well when you go to the 1 minute. But there is massive resistance here at IWM around this 223.70s with lower highs. So that's my quick EWM analysis there, if I may. Schwab here below the 90 MA. I wonder, Schwab, if we have a good trade on you, can I call you Chucky? Do I have to call you Charles? Can I call you Sea-Dog? We'll find out. But anyways, I am looking at Schwab. I'm a little hesitant to short this one. I've never done an SSR name as a short. And I know Neil was also mentioning you have to be really cognizant with these ones if you're short because it can pop up. So I do want to be aware. I don't want to accidentally, break the bank on this one trade. But we do have lower highs. It's a clear rejection area, a bit of confluence as well. Bless you. That 63.58. We get there, we bounce, we pop, then we make a lower high, and it's also in confluence with VWAP, or 9 EMA and this doji candle. So I do like that look. Don't have a verdict on that one yet. Also, someone was asking, where's Sean?
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, I still pressed the big butter button. He's in jury duty. I pressed the hot order button. But yeah, so that is what's happening there. Also, Apple crawling a little bit higher. I'm not the Apple whisperer, but I want to shout out Sharif's trade on that. I guess you're not getting too lost in that Apple sauce. How are you doing over here?
No, not yet. Maybe in a little bit. Took a beak wetter there. We've been trading this one decently today. Started with the retracement down here. Did well, with the short. Looking for it to hold the 10 exponential. I'm going to get out if it breaches this area over here. Yeah, we're out. profitable trade, but yeah, definitely still zigging and zagging. So I'll look for a breach of VWAP to really size into this one because it's obviously rejecting the volume weighted average price. But what I do like about it is it's making those higher lows. So if I can get a better price on AAPL for a possible mean reversion here. Otherwise, if it rejects VWAP and continues to make low, we'll get short on this one. But interesting look with Apple. Let's look at some of the small cap gappers because I don't have them all as small cap gappers because there's just so many other names running. I've had to look at some other names today outside of the Mag 7 and small cap gapper. But within the small cap gappers is Shim, 53% to the high side today, having traded 30 million shares, about $98 million market cap, 1.8 million share float, give or take. And let's find out the short float there using Trade Ideas, SHIM. So this one has a short float, a negligible about 0.5%, nothing really to talk about here. So this one, look, is not above the pre-market high. This one was an after the bell mover yesterday at 4.05, really spiked up. The 4 a.m. pump right there at the opening of the pre-market got into about 350 or just thereabouts, 348 technically. We're not above that. So, you know, I don't have the best feeling about this name. I'm unlikely to trade it just because it's below the pre-market high. So we'll keep an eye on it. If it breaches the pre-market high, we can sing a different tune about this one. AMIX, this one was one of the bigger movers on the day, but it has since retraced a skosh. So it's up still 23%, $25 million market cap. The float, 10.1 million shares. And let me just double check the short float. Nothing, well, there's not one here using Trade Ideas. Again, this has breached the volume weighted average price. It's well above the pre-market high, so it has that going for it. But if it gets above $1.40, then we can start talking. But for the moment, not a good look. WNW was a big boy mover right when we started the show. I put this on the side chart, or right anticipating the show. It was really going here, but like with a lot of these small cap gappers, the fade comes in fast and furious. $1.54 high, trading below the volume weighted average price, a bit above $1.25, about 127 or so. The details on WNW are as follows. It's a $4.25 million market cap, so very small. 11.6 million shares traded on the day. The float, 1.6 million shares in the short float. Let's find out what that is. WNW. Okay, 2.5%. Yeah, again, not much to write home about here. Now, some of the other non-small cap gappers that I've got on here, GFS. Did anybody see the move today on Intel? Well, that was only kind of half of what GFS did. GFS catching the same catalyst as Intel, which is local North American, made in America chip production. And that's what the market wants to hear right now or see right now after the comments from yesterday. So this bad boy was at 54 1/3 to start the day. It got to $62. This is just not a small cap gapper, guys. This is a legitimate company. The market cap on this is a cool and gnarly $33 billion. It did find a bit of a top at 62. For whatever reason, found a bottom, at least locally here at 58 3/4. The volume weighted average price, which it's trading below right now, at that gnarly 6.5. Let's go to the 4 hour here and see if we can glean any areas of interest here for resistance. So we talked about 62 being that level. Well, lo and behold, look at this area crest over here from the end of December, right around that Christmas time. It comes into 62 1/3. So 62, not for no reason that we found resistance at that level. Technically 61.98, well below that level now, breaking down below 60 into the high 59s. But GFS could be an interesting one, guys. Global Foundries is the name of the company going in the next few days. If this kind of made in America, onshoring, nearshoring kind of chip thing takes hold for the next foreseeable future, well, obviously, if he keeps making comments about it, Biden and Trump both made comments with respect to that kind of thing yesterday. Intel obviously got this one on the side chart. Looking at 35. 35 was an interesting area yesterday. When we moved up in the aftermarket around 6:30, we topped out at 35. We didn't have a lot of interaction with that 35 level in the earlier trading session, but now we are, okay? So we dipped down after that big boy move into 37 and change, and lo and behold, where do we find an area bottom? Yeah, that's that $35 level. Sure, breaches it by 7 pennies. going to 34.93, which is the low of the day. I want to see what the trading is like here at set 35. If it holds it, we could take something here for a nice move back up. Donald John Trump, obviously on watch because of the RNC and everything that's going on in political world right now. And then Bloom Energy. All right, I'm not going to go too much into the fundamentals of the company, but the whole point of Bloom Energy and why it's been pamping is because basically data centers, AI data centers, are going to use a ridiculous amount of energy, which we don't have. So you're going to have to come up with some new innovations. A lot of people talking about small modular reactors for nuclear, but there's also hydrogen, and this is where Bloom Energy shines, pardon the pun, but this is the idea here. Bloom Energy looking to make data centers based on hydrogen fuel cell technology. They got a couple of deals under their belt, one yesterday, one announced today, or two yesterday, or something like that. The whole point is keep your eye on this one, and if I show you the daily, you'll kind of get a little bit of what we're doing here. Sequentially higher lows and higher highs since the start of February. So Bloom Energy looking like it has a nice little trend behind it here, Adair.
Yeah, so Tesla, I have been doing things in Tesla. We did a short, I was not scalping enough, initially got involved. Where did I get involved in this short initially? Also, I'm trying to get short again. Initially got short on TSLA at 250. 50s. Then because a really small position, so I was like, oh, we'll add it to 50, 65s. That looked cool for like half a second. I was like, cool, thank you, Tesla. Then that didn't work. We made these higher lows, got out, happy with where I got out. Then I decided we're gonna flip long because the way we were holding, we were like beautifully bouncing there off of support. We were seeing higher lows in the book, so I got involved 250, 80s. What I really wanted was a break up above into 250, where is this going to be like 251s decisively? We never got that breakup. So I said, you know what, Adara, just took 25 pennies in Tesla. But I said, basically, when I was in the long, I said, Adara, you can try for this, see if you get that breakup. I was trying to get filled at 99s. I think we got to like 95s, and then we sold off, lost out in that trade, but just did take a winner in Tesla. And I'm proud of myself with both the Tesla and the IWM. I've been able to step away from my short bias a little bit, try it short, try it long, find different directions. I don't mind taking a couple different trades in the same stock if I'm learning, if I'm growing, and if I'm trying to figure out new things. The reason I got short Tesla at that 250, that 250-20 area, for example, was because I saw we were bouncing off that when I was in the first short. So I said, if we break below that, Adara, and we will falafel, that's your short entry point. So happy to learn. Please just punch with that. Also, Zenod, $5 super chat asking for your take here. Sharif, any thoughts on trading index futures versus leveraged ETFs like TQQQ and SPXL?
I'll get to that in a minute.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
going to trade for a little bit.
Chat there. That's really all. That Tesla was kind of all I was looking at. This IWM continuing to waffle here. I should be definitely keeping a better eye on this Russell as it continues to, rustle some feathers, to use an Obi pun from earlier. But this one's still chopping and churning and moving around. Lots of stuff to look at today. My eyes are everywhere.
Okay, I'll go.
Oh, sorry, you keep going. Yeah.
So here we go. We'll look at some of the Mag 7 names that we didn't look at earlier. So Amazon putting a bit of a rounded bottom over here. So interesting look, 186. It seems to have found a bit of a base, putting in that rounded bottom, coming into the 20 exponential, which it hadn't been at all day. I mean, we dropped right at 930 the last time we were at the 20 exponential, and here we are at 187.5, finding a bit of resistance there. VWAP at that 188 level. I'm more, inclined to want to wait for a bit of a deeper retracement, less inclined to want to use the 10 and the 20. They haven't been working for me in the way that they were prior to the beginning of this week, so I'm going to be careful with how I use them, especially since Apple was able to retrace into VWAP over here and is doing a little bit of a dance with the volume weighted average price. I want to see how this one resolves. I do like the uptrends, the higher lows on Apple, but I'm concerned that it is obviously quite a bit of a negative day, so I don't want to be looking breakout-ish if the market is not really presenting me with those opportunities. So the higher lows, interesting here on Apple. You obviously, by default, the rounded bottom on Amazon has higher lows, but kind of in a different shape. This one looks more, Apple looks more like an ascending wedge, while AMZN has a bit of a rounded bottom. The reason I point out those two as opposed to any of the other two is because they're looking a bit more bullish than the other two. I mean, Meta's continuing to make lower highs, so is MSFT. MSFT, very similar look to to Amazon in the sense that it's right back at the 20 exponential. Google, which actually had a better start to the day than some of these other Mag 7 names because it got a bit of a double upgrade. I forget from who, but this one basically touching the 10 exponential, and it hasn't had anything near the 20 right now. So we'll keep an eye on Google. There. Just as I say that, it does breach the 10 for the first time on the day, so we'll see what it does at that 180 and 2/3. Again, though, I'm more inclined to want to hold off onto that 181 and 1/3, which is where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. I think, I don't think, I want to say Big Spile got it in my head that there's a mean reversion trade to be had here, but I am on the lookout for one, I should kind of say. NVIDIA has been interesting because obviously it got shellacked today. Because of the chips, the whole thing with the chips. But I like the fact that that 120 level, the whole $10 level, is basically coinciding with the volume weighted average price. So we get into that 120 level initially here at 1040, and we've been ranging below it the entire time. So, but the other thing with this one is, much like we said with Apple and Amazon, the higher lows are coming into play. So that's, I don't want to look long on a day where everything is red, but I have to call it what I see, and I see higher lows with an accumulation at VWAP. So we'll see if we get a break and take with one of these big names at the volume weighted average price. But yeah, so none. Here's where you have to look, none. So over here, you're going to see these white rectangles on my charts, and those will have the name of what I'm talking about. So I'll just give you an example. Here's goggles. Each one has a little white rectangle. And so you should be able to kind of see what I'm talking about there. I know that the setup of them is kind of not ideal, but it's not really in my hands there. With respect to the super chat, shout out to Zenod 1006, $5. Sharif, any thoughts on trading index futures versus leverage ETFs like the TQQQ and the SPXL? So that's a great question. So look, I don't think I have any issue with the leveraged ETFs, especially the ones that you trade intraday. I got to keep in mind that the levered ETFs are not good for holding them overnight because of the decay. Generally, you have more decay in those levered ETFs than you do with the regular ETFs. But ETFs, by definition, default, will have decay. The futures, though, I like because of its purity, right? It's really being traded by the institutions to hedge against different positions that they're taking. And so that's where the big money is. I know that the ETFs obviously work off, they're a derivative of the futures, but I personally like the futures better. Having said that, if you're going to trade with a small account, you need to really be aware of how the futures trade, because each tick is going to cost you quite a bit. So number one, we did a lesson on this, by the way. We did an entire lesson on it. If you can go into the YouTube homepage, like I'll show you over here, and basically search that on our channel. So you go to the Live Trading by Trader TV Live YouTube page, type over here, type in futures. What did we call it? For futures contracts. Yeah, so it was it was about a month ago or so, or maybe a bit more than a month ago. Yeah. This one was, about a month ago. So we did it during these lessons. We basically talk about all the different derivative products, the pros and cons of trading, leverage ETFs versus the actual futures contracts. Just go back and have a look at that. I'm sure, and we did one in December as well. So there's quite a few of them. We did one a couple of months ago and one back in December. So you'll find a few over here. Hope that helps, Zenod.
You can definitely go back to the futures there through that YouTube. And I think it was that lesson was really eye-opening for me as well, because sometimes I'll be like, I'm trading the futures, but I'm just on the SPY. And it's like, you're trading the same kind of idea, but you're trading them differently, right? So I want to shout that out. IWM, I am going to paraphrase TI here, grind won't stop, Russell won't quit. Yeah, this Russell is not quitting here in giving you some opportunities. I initially get short, I want to say 30s is where I initially got short. I've really added and subtracted since then. We pop up here to 45s, and I'm like, Adara, don't panic sell, don't panic sell, don't panic sell. You're still seeing stuff in the book, you like, don't panic sell. And then we come right back down, I get filled for my short, I'm like, cool. So stayed in that, or I guess panic buy. Is it panic buy when you're just short? Maybe, I don't know. But right now, the IWM having this bizarre, truly bizarre, I'm going to add here because we're still chopping and churning. We have this truly bizarre resistance here on the IWM at 223.10. I did mention that area earlier, that we'll get to there. We'll bounce a little bit, but I'm like, hey, you know what? If you're going to give me that resistance, I will take pieces out as we get into those areas. So I've really been taking out at 14s, 15s with portions portions of that position there, because what it's really doing is it's giving you a lot of top and turn. We'll drop 10 pennies, we'll pop 10 pennies. So it's like, if I'm going to have to wait for a breakdown, I might not even get my breakdown, I'm going to be taking some profit in between because I'm a very impatient individual. We broke below 2-3-10s. Okay, let's see if we can hold that break below 2-3-10s. I definitely took out a little bit too much on that last profit taker, but that's okay. I have a piece and I have a dream, and that dream might be dying a little bit as we get back above 2-3-10s, but I want to see that decisive 223.10 break down to the downside. Also, thank you so much to Michael Moore for the $2 super chat. Descending channel on TSLA, question mark? Hopefully I have an answer mark for you on that. Let's take a look here on that TSLA. It's on the NQ, Adara, come on now. Oh! That is first pushback of the day, and this Tesla certainly deserves it. We have that 251 level, support, support, support. We come down, bounce, higher low at VWAP here, higher low with all these rejections here into VWAP. Then we drop lower, we try to hold 251, not so fast, break below. We tried to break above 51 again and then dropped lower. So basically what I'm trying to say is I think descending channel, but I also think what's not more important, what's also worth noting here, that 251 level. I think if we break above that, things could be wild and woolly because that 251 has been a huge area of support. Also want to shout out to Sharif because he was definitely called out that 252.50 area yesterday on TSLA, and that Tesla day, I don't know. And that certainly that was the closing level on Monday, and that certainly has been a level for TSLA today. Tesla around 250s could be interesting. That 250 breakdown has been a little bit wiffle-waffly. We had that bottoming tail candle. So like I said, Michael Moore, I think if we get back to 251, just given how much of a level that was, things would get spicy. But other than that, it does look like a pretty standard 9 EMA rejection. IWM comes to 223 10s and it's like, actually, I'd rather be higher again. I'm like, I'd rather you not. IWM. Basically, as long as I see anything different here in terms of the market, unless I see like IWM decides it really wants 223.30s or something, I'm going to say it. I'm going to continue to add, but I don't really want to be adding when I don't have active eyes on it, right? Tesla certainly proving your downward channel theory correct as well here, Michael Moore, as it gets near those 249s. Thank you, Gabriel. Yeah, I try to stay positive. You know, I say even if the P&L is red, I'm always going to be green positivity. Also, one thing I want to address as well is I've mentioned this in the past. We broke below 223 on IWM, so happy with that. But basically, one thing I've said is I have a harder time trading in the afternoon, so I've made myself a checklist of questions if I'm going to get into a trade after 1. So hopefully that will improve the afternoon trading because I find I have a tendency to make really questionable decisions because my brain is just a little bit sleepy at that hour. Wow, that IWM breakdown here. Okay, IWM, you want to give me like 50 pennies here? Okay, bouncing a little bit off 70s. So you know what, if you're going to bounce off 70s, I'm going to bounce out of this trade here on IWM. Took 50 pennies in the money on the Russell 2000. If it keeps giving me opportunities, I would really love to get back in there. It looks like we're continuing to dip lower, but I wanted to profit take because I've noticed I have a issue if I stay in trades for longer. Like I had an IWM trade last week, 90 pennies in the money, ended up red on it because I didn't take out. So you just really, for myself, I find that strategy helps. But if I keep seeing lower highs, lower lows, especially 223 rejection, I'll be all up on that sauce. And I will want, I think all that smoke I will want. But Bitcoin's going to 0 here. It says candles, Evan. Let's see here how we're doing on IBI. I don't know if you're like doing that if you're quoting here or what, but we'll take a look at IBIT because I haven't really looked at Bitcoin in IBIT. Oh. Higher low, higher low, higher low. We had, looks like it was sort of maybe going to be a flat top break here at 32 or 37.20s. We get that push higher. I think if we bounce off 37.20s, I like IBIT quite a bit. Also, Novo Nordisk. I'm still eyeing Novo Nordisk and its cousin, Eli Lilly. Oh, Novo, you're going to make me do my third pushback already? Look at this bounce here at 135, like 50s, right? We come to 135.50s, chop turn, massive big old red candle, curl up, and then we come back here. We have a bit of a topping tail candle, a little bit here, but if we bounce off the 90 EMA, which will come into confluence with just above 135, I might like this as a long. The thing I don't like about it is it's going to be harder for me to scalp, and we do have here I don't love like the 5 cent to 10 cent spread. So that's something I want to be cognizant of. But that 135, if we break below, I'm cool shorting. If I'll hold it, I'm cool going long. It went back at 223. So this could be a bit of a decision point if I want to get back and do that Russell dance all over again.
Sounds good. Been trading Apple at the volume weighted average price, just scalping, doing well so far. I did breach that VWAP. Came into 229 and rejected, was able to move down 30 pennies, so kept scalping there. But here's the thing. So Apple is now above the volume weighted average price, not by a lot. I think that 229 is going to really be interesting to see whether it can take it, but it's the only one that's actually above VWAP right now. And by only one, I'm talking about the only Mag 7 name. So I don't want to take any breakout trades. I don't think it's a day for the breakout trade, but I do like these pullbacks into areas of support if I can get them, because it gives me a better price for any potential long. Taking the long at the highs, I feel on the Mag 7 today might be a little tricky. So here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing these lower highs come in to AAPL. So it's never really an exact level. This lower trend line goes without saying. So I'll be looking ideally here for that $0.50 to get defended. I'm talking about that 228 $0.50. Let me just make sure I cleared out all my orders here, because yesterday I had trouble with uncleaned up scripts. So here we go. Yeah, coming right back down. So I should have just held that short a little bit more, but I'm still interested in this higher low situation. So I could be persuaded certainly to get something off that $0.50 to coincide with that lower end or the bottom end of that trend line. So we'll see exactly what Apple gives us. Seems to be retracing a little bit. Obviously, everything in Mag 7 world down decidedly on the day. So now let's pull up the trusty watch list over here and see what is strong on the day, because a lot of stuff is weak. That we already know. So as you can see, big tech without exception, weak. Chips without exception. Obviously, no, that's incorrect. As we mentioned, global foundries and Intel strong on the day, but Intel now negative after the bell. GFS still up 1.86 after the bell. We have the memes, you know, I got my eye on GameStop. It's sub 30, keeping my eye on that. DJT obviously as well. We'll keep tabs on that. The EVs also weak today, except EVs and clean energy. Bloom Energy obviously up decidedly. Chinese EVs all in the red, I guess, because you know, Donald Trump showed some hawkishness yesterday, as well as Joe Biden with the chips and whatever. So bad news coming out of Washington generally there for China. And so that has everything really in Redsville over there. Now, this is the one that we could finally get some strength on to the high side, because crypto has been one of the things that has been running up as a result of the RNC. Positive comments coming from Donald Trump with respect to crypto. So we'll keep tabs on that. I see Apple is at the $0.50 over here. This is the area that I wanted to get in. I want to see what this does at the area. Does it breach the trend line aggressively? I'm looking at the side chart over here. Sorry for digressing, but I'm just going to keep my eye on this trade. Yeah, I could definitely be persuaded to get in if it holds up in and around here for a nice move up. So the area crest off which I would, or area trough off which I would base this trade if I was to get in here, would be this 228.20. If it would make a newer low, then the sequence wouldn't be valid anymore, right? Because we're looking for the higher lows, hence why I'm getting in. So right now there is a bit of chop and churn at the $0.50. Let's see what we get a little bit here. Yeah, okay, let's go long on AAPL. Doesn't look like I'm going to get in. So it did run a little bit without me there. Yeah, sometimes that's the case, right? If you wait a little bit too long, runs without you. So let's see if we get filled on the drop back down. Looks like it is going, yeah, it's right up into the 70s. So I had the right idea, poor execution, but that $0.50 held quite well. We'll keep tabs on it. I'm sure it'll give me more opportunities throughout the day. Going on with what I was saying, so crypto, we'll keep an eye on that. Cybersecurity, much like, you know, everything else, really taking a shellacking today. Cisco, the only one that's green there, up 1.25%. Fintech, and I thought, you know, this one would continue to do well as a result of the lower interest rate predictions that we're getting by the end of said year. Not much green there as well. So not a whole lot green. Pharma, biotech is green a little bit. Solar down aggressively, despite the fact, again, much like some of the other categories, it stands to benefit from a lower interest rate. So maybe taking a bit of a break today. But there's a lot of strength in energy. As you can see, everything on my energy watch list in Greensville being led by the actual West Texas Intermediate contract, up 1.86%, looking to almost go 2. aggressive move for it today. Basically up 1 3/4 since the bell has rung. Banking doing quite well, saving except for Schwab getting shellacked today as a result of poor earnings. JPM up big again for banks, obviously 1.5%, followed by Goldman, which had a decent day yesterday. Consumer defensive, really all of them mostly in green except Costco and Target, Walmart, Kohl's, all the others ones are green as well. And uranium, I saw some people talking about this in the chat, basically saying uranium is on sale. I don't know how I feel about that, but CCJ is down big today. Cameo Corp down 6.7%. This has been a very strong stock lately. Canadian company there, which deals in uranium with outsized volume on the day. Caterpillar, who saw Caterpillar yesterday? Neil messaged me this during the afternoon, be like, did you see Cat? I'm like, I saw Cat the day before. I didn't see it yesterday. And yesterday's move was even bigger than the day before. So Caterpillar in play, not much of a day trading stock, up nicely today, about 0.5%, but up with a decent amount of volume, 1.5 million shares a day.
Yeah, shout out to CCJ. I'm actually in CCJ long term.
Nice.
So good times there. Although not today with it being down 6%. CCJ actually reports soon. They report the week after next. So definitely keep an eye on that. Also, if there's any other stocks you're keeping your eye on today that you're like, I wonder what, Neelage or the Obi-Wan Fidence would have to say about that. There's a way of doing that. You go right now. And you vote, ! Join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's CCJ, maybe you want AMC, maybe you're in a GME mood, maybe you want COS, maybe you want, because you can, right? Any of those stocks, get involved in there. We do believe in a democratic system here at Trader TV, and we are brought to you, of course, and this segment is brought to you by Real Trading, so check that out. I'm doing a thing here on Tesla. I got short, I know, short near the bottom of the day. What are you doing? I was watching the book here. And we cannot get to 248. My area of entry is not the vibiest in the world, but I was watching there at the book and I was like, hey, well then I just say we pop back up. I was like, if we're kind of seeing these lower highs, if we can't get above that 248, try to get involved here in the short and just short the pops. So that's what I'm trying to do. Again, area of entry probably could have added at 248, but we didn't get above 248, which is why I stayed in this. We're going to break below 247. Yes, Tesla. Yesla. I don't know if I'm going to get filled, but that's fun. Okay, should have been filled there, but I was not able to get filled. So good times there. As long as we keep seeing lower highs, I will stay in this. I'm trying to get filled here at 247s. That would make me pleased as punch. But if Tesla does not want to let me punch out, not much I can do there as well. We're going to see another 247 test. If we bounce here at 247s, I'm absolutely going to have to get out. But I am really happy. I trusted myself on this. I'm trying to panic sell a little bit less. I'm trying to be a little bit less calm. More or less calm. I just want to breathe, try to sit in these trades. And as long as I'm seeing stuff I like in the book, generally confirming my thesis, I don't need to freak out all willy-nilly every time I see something move, right? That's been a huge lesson. I saw that as well when I was in the IWM short. Come on, Tesla, why aren't you letting me out? IWM popping up to 45s, then going back to 30s. IWM also continuing to do its little wick shimmy dance. I'll also shout out to Obi for saying wick shimmy dance today, because Sharif and I are both like, oh. But yeah. Got out of Tesla. We did that wick shimmy dance there on IWM around that 223s. It is continuing to do the tango. Tesla could have gotten more had it been a little bit more patient or a bit quicker for that 247, but it's all good, baby. I have to say, living my dream today. I'm always so happy to be trading these markets. NVIDIA, speaking of wick shimmy dances, I think these candles tell a lot of a story here, and it's going to be NVIDIA 119. I watched this here because I saw that little move down here, and that's the 3 minute. Let me switch to the 5. And I was like, what's going on here? We're at that 119 previous support. We hold it, we bounce, then we reject. I tried to short at 119. NVIDIA's like, yeah, too slow. But it has been wicking and, in fact, shimmying here with this topping tail candle. I think there could be some things to keep an eye on here in N to the V to the D to the A, the monster, as Sharif calls it. That is for sure. But let's look at its family reunion, its family picture, which is going to be the SMH. And I call that the family picture because it's going to be all of the little chips there in harmony. Whoo! Look at that. What is this? 262.30, bounce, we come in, and near VWAP, we pop up, reject violently. Then we reject VWAP again here. So I like that 262.30. I don't know if we'll get it, but this could be a double bottom. So much like NVIDIA coming to previous area of support, SMH is going to be one I'm watching. Charlie Taft saying go long Tesla 246. I'm always going to be a bit of a scalper, right? So I'm going to be really honest. My trades are always going to be based on what I see in the moment in the scalp. So but I really appreciate it. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that level to see what we do here at 247. This 247 breakdown is being a little bit stubborn. It's like, it's giving me Capricorn energy. As a Capricorn, I can say this, where it's like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm going to be difficult. So we have to see Tesla here. That 247 breakdown, if I see something I like in the book, I'm kind of tempted to take it. But, kind of tempted is something you have a lot and temps less. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens on this T to the S, the L to the A. What else are people looking at here? In the LCFY moving up, says MM. Market maker? No, I'm joking. But shout out to MM in the chat. LCFY, local FI has just been wild lately. This one moved last week. Oh, nice little 9 EMA bounce here for local FI. But look, we're kind of having a bit of an issue at that just shy of 7 area, which is where we popped up a little bit earlier. Let's take a look at the daily chart. With local FI too, guys, I saw only 0.2% short float. Very insignificant. But the bigger thing for me to note here is going to be the float on this one, because the float for local FI is under 1 million shares, 989,000 shares. We pop up here just shy of $4 earlier, come back down, then we bounce beautifully here coming into the end of last week. So good look here for local FI. We're also popping back into that previous area of resistance. For a small cap chart, LCFY is not bad, but hopefully you're able to take some profit there on local FI. It has you smiling and happy. How are you? I saw you were in Apple there.
Yeah, just got stopped out right now for a 10-penny loser on that one. We'll keep eyes on Apple as it's breaking that lower high. Here comes the 20s, because this is the area where we held up last time. So let's keep an eye on this one. If it holds 20s, I'll go long. If it breaks it, I'll flip short on this one. But yeah, interesting look here from Apple. It breaches the volume weighted average price, but like the overall market, I think it is a little weak at the moment here. So we're going to have to look possibly short here on AAPL, but it's holding above that 20-penny area. So I just want to pack my patience a little bit more to see what we get with this one. So we'll look to get short at this level over here at 15s, and we'll look to defend or to look to wet our beak possibly into that 228 area. So keeping an eye on that, we did breach the low of the day on the futures. So we continue to make those lower lows on the future. 20,000. Where isn't this updating? Oh, I've got it on the wrong screen. That's why. We've got 20,000. Oh, 1 second over here. 20,000, basically 64 at the moment, looking to really come into that 20,000 level. That's kind of what I've been waiting for all day on the future, for us to get into that 20,000 so that we could see if we can get a nice little gnarly bounce off that level. But yeah, interesting look on these names right now on AAPL. Keeping my eye on this one as it pops right back up above that 20 area. So we'll have to get out of that. So a bit of a tougher trade right now on AAPL as it zigs and zags a little bit to get you into the said trade. I'm going to keep my eye on this 50-penny area as well, because we're still not really doing much in the way of a pop back up. So here we go to the downside again on AAPL. So let's wait in the mid-teens possibly here to cover on Apple. Keeping my eye on this one. What else is going on over here? I just saw Meta just broke 470. That had been actually a good level to defend on the day for Meta. Meta was at that 470 area in the earlier part of the day, but was able to defend it. It did break down now below 469 at around 468.29. That's the low of the day right now on META. We'll keep tabs on that. I'm watching Microsoft curl a little bit back down off a 20 exponential retracement. So that's interesting as well. Same thing with Google coming into the 20 exponential as well and rejecting on that. So we'll look to cover a little bit, waiting for this fill on Apple. We're nicely in the money on this one, waiting for that fill at 15s, but that's not coming in as quickly as we'd like. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. Let's see what else everybody else is trading. Let's see. What else is everybody talking about? True Fam is looking to join FSLR. He wants that one talked about by the big kahunas. NVAX, says Tyler, will keep an eye on the vaccine or the biotech names. Mentioned that they were kind of strong on the day. NVAX was a good one. I had eyes on that one earlier. NVAX, let's look at that. Pull up this bad boy over here. Yeah, not doing a whole lot today. In fact, it's been more of a down channel, to be quite honest with you, here on NVAX. Not really participating like some of these biotech names. So not much for me to say there, really kind of rejecting off the 20 period there around that 1590. So we'll keep tabs on that one for you, but not much for me on that one. I'm keeping my eye on ASML as well, even though it's a super expensive name, really been beat down today. Let's bring that chart in. This one absolutely got destroyed, 11% to the downside with 979 the high, but there is a whole lot of defense at this 945. In fact, that is the low of the day, 945, and on this crest over here, it holds up again. So something with that price and NVAX. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Lots to trade today. Just so many names. Hard to choose a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
So keeping an eye here. Still in this Apple trade, looking for that move down, but kind of candle of indecision right now as it kind of dojis. We'll see what it does with the $0.50.
Yeah, Tesla trying to pick up here at 247. I tried to take that short at the low of daybreak because I did like stuff we were seeing in the book, but I took small size because I've had some issues wanting breakdowns in Tesla that won't happen. 249 on Friday. So I was like, we're going to take it with small size. And it was about getting the reps in because I'm not going to learn if I don't try it, right? We did end up not being able to make any money and then I did have to leave, got stopped out. Then I left as well because I didn't like what we were getting in the book there as we push above 40s, right? 247.40s, I should say. Then we get to 247.50s and we hold them like Adara, get long. Small position. I tried Tesla, was like, no. But why I liked it was because we're making higher lows here in the book. If we bounce off 248s on the book, that could potentially be a vibe for me, but we're also getting a bit of a topping tail candle. Either way, Tesla 248s could be interesting. We did have Michael Moore earlier in the chat, not the documentarian, but our lovely person in the chat there. Thank you so much, Michael Moore. Putting in the chat there, in a super chat that, Tesla in a descending channel. I don't disagree. I think there's certainly evidence of that. And I think if we reject here, that the descending channel is probably still intact. I want to see what we do here at 248 because Tesla, any stock at a whole dollar level, but especially TSLA and VDA, these mega caps that go a little bit more ham, I find they can be deeply fascinating when you get to these whole dollar holds. Speaking of whole dollar holds, IWM continuing to do the wick shimmy ballet here. This one should be on the big stage, how this one's dancing here. Chopping, churning here at this 223 area. I'm the 223.20 short. I tried another short in it. I ended up getting out lost about 4 pennies because I was like, Adara, you don't feel confident enough in this. And you already had your trade that went well. Don't undo it with a trade you're kind of meh feeling about. But I think if this either holds 223.20, has some nice little pop there, that could be a nice change in the tides, or it rejects. We're going to have to wait and find out there what the Russell holds. But Tesla 248, still getting spicy. NVIDIA popping back above 119. What else? Spied a bit of a downtrend here. I spied what you're doing here, Spider. Let's take a look at this S&P 500. Pretty choppy and pretty churny, but that's kind of the stuff I like here in the markets. This 558.70 level I loved. Bounce. We come here, rejection, front black below. Now we're making lower highs, lower lows, but we're trying to pop back up on this candle. The SPY for me is always going to be very scalpy because it moves like wildfire. It's like the whole market, right? You got 500 names to worry about, not just the one. So I do want to be really cognizant what I'm doing here on this SPY, if I am to do anything here in the SPY. That being said, this making lower highs here. I don't know. I don't want to chase here, but if I don't have to chase waterfalls, I am interested in Tesla. You're getting to 248. You want me to scalp you? I mean, come on. I'm okay with that, Tesla. I can take. I would like that smoke. But Tesla now trying to maybe bounce off 248. So again, definitely not something I want to rush into unless I get that nice actual push below. Because right now it looks like we're trying to bob for apples a little bit here on Tesla. Not to name drop Apple for no reason because I accidentally did that there. But what else is going on here? NASDAQ 5-minute candles printing says, Gabriel, yeah, let's see here what we're doing on these Qs. I have the Qs up. If I trade this, it'll be on the TQs. But flat bottom break a little bit here. 484.50, lower high, baby quadunk. Let's see what we do if we get back to that 484.50 and reject. That's the type of look I like. But yeah, nothing on my side chart is giving me crazy movement except for this SMH, which I am certainly a little bit interested. SMH. Oof. Okay, I'm going to see if I like the look better in the stock seller or the SMH. But if we reject here, we're coming into the 90 EMA. We're coming into that previous support area. It's going to have to be a yes for me. We're gonna do SMH. We're gonna do it 20s. And again, if I see anything different here on the book, if we pop above that 90 EMA, if we start flipping from support to resistance, that's where I get out. We're gonna take a medium-sized position here because I want to try it. Again, you don't learn unless you try, and I think in the markets especially, you can watch tape and come to whatever conclusions, but it's different when you actually are interacting and you're in a situation where you have to deal with it and move at the moment. Rhonda Legere mentioning HNST. I saw this one moving earlier, the Honest Company. They a bit more volume now than they had in the morning. I couldn't find any news on this, but this one interesting here. We are below the 9 EMA. I get a bit of a volume fade off here, though more cumulative volume than we had in the morning. Let's see what we do here at this. Is this halted? I can't tell because it doesn't look halted, but the orders kind of look halted. I'm honestly confused here about the honest company, but we're below that 9 EMA. I'm going to take a look at the halts here because I want to figure out what is going on here with this HNST. It's not seeing it here coming up as a halt, but yeah, we are below that 9 EMA. I think that's an interesting level, that just below 4, a little bit of rejection. Let's see what happens here on my semis.
All right, sounds good. Let's keep an eye on the small caps as well. I'm starting to note a bit of a range happening on SHIM. So this one's been popping up into about 320, and then it breaches VWAP, but it doesn't really breach it by all that much. There seems to be a buyer, and I haven't looked at the book yet, but you can kind of see this reflected on the chart. Look at this, at 308, it keeps bouncing off. You're not getting the same pops like that 320, but I think there is an ample volume on this one to be able to size in at those levels. So it's kind of like almost like a buyout trade in the sense right now where you sit on one level with size, and then you try to get out on the other, or like a few pennies or shekels higher a bit there. So we'll keep tabs on that. Might behooves us to load it up onto a trading screen, but I don't want to get rid of too many over here on the Mag 7. So we'll take off this one. So 303 is where I'm seeing the buy. So let's see what we get over here. This is not 303, excuse me, 308. 308 is where we're getting all the bids at. And when you look at the book, you're not really seeing it reflected too much there. So you can get the feeling that there's a bit of an iceberg, but everything that comes into that 308 seems to get bought up quite aggressively. So interesting here, if you can play the range on that, that should be interesting as well. So we'll see if we can get in on this one. I'll give it like a few shekels there to defend that level. So we'll look at that, and then we'll go like this. So there, that is in place. Let's see if we can get filled and play the range there. Not sure what else is popping off over here. I've been keeping an eye on that 35 on NVIDIA. Now Intel. It gave way, but now it's trying to reclaim it again. So we mentioned that the low previously was 94s or 93s. Now it dipped into 81s. So the downward channel is still in effect on this one. But the thing about this one is just retook the 10 exponential, but it doesn't look like it's going to hang about there for all that long. So this one was discernible in its trend. Now it's kind of lacking a little bit of that. So keep tabs on it, see if we can trade Intel to any sort of success. Keeping an eye on GFS as well, because these guys are both benefiting from some geopolitical stuff over here. Both really off the highs and unsure how these ones are going to trade. They're, doji candles showing up with lower volume. So yeah, that situation is making me a little unsure. Now we did get long over here on SHIM at 308. We can see that there isn't much of a bid at this 308 area. So I'm going to pack my patience to see if we can get anything out in the higher end of this trade. Let's see if we can get out over here. We'll put a little beak wetter there. 302 is really going to be the area where I defend, but there does seem to be a bit of a buyer in and around that area. We'll see if that breaks, but there are lower highs. So keep that in mind, right? Where we initially were bouncing off 22, then we started bouncing off 20s and incrementally making lower highs. So the bottom could come off. You have to be cognizant of that with these small cap gappers. There we go. So nice. Taking that fill right there. So that's good. On SHIM, we get a little bit of a good trade there up into 14. So good range trade on this one. We'll keep an eye on it. What else do we have moving? Let's see what big tech is up to. Yeah, still a whole lot of selling. So I did get into a brief short there on AMZN as it was dancing around the 20. But what's concerning me about Amazon is that the space between the moving average is getting a little tight, which obviously tells you the price range is getting tight. So I'm unsure what to do about this one. You have so many different signals. You've got bottoming tail candles, you've got topping tail candles, so kind of not really giving me the look, but the price action is lower highs. So if I really had to choose, I think this one curls right back down, just like kind of like what Meta is doing at the moment. Bit of a rounded top. Now we're getting the lower highs there, as I said. So AMZN looking like it wants to break that 187 it again, and it did break it by almost $1 actually at the lows there, 185.99. So you've got something to test, and those are the previous or the day's low on the day. So good look. Wow, 469 just absolutely went here on Meta. We're talking about that level being an area that's being defended, but yeah, that one breaks as well. 468, excuse me, and a third generally is the low there. Microsoft kind of doing the same thing over here with that Amazon is doing, where it gets into the 20 exponential and gives you a couple of topping tails and then some bottoming tail candles. Again, if I had to take a trade here, I would take one short, just based on the overall trend. So trying to recover above 441 now. It does seem to have a local buyer at 440.5, excuse me. But that's not really set in stone. Obviously, that could change at any time. Adam, that Apple Wick VWAP was my entry, my guy. I didn't see the Apple Wick. Oh, no, here I go. So interesting. So VWAP on my charts are around 73. This one came up into 82s or 83s there. Great trade for you. Look, back down into the 50s. So good play for you, Adam. Nice range here that Apple's been putting in. Bamboozled me. I'm red on it. So I'm going to just hang back from Apple for the day. It was also red on Apple yesterday. And, you know, Apple's been trading a little bit different since it's become a bit more of a volatile stock. So maybe I'm trading it the old way when I need to trade it the new way. So keep tabs on Apple, but gonna hang out and hang tight with it right now. Good look again here on AMZN as it puts in another local lower high on this lower, kind of what I'm seeing is a rounded top. So interesting look there. Let's flip back to see what the shim is doing. So shim still hanging out at 10s, but I de-risked the majority of the position already at 14. So we'll see if that one can continue to pop up. But really, 8's my line in the sand there. It's going to have to hold above 8 because it's been holding above 8 the entire morning ever since we took it at around 10:30. So that is interesting as well. Coin, a good buy here, says IK. Coin's been quite strong the last couple of days. Let's pull in the side chart over here and have a look at Coin, down now 1.7, but still up 0.5% since the bell. So let's load up Coin on the side chart. Mara was an absolute rocket today. I was talking to Big Patty Ice back there about Mara, and you know he was like, I was looking for that big move, and I had it. I had it, and I ended up taking it. So shout out to BPI. Mara can be a bit of a bamboozler, but yeah, Coin, good luck. I like your thinking. Coin just got into the low there at 929 right before the bell. We closed out there at around 245.5. We did get as low as at 244.75, but you have a bit of a double bottom here right now at 245.25. So I like your look. And now if you do get that mean reversion, you could target so many different levels. You have VWAP at 251. You also have the closing print from yesterday on Coinbase at around 251.38. So multiple different levels off which you can target. And you also have the IB high. You have the high a day if we really get going on the market. So Coin, not a bad day for it. I know it's down 2%, but relative to the overall market, I'd say it's still a little bit better. Keeping my eye on, obviously, Crypto Adara. I think Neil Doe is ready, so we'll send it to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Welcome. We got another lesson of the day for you. And I always try to say this. I mean, if you're watching the morning show, you should have a decent idea of what the most important thing, at least for myself, in terms of trading, that you could have done better or you could have done differently. It should be obvious. If you can identify throughout your trading session, what's the big thing that I learned today, or at least where should I be looking for some guidance, or what's the price action telling me, or what's the most important piece of information for the future that we were able to garner out of the market today? I know that was Tesla, right? So I always want to be patient if you're going against the grain. And I know Tesla was an absolute rocket ship. So the idea was a mean reversion on Tesla. Let me start from the beginning. And the beginning would be you have the stock when a huge rally gets up to a resistance level all the way back at the end of last year. Hey, was that my birthday? No, I was close to it. A couple of days after. But 265 gets failed once. It then fails a second time on a retest. And then you get these like bounces and then lower highs. So it did a little bounce, another lower high. I'm just simply thinking fade trade. There's your recovery day into another lower high. We wanted to get into that level and short it. Did we make money in Tesla short today? Sure. Yeah, we did twice. But could it have been a lot better? I mean, obviously. So I know in the moment, what I had said is it's a strong stock screaming up, bouncing off VWAP. I don't want to reshort it going into that previous day high in 258. However, there's something that happened after that. So it screamed into it. I don't take the short running into me, but I should have had it after. And here's the reason why. When you're doing a mean reversion trade, there's a couple of things at play here. One of them is the stock is simply overextended a little bit and you have longs taking profit into a potential resistance level. Are they going to be happy 51 all the way into 57? Sure. 53s all the way into that level, and people are going to be taking profit. You get some deceleration and then it's just exhaustion and you pull back in. But the bigger trade for a mean reversion isn't just that. The biggest mean reversion trades typically also trap people in the other direction. Meaning it's a super bullish stock that has all those factors of slowing down and no one wanting to buy those tops, but then it gives people a reason to buy the top. Both buy the dip, which clearly I would argue happened here in VWAP. You have some buyers in the dip that are going long, 55, 56s, 57s on the way into that high, thinking they're getting sneaky about it. But you also broke that double top on a very bullish stock. Yesterday's high has already been cleared by that point. So you've already gotten through yesterday's high, double top breakout. So you've trapped some longs, some new longs that are viable or likely to have tighter stops. People that are long up here are going to give it some room because they're deep in the money. People that are long up here are scared to death when it starts to reverse. Been in a breakout trade? Trust me, that's what it's all about. So if you're looking for a reason to maybe get out of the way of it on the way up, I stand by that. But the bigger trade comes on the way back in. And you would have heard me say this. When we're talking about Intel, I said to Obi, if you're willing to get into the trade on that mean revert here, well, if it wicks you out, then you should like it just as much on the re-entry because it can be more explosive to the downside on a similar risk trade. Now, I didn't get wicked out, but the principle remains. It wicks the top, comes back down. There was an obvious short opportunity in here right around that 57.5 or maybe just a little bit higher. Didn't have it. It even consolidated lower. It didn't have that. Took a 250 break. That doesn't really matter. I want to give you another example of where that happened. Maybe not as cleanly as Tesla, so you can get an idea that, hey, it doesn't always work out as obviously as Tesla did, and that'd be Mara. Mara, much like Tesla, breakout at the open, continuation. It pulls back right at the previous close. So this is an extreme example. Pull back right at the previous close. There's your exhaustion. You've got buyers in here at this level. Then you have a secondary breakout. This is where getting it in on the back end matters. It breaks the high. Now, it's not like Tesla breaks and then immediately rejects. In this case, it breaks out the high and it keeps on running. In a situation like that, if you're looking for the mean revert, okay, it does a pullback, it's making the break from the previous close, and then it's now going above yesterday's high. You don't just stand there in front of it. The entire principle behind this is that you're trying to short it on the other side. Well, in the 3-minute, it's up, 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 up. It even breaks to even dollar. Ignore those dark pool wicks. It breaks to even dollar, climbs even higher, and then you get a fall back in. I think the most reasonable entry for this trade is probably down around 27 when it starts to calm down. It bounces here on the second 3-minute candle, tries to get back above 27, wicks it, and then fails. In that particular case, you're really risking about 30 cents, so about 1 percentage point. VWAP's down here almost 2 points, so that's actually not a bad risk to reward. I know it seems like it, but I would rather give up a little bit more in terms of percent against to actually have the trade on the other side so that you can get it in good in that situation. It's not always going to be so obvious as Tesla, where it wicks it, barely goes any higher, you just jump right back in the trade. This one actually extended further. And if you just, and here's the real problem actually. I'm just going to jump off. This isn't actually what I was going to say. If you really just have conviction that it's going to fail this 27 and really it's just trapping people, you could short and short and short and short and short, and all the way up here, maybe you short it 5 times with an average price of 27. That's the same average price as if it comes down and you get it in this direction. But you know what the difference is? In this case, you're joining sellers. here and you know where your out is defined because you've seen it make a top and you get that same average price by just getting it all in at 27 and giving your stop to there. But if you just keep taking it up, average, you end up with probably a 27 short if you're doing it evenly with that high. But what's actually making you put a stop at that high? You're just saying it's going to be a short up here. You don't actually have an out in that situation. So you could have max in and maybe you're giving it to the 50 level because you're just picking a random number. It's a blue sky setup. So you might just be picking, well, 27 is my average price. I'll just stop at a 27.50 because that's a random number. Essentially, you're risking twice as much because you're just taking it up and against the grain. Get it on the way back in, and you should be able to. If you really like it, then why can't you get the same average price as it's coming down? That is the difference. If you're going to go against the grain, have a distinct plan of action. Understand where you're wrong and be willing to miss the trade so it traps people into the breakout and you're not just shorting into the exuberance. Like you're waiting for those people to look at their stop out and then get it on the other way. And of course, everything I said applies in the other direction. Everything I just said about shorting that mean revert applies to buying the dip as well. There is no chance that you've traded for a long time or you try to trade that you're never going to want to short a top or go long a bottom. But having that extra confluence of it trapping the breakout trade, trapping new longs or new shorts at longs at the high, shorts at the bottom, should be a priority if you're looking for the big mean reversion. If it hasn't really done that, then you don't have as much explosive opportunity for the win. And ultimately, that's what should be there. If you're going to stand in front of a freight train to the upside or to the downside, then it should be because you have an explosive opportunity for it to retrace. If that doesn't exist, you shouldn't be doing it in the first place. That's your lesson of the day. The mean revert's always going to be here. Try to improve your entries, and you'll get those big wins, and without the big day-ruining losses.
Very much, Neil. Amazing. As always, Neil Roberts, baby. Every day around that noon hour, he is dropping hot lines because he is Neil Roberts. Shut it down. All right, so while Neil was dropping said hot lines, the bottom came off a shim. Happy I got out of this one before. Yeah, the bottom came off. And that's why I want to show you this, not to really toot my own horn for getting out, but to show you that these ones are around for a good time, not a long time, even if they do rinse and repeat over and over at the same level, especially with these lower highs. So if you're going to trade these, make sure you got stops in place, you're at the desk, whatever you need to do to keep everything sound. So shim no longer in play, at least for a breakout trade, or even a range trade here, unless you're going to take it short off 308. We'll have to see where it makes its way back into. So good luck on that, keeping my eye on those. I'm also keeping my eye on GFS here. Not like it's really rocketing or doing anything that would make me get super excited, but it's found a bit of a base at the 50 exponential on the 5 for whatever reason. So if this one starts doing a rounded bottom to come into that $60 again, I could, take this one up. We already know it's got a hell of a catalyst, which is obviously the geopolitical catalyst. So that is going to be important, I think, going forward, at least for Intel and Global Foundries and some of the other names. So keeping an eye on those. But big tech, though, well, not really Apple, but like a lot of the other tech really coming down. Amazon down again. Meta just printed new low day. So did NVIDIA. The futures is also lower. But Google is starting to differentiate itself a little bit from some of these other names. So I don't want to base everything exclusively on the 10 and the 20 exponential on the 5, but this one is working its way back up above that. And in so doing, it has created a series of higher lows for that accumulation top through 181. We have the volume weighted average price at 181.25. Like every time I look at these, I'm so inclined to want to short off a key level, right? So we had this level as, this level over here at 180, 180.50, important because we were using it as support. Then we kind of used it as resistance for a bit. Now we're kind of in this area of indecision. We're in between those two areas. The area top over here at 181.25 and the area bottom at 180.5. So in no man's land, so to speak. And that's why you're not seeing me take it long or short. Look at that. It just popped up and then popped right back down again. So I feel like the bid is really being pushed down by the asset today, and that's no surprise given the current state of the Mag 7. And there goes Amazon right back down. Amazon, one of the weakest names on the day. Obviously, NVIDIA the weakest of the 7, but look at AMZN now down 3.5%, almost 3.5% there, 186.5. It hasn't printed low a day yet, but that 186 looks like it's coming in fast and furious, only 40 pennies from there, and that is one gnarly rounded top off the 20 exponential south of VWAP coming into that area. So a lot of weakness. Meta, Amazon, super weak on the day. NVIDIA, obviously chief among them, 6.5, 6.4%. That's also at the 118 level, and that is another area of importance because right at the 10:10 time slot, they IB low because it fits within the 1 hour of the opening print. We did print that 118.12. We're at 118.25 right now, so we're basically at the low of day, minus 10 pennies for NVDA. So keeping an eye on these, seeing whether they catch a mean reversion off the lows or whether or not we continue to print newer lows. But so many different weak names right now, Adair.
Yeah, it's been interesting here. I'm trying to short this Tesla. Speaking of these Mag 7, this one getting a little bit of a pop as we're near low of days. We know some, or for the Qs, we know, or also for Tesla. Sometimes like Tesla will kind of have its own little thing going on, so I want to be cognizant of that. Happy I waited because I did see we got to the 247.50 and we couldn't hold it on the book. So I said, Adara, try the short. I don't have a reason to leave yet, but I do want to be cognizant. Okay, yeah, and as I say that, we try to pop here above 248. If we hold 248, so I'm going to have to get out here. Again, taking small positions, just trying, especially for Tesla, because I don't want to, force myself into things. Happy I got out where I did. Also, as I mentioned earlier, I have a new checklist I'm using for trading names after one. The way this exhaustion is sitting, we're going to start using the checklist now. So before I get into a trade asking, does this trade make sense? Why am I doing this trade? If I'm tired, am I able to get out of it in a way that is efficient and expedited? Because that is something, I had the Tesla for a moment there, I was just like, you could not fall asleep on Tesla. Tesla will not wait up for you. Tesla will go out without you, and then you're like, oh, I miss hanging out with Tesla. So beware. They're happy I got out where I did. Lost about 50 pennies, but you know what? Happy with the execution. I think sometimes that's what matters. Really, again, proud of myself for hiding the P&L because it really lets you focus on the progress and the learning. But also, if there's any stocks you're looking at, get in that chat right now. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy. Maybe it's TSLA, maybe it's CCJ, which we mentioned earlier. Maybe it's NVO, maybe it's LLY, SCHW. I am looking at my side charts again. JPM, maybe it's C-Poop, whatever stock, although I don't think that's moving today, but whatever stock you're interested in, get involved in that chat. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you would like to see. Also, I want to talk about the semis for a bit because I was in SMH and I got involved in this on the show and I was kind of like, I got point of entry I didn't love. Then I saw we get to 50s. We tried 50s a couple times. I was like, Adara, the way this is moving, if it breaks, you don't want to be here. So I got out, lost about 10 pennies, ended up getting out around 30s because I got in around 18s. Then I switched to SOXL. I'm using SMH basically as my futures here for this and then trading it off the SOXL levels. So when we got those pops, it was basically adding, subtracting as we got the 50s or 60s breakdown. I was going to stay in this for the 55, 60s, but I was like, Adara, you have to go got to go do things while that lesson of the day is happening. So got out there. But SOXL still on watch if it wants to continue to have these lower highs, lower lows. I also am qualmless about shorting the SPY on pops. And we're getting to 60s. That's been a decent pop area. So if pop goes the weasel or pop goes the spider in this case, that is something I would love to be a part of. And then also Tesla. This is clearly becoming a bit of a range. I should have been more cognizant of that. Now ranges can always flip, especially if that range you're talking about is on this here Cybertruck. We get to that 248, then we're making lower lows here into this 247s, then 246.50s. So something I want to be aware of, not something I want to force myself into, but that 248.20s I remember as being spicy last week as well as a level for a couple shorts. So I want to be aware of this Cybertruck first and foremost, but SPY, don't act like I don't have my eye on you because I certainly do. Yeah, good times there.
All right.
Also, Apple making, I just noticed there, bit of an Apple turnover, making lower highs here off the 90 MA. I might short this as well.
All right. Amazon is really coming down. And I'm sorry for the wick, so I'll show you this chart over here. But yeah, it is on the way down. Amazon awfully weak. I was really close to shorting this one, but I want to see exactly what it does at 186. There is at 185.99 low, and we're awfully close to it right now at about a 40 cents or so from there. That we've been at that kind of level with NVIDIA for a while. We've been defending the 118 level, so Amazon about to join that club in terms of that kind of rounded top to come down, print a new low or print a previous low, retrace to the high side, like reject off the 20-year VWAP or whatever. You could tell NVIDIA retraced a little bit higher up than Amazon. Was able to get the VWAP. Amazon wasn't, but both very much the same look right now. Both coming into those lows. Here comes NVIDIA. Here comes 118.12 again on NVDA. So let's load up both these names right now. Let's actually load up AMZN on the chart over here. What are you doing, Ram? So there's Amazon, and let's load up NVDA over here. And keep an eye on these because both the levels are important. I would say that 186 and that 118. Well, there you go. We just dipped into 118.10 and you had a nice little bump up into 30. So feels like NVIDIA a lot more volatile right now than Amazon. Both very much near the lows day right now. 180, 118 and a quarter is where we're trading on NVIDIA. A third is where we're trading on Amazon. I'm keeping an eye on both of these for a possible bounce up off that level. I'm also keeping my eye on the NQ for that 20,000 that we've been talking about. That hasn't come in yet. 20,032 right now is the low of the day. Yusuf Salim, why is it dipping? I don't understand. Well, here's the thing. So the Mag 7's, well, tech in general has been quite strong. And if you make a comparison between the SPY and the RSP, and I would suggest you do that. The SPY essentially is more cap weighted, meaning that the bigger names, the more valuable companies take a bigger portion of basically the index there, or the ETF, or whatever you want to call it. It's a SPY, so it's an ETF. Whereas the RSP is equal weighted, so each company within the 500 companies of the S&P gets the equal weight. So if you look at how those two have traded, the SPY has far outperformed the RSP. So there's something called rotation, where you start investing money in these non-Mag 7 names, and that has an effect of dropping the SPY, but possibly making the equal weighted ETF bump up. So that's why obviously there's chips, there's geopolitical stuff as well. Yesterday with Donald Trump making certain comments, as well as Joe Biden wanting to increase the restrictions on chip exports to China. So multiple reasons, but one of the things about trading intraday is all you want to know is there's a catalyst. You don't need to judge the quality or the efficacy of the catalyst. You just need to know there's a catalyst and the market is reacting to it, and just base it on that, based on technical. So just, I don't want to say don't worry about why things are dropping. Of course, worry, but, don't try to, say, hey, this headline doesn't make any sense. I mean, it shouldn't be dropping this much on this headline. You do that and you end up getting in some trouble. All right. Let's go back to trading. NVIDIA did break 118, 117.76, is trying its darndest to get right back up there. Again, a lot of trouble right now with NVIDIA. It's in big trouble on the day, 6 1/3%, the retracement. What a shellacking NVIDIA has taken today. I ain't touching this one long until I see something much, much different than we're getting right now. But the sell, there is no bid right now on NVIDIA. As you can see, this one drop aggressively. Let's see if it's able to take 116, but it's getting awfully extended from the 10 exponential on the 5, which is about $1 above where we're trading right now. So all sorts of trouble is NVDA as it breaks those lows. You're not seeing that concurrent move down on Amazon. I was making the comparison between these two because the chart patterns looked awfully similar. But look at this, right? We're holding that 186.5 level. We didn't breach that 186 while NVIDIA did break through that 118 level. So NVIDIA looking like the weakest of the bunch, and that is obviously no surprise given what the percentage down on the day is. Adam wanted me to look at Apple, and I told him I've been negative on Apple 3 days in a row now, so I kind of want to stay away from it. And here's what I'm seeing on Apple, and this is why I feel like I've been negative on Apple, because I keep looking for a breakout trade, and when it retraces off the lows, it doesn't necessarily retrace and continue to move up. It retraces a little bit, then consolidates, and I think this is where I get into trouble, because then I look, I'm like, oh, look, it's back above the volume weighted average price. Oh, it must be retracing back into 230, and then you get sideways movement. So unless you're really able to discern exactly where the range is and pick your areas there and able to wet your beak on, definitely smaller moves because of the range, have at it. But that isn't the way I typically have traded Apple, so I find it a bit bamboozling. Back to NVDA as it dips again aggressively into 176 and 2/3. This one is really on the way down. So let's find out where we could possibly find an area of support, given that we have gotten shellacked like this on the day. So we've already broken below the lows of July 1st, which were 118, generally 119. Now we're going to actually have to look into late June. This is the last time we were down here on NVIDIA. June 25th, we got as low as 115. We did defend that level. And then, let me just, June 25th, there is a level again. And the day prior, so June 24th, we got a shellacking on NVIDIA where we dropped from top to bottom. Let me tell you what the down percentage on that day is. It was only like what was that? Almost 9% on that day. So that was the last time we really got killed, was the 24th. And then in the pre-market, it looks like there on the 8th, we held 115. So that will be an interesting level to see if we can work our way down into 115. It's a local low. Definitely continuing to move down now, 117.45. Every time I look back at NVIDIA, it's at a newer low. So real weakness coming into the NVIDIA and the general chips here, Dara.
Yeah, those chips are certainly dipping there. Continued lower highs, lower lows. Tesla, I tried the 248. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I know. OB's used that one before, so I feel like I'm plagiarizing. But yeah, chips are dipping. Everything's dipping, though. Tesla's dipping. I liked, like I said, 248.20. Took it too early, lost about 20 pennies. Obla di, obla da. Tried to shout it to that Beatles song. Also, Fabian's wearing a Beatles shirt, so confluence, question mark. But yeah, then I tried to go short here, Tesla, again, here, this 248s, wouldn't let me in. But we're making higher lows on Tesla decisively. As low as we dropped here was 247.70s, then pushed back higher. I don't want to mess with Tesla right now. I don't have levels. I'm not comfortable doing it. EWIM, though, I'm building yet another short position. And like I said, I'm starting my tired trade checklist because I know it might be hard to tell the way that the velocity at which I'm speaking, but I am, a bit on the sleepier side right now. This is what happens sometimes for me in the afternoon. So I have, as I was mentioning earlier, a new checklist for myself before I get into trades in the afternoon. And so it's basically like, if I get really sleepy, would I be able to get out of this in a scalpy way? Is this the type of trade that I would take if I was not tired? Blah, blah, blah. Are there levels I like? And EWIM, IWM checked all those boxes for me. I'm going to switch to the 1 minute chart. I'm actually also going to get a bit ready to add a little bit here because that is part of the plan for this trade at 54s. But basically what happened here was I like the 60s level from yesterday, that 222.60s. Now the level for EWIM or IWM that I want to be cognizant of for the Russell is going to be 222.10s. We bounced there like a rocket. We looked like we were poised for a flat bottom break this morning. I literally said to Sharif, I'm like, when that flat bottom breaks, I want all the smoke. And then 925 hit and the thing dropped back up to this level. So I was like, arr. But yeah, if IWM wants to continue to coast here at this 222.60s, which was a bit of a support resistance level off which we bounced beautifully yesterday, I mean, I would like some smoke. I'm not going to sit here in line and be like, oh no, I'm okay without smoke. I'm not. I would like some smoke. So I'm going to take some off here. Took about 40% of the position off here. I'm going to continue to add if we get into mid 50s. I want to see lower highs, lower lows. It's a bit less of a book scalp. So this is not usually a type of trade I'd be super comfy in. But with this IWM, as long as I continue to see lower highs, lower lows, and nothing, messing with my thesis of this, which is that it's going to grind lower, I'm okay with that. If I have a piece of the dream still, which I might not, the way that I scalp at that 222.10, I will probably take it out because, like I said, that level has just been defying all logic. IWM gets 1 cent away from filling me, then scurries right back up. But if there's any stocks you're looking at that you want to talk to, you're like, why are you doing this? We can look at them for you, or Neil and Obi can, and you can go in there, and Sharif will be at the green screen there as well, and he'll be giving you the stories. Neil and Obi will be giving you the levels. Go in the chat, ! Join space, $, AMC, GME, IWM, SOXL, SMH. Maybe you're shaking your head at SMH. Shout out to Sean for that pun. NVDA, whatever ticker you want to look at, you go in that chat and you let us know, and we'll make sure we have that for you because this segment is brought to you by Real Trading, as is our whole show. IWM, can you please make up your mind so I know if I still want to rustle with you any further? Because, if you would want to let me know here, I'd be pleased as punch. Apparently, IBIT still pushing higher here. Long Frito Bandito, says James Dell. Yeah, I guess those chips certainly have been a look. Nice little chip pun there, I assume. IBIT, though, haven't looked at this one for a bit. But IBIT making lows of day here, new low of day. Definitely been a top and churn in that pretty tight, 6 penny range before breaking below. EWAM definitely rejecting off the 90 MA. I'm going to switch to the 5-minute. Yeah, this is not my favorite look here. If we can reclaim 36 to 85, might be interesting.
All right, Ethan wants to know about Eli Lilly. Can we look at Eli Lilly? Is now a good time to invest short? Okay, so that's interesting. Here's the reason Eli Lilly is down on the day. It's essentially because one of its competitors has an oral pill, which is obviously less invasive than taking injections. So even though they are subcutaneous, they're not intramuscular, so they don't hurt as much. Better than a suppository, says the Chilean Nightmare, and he's absolutely accurate on that. But here's the look, right? Obesity drugs focused stocks tumble on Wednesday. What's going on with Lilly, Novo Nordisk, Viking Therapeutics? Essentially, it is Roche. Roche is actually going to introduce basically a CT996 type 2 diabetes for obesity. It's a phase 1 clinical trial. It's basically from a company that they acquired last year. They didn't actually do this in-house. They picked up the company vis-a-vis an acquisition, and they were able to, put this one through phase 1. So it looks as if here that people lose about 6.1% of their weight within the first, it doesn't say how long here, weight loss, within 4 weeks. Okay, so that's the reason. So essentially it eats into their market share, and as a result, it's moving down a little bit now. Now you have to understand that Eli Lilly's up a monstrous amount on the year. So I don't think that you have a wrong idea in wanting to short this. I just hate standing in front of something as monstrous as Lilly. So just so you know, Lilly's up with the retracement 57, almost 58% from just year to date. But that's not when it started moving, right? Really, when it started moving was towards the, there you go, right there. Basically, towards the early part of last year. So from that time, as you can see, from like March 2021, or if you want to start from 2022, we can. Let's start January 2022 right there. So from top to bottom, we're up 300% in a couple of years on this name. So it's ridiculous, right? But I think that you have an idea, and it's sound, but I'd wait for confirmation. I just wouldn't want to stand in front of this name. It's awfully spready to get in and get out as well. Not like you're going to day trade this, but yeah, let me know how it goes. If Lilly if you end up printing short on Lilly, tag me. Let me know how it goes. So I took a trade on AMZN. I'm happy with it, but I could have done a little bit better. Number one, to the north side, because I should have been taking this to the 10 exponential, and the 10 exponential was at 75 pennies. I didn't wait that long. Secondly, I wanted a rejection off the 10 exponential, and look how this one looks on the 5-minute. I mean, it was well timed to take this trade, but I should have been more alive to the fact that it would likely reject off that 10 exponential, so I missed the short back down. Look at that. Topping tail candle with the body very much near the low end there, showing you that sellers were pushing this right back down, but we're moving right back up into that level again. So if we breach and break through the 10 exponential, looking maybe here for a double bottom at this 186 general area. But I want to tell you guys that at times when we're forming these chart patterns like double bottoms, even double tops, on days where the market is weak, chart patterns like double bottoms can, you can kind of get the false sense that we're going to retrace. Because keep in mind, double bottom, you need a neckline break for it to be valid, right? So just because you form the right side of the W or the right side of the M doesn't mean that it's going to actually break above like this level over here. So for this to be a double bottom, we need a 188 break, a break and hold. So that's about $1.50 from where we are. So it's interesting. We could get VWAP retracements. We could become rangy at this side over here. But I don't want to have this confirmation bias and say, oh yeah, look here, we're holding up at this 186 level, 186 and a quarter. It was an important level before. It's an important level now. Yeah, this looks like a double bottom, especially on days where the market is trending down. So I don't want to fall into that false sense of thinking. So keeping my eye there, but I'm also keeping an eye on this Meta, man. Meta has not found a bid in a really long time. I mean, the last time we even touched the 10 exponential was 1140. That was an hour ago. So since that time, you haven't been able to get in Meta short if you based it off the 10 exponential because it just hasn't touched it. It continues to print newer lows. Here comes that 465 area, 465.14, the low of the day, but it looks like it's going to break. Let's go into the 4-hour here and see where we could find support on Meta. So definitely there's double bottom from May 31st. The last time we were down here on Meta, this was, I'm assuming this was after earnings. Earnings was in late April. The last time we were at this 454, 455 level. So I'm going to say 455 is that double bottom. But if we continue to drop from here, from where we are right now into 455, that assumes another 2 1/3 to the downside. So right now, Meta's already down. Let's see what's Meta down right now. Meta's down 5%. So yeah, it wouldn't be beyond possibility to be down 7 1/3 because Nvidia's already down 7%. So yeah, I do like this possible 455 here. Well, that's another $10 to the downside though. But Meta closed out yesterday at 490 and now it's at 464. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility for sure for us to hit that level. Meta, very weak right now, Dara.
Yeah, I want to talk about IWM. Mahmoud here was saying in the chat, IWM, short, flat bottom break. I think there's a change in the tides in IWM, which is why I got out, lost about 10 pennies in the remainder of my position. Why do I say that? Well, for one, I've been talking about that 222.10 level. I've been waxing poetic. Literally, I made Sharif listen to it before the open today. I was like, look, IWM 210. IWM 210 bounced like crazy yesterday. We bounced like crazy today. That is IWM 210. So to get back to what I was going to say here, Mahmoud, I do think we're weaker. That's why I was initially in the short. But the reason I got out of the short, and I think I should have gotten out sooner and trusted myself instead of getting a bit anchored to this idea, was we're having higher lows on the book. We'll get into these. We used to be able to break below 40s, not a problem. Now we get into 40s and we wick back higher. Now, of course, IWM is trying to prove me wrong. So thanks, IWM. Much appreciated. I love when stocks do that. You say they do something and they do the opposite. I'm like, okay. But anyways, I'm down to get back in IWM. I'm down to Russell with this one again. If it does kind of continue to have those lower highs, lower lows, I wasn't comfortable in it as we get into the high 60s. And I think we are forming a bit of a rounded bottom in the chart. That, in confluence and in combination with what I saw in the book, is not something I really want. Also, we're getting into that 1 p.m. area. We do have an auction today, and I'm going to remember which auction this is. It's a 20-year auction, so 20-year auction there at 1 p.m. We got a cool 20 more minutes. And yeah, I don't know if Reed's on much here. IWM, Tesla, like I said, I haven't looked at much today, and I've looked at it a lot today, but I haven't looked at it much lately because I've been trying to become less anchored to this one. But this is a bit of a 9 EMA bounce. I like the 248.20 area. That's been wild. Oh my gosh, I don't love this topping tail candle, but I love this level. And I like that we're holding it as I'm speaking. We get to that 248.20 in the book, and Tesla's like, yeah, I'll bounce back up. Just rejected it, so that's not a vibe. But I think either way, like I said, that I don't want to be anchored to this level, but if this level keeps proving to be interesting, and it was interesting last week as well, at 248.20, that's something I am going to be, I don't want to use interesting again, but it's something I will be interested in and will find interesting. Stockcell still in its downtrend. Tesla still in its downtrend. Also, I want to shout out Fabian, who was like, have you guys looked at Mo today, M-O? And I looked at Altria, and I was like, this thing's smoking to the upside. Altria, just a great look there. Puff, puff, pass for the shorts. No, I'm joking. But look at this double bounce here at, bless you, cough? I don't know. Look at this double bounce here at 48.85, sorry, bounce, pushing higher. So great look there. Thank you, Fabian, for bringing that one up. And also, shout out to Fabian and Ramin for everything they do there, giving us turtle-related analytics, giving us great production. Shout out to that. BAC, kind of rangy, because I just want to look at my banks here. Schwab trying to go 2 for 2 on SSR. It was SSR yesterday, down 10%. Schwab currently down about 8%, but we'll get to Schwab in a moment. BAC giving you higher highs and higher lows, lower highs, so getting a bit consolidative here. If we bounce off this 44.10s, that was an area that was interesting yesterday that I want to look at again as well. And let's look at Schwab before it gets replaced by BAC in my watch list. Schwab, talking about flat, I don't even want to say flat bottom break because we only had it the one time. We get here, we come back to that 62.50s, wick into it once, twice, OB thrice, then we reject off the 9 EMA. Want to move to the downside here on Schwab. Tesla's still at my 248.20 area, so that I want to keep an eye on. IWM continuing to break lower, but IWM, like I said, that 222.10, my eyes will be all over that when it gets there because I want smoke to the downside or the upside. But right now, we're going to have a little bit of a wave, a change of the tides.
Yes, we absolutely are. Let's talk about wave 2. in Elliott wave theory, this is the first pullback wave. It is a counter trend wave, and it happens, yeah, you guessed it, after wave 1. So in Elliott wave theory, correctly identifying a wave 2 pullback, absolutely crucial. It separates that energetic, volatile wave 1 from the lengthy, strong wave 3, offering you a potential entry point for continuation trend. And guess what? If you get wave 2 right, you stand to benefit the most out of the trend, because Elliott wave theory says wave 3 is the biggest, the baddest of the waves. So make sure, if you're going to ever use Elliott waves, I don't use it intraday, but I use it for swing trades, etc., and long-term analysis. If you're going to use it, really understand how to get wave 2 right, because wave 3 is the best one. And if you get it right, you can have the best price. So keep that in mind. All right, so let's talk about why wave 2 is important. I think I just did that, but the first thing is it provides us with a healthy correction, right? A wave 2 is a natural and healthy price retracement following that initial volatile thrust of wave 1, but it also sets a stage, sets a foundation for that wave 3. A well-defined wave 2 sets the stage for that extended move, as we mentioned, up wave 3. And if you get it right, it is one hell of a trading opportunity. Getting in that wave 2 before the initiation of wave 3 can absolutely give you a beautiful continuation of the trend. So how do we distinguish, though, wave 2, a healthy pullback, from an outright reversal? Because we know that wave 1 is super volatile and super choppy, so we can maybe get our analysis of wave 1 wrong, and that ends up moving over into our wave 2 analysis, which we also get wrong. So one of the ways to see the difference between wave 1 and 2 is to look at the depth, right? Typically, wave 2 will retrace between 38.2% and 50% Fibonacci retracements of the initial wave, wave 1. However, there are times where it can get a little bit steeper in its retracement and break 50% and get into that 61.8. I'll show you what I mean in a second using an infographic. The other way to keep tabs on whether it's a reversal or a healthy pullback is the time frame. Generally speaking, wave 2 in duration, meaning like time, is shorter than wave 1. So that you should be on the lookout for that. If you start seeing a wave 2 that expands longer in duration than wave 1, you should be on the lookout for a possible reversal. And volatility. Volatility features here as well. Often less volatile than wave 1, which we know is the most volatile of the waves, with a choppy or corrective price movement. And if the retracement breaches one of these Elliott wave rules, of which there are plenty, specifically here, we're talking about it not exceeding the point of wave 1 for a downtrend, or not retracing below the swing low of wave 1 for an uptrend. Going to show you exactly what I mean in a second, but here it is. So this is wave 1. We initiate wave 1 over here. We complete it over here at the double top, okay? So you could say to yourself, the start of wave 2 starts upon the conclusion of wave 1, which would be here. So this here, from top to bottom, is wave 2. So what we end up doing is we end up drawing fibs from the top to bottom of wave 1, which we know starts from here and concludes up here, okay? So we draw that and we say, okay, what's 38.2% of this move? What's 50% of this move? And we draw a zone, a buy zone in that area. That will be your buy zone to see whether wave 2 holds up in that 38.2 to 50% of the fib of wave 1. If it does, and it comes out of it, that could be one of your confirmatory indicators that, yes, this is wave 2, this is likely the initiation of wave 3, and let me get long here. So that's the first step, is to measure the fibs of wave 1 and base wave 2's retracement upon that. Second thing is to know exactly visually what to look for. So here's what I'm talking about. You get this wave 1 move up, wave 2 actually doesn't retrace the entirety of wave 1. And likewise over here, one's a bull pattern, one's a bear pattern. Really nothing super novel about that. And here it is again. You get the original wave 1 big boy move, and then this is the conclusion of wave 2. Retraces to about, 50%, maybe 61.8% of wave 1. This one, much the same thing, but the bear pattern. In this occasion, the flat and zigzags, which we talked about last week. If you want to know about flat and zigzags, go back to last week's fib lesson, and we talked all about that. But here it is. So on the flat, you get a shallower retracement of wave 2 than you get on the zigzag. typically. So you have the initiation of wave 1 concludes here. Wave 2 retraces about, it looks like here visually, 38.2%. And the same is correct for the bear pattern. So bull and bear doesn't really make a difference. It works both ways. Now, how do we spot a trend reversal? What are some of the characteristics we're looking for to distinguish an outright reversal from a healthy wave 2 pullback? Again, we started with depth for wave 2. Let's start with depth for the reversal. Real reversals, not these wave 2 corrections, but wave reversals can be deeper than typically wave 1, right? Potentially exceeding that 61.8% max fib retracement of wave 1 that, you should really be drawing the line at. And obviously, if it breaks the low of wave 1, it's obviously a reversal, but then by then you already know that. The time frame as well, important to consider here. We said wave 2 typically lasts shorter period than wave 1. So by definition, if the wave 2, or what you perceive to be wave 2, is longer in duration than wave 1, you should also have that check mark for a possible reversal. And the volatility features here as well. It may exhibit volatility or make increased volatility compared to wave 2, with strong price swings both in the opposite direction of the trend. And the rules of Fibonacci's, of Elliott waves here important because reversals will sometimes break the low of wave 1. And if they do that, the initiation, the starting point of wave 1, so if wave 2 corrects all the way back to that 100% fib of wave 1, or even breaches it, goes lower, 110, 115, you know that that's not a wave 2, and you can basically cross off your analysis there with respect to your with your basically identifying wave 1. Okay? And some additional tips to keep in mind that confirmation from other indicators equally is important. We talked about this yesterday and last week, using technical indicators like the RSI, like the MACD, to help identify potentially overbought and oversold conditions in wave 2, which can signal a pullback rather than a reversal. There are other ways to use RSI and MACD. We'll talk about those in a second. You should also be doing a higher time frame analysis. If you identify wave 1, what you perceive to be wave 1, and you move on your wave 2 analysis, how does it look on a higher time frame? Does it look odd? Does it look is there something suspicious with that? So you always want to look on the higher time frame. If you're charting off the 4-hour, you want to go to the daily. If you're charting on the daily, you want to go to the weekly, etc., to make sure that what you're seeing jives with the higher time frame. And price action patterns at key areas of support and resistance can be important as well. So you're looking in wave 2 for continuation patterns like flags, like pennants, for example, within the wave 2 pullback, within it, suggesting a potential continuation and a move into wave 3. And here's what I'm talking about when I say RSI and MACD, using that for confirmatory indicators with Elliott waves. And one thing we always use RSI for is price action, RSI divergence. So when you have higher highs, for example, being made on the price, but you get these lower highs on the RSI, it could be, a signal that the change of the trend may be coming. And this is what we call bearish divergence. Same thing works in the other way. If we're making lower lows on the price action, but we're making higher lows on the RSI, another thing that you can take advantage of there, that's bullish divergence. That's not the only way to use RSI, though. RSI has these levels of 70 to 100, 30 to 0. These are the overbought and oversold conditions. So anything below 30 is considered to be oversold. Anything above 70 is considered to be overbought. What you could do is you could look for the RSI moving out of overbought or coming down out of oversold territory to coincide with the formations, the crests and the troughs of the waves. If they do, and they don't have to be exact, but if they're in the general vicinity, like say, for example, BTC USD started coming out of that oversold territory into say 35 at the same time, it put in, a piercing line or a bullish engulfing, and it's looking like it could be the formation of wave 2. Maybe it's at 50% of the fibs. So you should be looking to see whether all these rules are being checked off or not. Check off as many as you can, and that'll give you, the balance of the evidence. MACD divergence, same thing here. You're looking for low. In this particular case, we're making lower lows, and MACD started making higher lows. So that's bullish divergence, works the exact same way. For the bears as well, you can be bearish divergence as well. But that's not the only way to use MACD. Much like RSI, you can also use MACD for the crossovers that it shows you. So the MACD line and the signal line are the two lines on the bottom over here that you're going to see in addition to the histogram. And when the MACD line crosses above the signal line from south to north, it's usually bullish. Conversely, from top to bottom, from up to down. And you could also be looking to see whether the waves are being made. The initiation, the crests and the troughs of the waves coincide with the MACD crossover. You're looking for that to take place. That is another check mark there. And this is what I was talking about seeing certain patterns at these areas where you anticipate fibs are the reversals to hold up because of fibs. So for example, you've drawn the area of wave one, that 38.2 to 50%. So you've got a zone that you want to see the buying come in at. So if you see one of these chart patterns in that zone, that's another check mark you got there. So it's like, okay, it looks like it may hold up here. So many different things that you can go through in your checklist to figure out whether you're seeing what you actually think you're seeing or whether there's bamboozlement. So just remember, to conclude, guys, there's no foolproof method whatsoever in these markets. The market can sometimes be ambiguous and most of the time kind of is. However, by understanding these characteristics and using them in conjunction with other technical analysis tools, you can increase your confidence in differentiating wave 2 pullbacks from general trend reversals at era.
Yeah, thank you, Sharif, for going over that. And I think one thing too, with those, like I said, I think it's really interesting to note that there's all these different elements. We always talk about the balance of the evidence. Shout out to Sean as well, who is currently on jury duty. So jury, Jury, jury duty. Did not say that like a person. Be aware of that for sure. I'm going to sip some of this coffee because, yeah, these markets are very spicy. And yet apparently I'm sitting here like, IWM 222.10 again. Shout out to Rock Dog saying like, oh, you know, you would have had a killing on the trade if you stayed at that initial level of entry. I don't hold, and I find because when I hold, I make bad decisions. Case in point, actually this last IWM trade, which I'm pretty sure, like I said, hiding the P&L, but I'm almost positive this was probably like a break-even type situation because I accidentally added here at words. I accidentally added it to 222.09s, which is not what I wanted because, like I said, that 222.10 area was a massive area of resistance. Support. We finally break below it. I'm like, cool. 229.90s. I'm like 20 pennies in the money, even with my average position after I got some out. I'm like, cool, peace, chillin'. Then we break above. I'm like, so. Based on my tired trade rules, I definitely could not have correctly answered the question, are you awake enough to get out if it goes against you? It's all good, though. Basically flat on it, and I had a really small position. Happy I tried to stay in to see what happened. I want to see what we did at 40s. We broke above 40s. IWM, shout out to Mahmoud, who was saying flat bottom break. I really thought we'd have it, but IWM, every time we duck our little heads around, near, or below 222.10s, EWM does not care. So didn't get IW massacred. That's always nice, but I do still think that IWM has whatever weird thing it has with that 222.10, and I'm okay with that. If we want to bounce now off 30s, I'll go long. If you want to keep rejecting off 30s, going into that 222.10, I will play it more appropriately as a scalp, and I'll take more size. And that's what we're going to do here with EWM. Still have eyes on EWM. Also proud to hear what I did with Tesla, because like I said, part of the whole no taking tired trades is only taking trades on stocks and levels that I like and that I have reads on. Tesla, I was like, about that 248.20 level, so I took a long there. Only took about 20 pennies. Now, clearly, we've bounced up a good $1.50 on that, but I didn't want to hold because the way we were wrestling with that 248, I know I would have panic sold. That's the past tense of sell, Adara. I would have panic sold, gonna make it a word now, had I stayed in that. So you got to figure out what works there. And you have to figure out, I guess, what type of trader you are and what you're comfortable with. NVIDIA, you want to bounce here above the 90 MA. I want to be cognizant and cautious before I take this because, like I said, one of my new afternoon trade rules is don't take things you don't have as clear levels on in the afternoon. I mean, that probably, to be fair, this should be a thing in general, but with book scalping, it can be a bit different. That being said, if we hold this one, 1790s, I might take a really small position. I like that we have this bottoming tail candle. I like that we're peeking our little heads above VWAP or the 90 MA, but the better way to play this, and which actually does adhere to my tired trade rules, is sock sell. Soxel, which I was having some fun with earlier. Soxel coming to that previous doji area, poking its little head up above. If we could hold this level, I will take Soxel long. If not, I will take it short here. But I want to see what we do here around these 65s. If we keep pushing these higher lows, if we keep holding this level here on the book, I think we might. You know what? I'm going to get involved here 70s, and I'll add it 65s. Small position. But I think I am seeing some motion in the ocean here to the upside, and I want to swim with Soxel. And Soxel was like, yeah, as you were waffling and like talking, I'm going to pop up without you. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I respect that. I would have rather be patient than gotten into something and had it, not make sense. So if we're able to get 70s, I would love that. Okay, at this point, no, I'm okay with 73s because at that point, it like literally got to my level and I was 1 penny away. I think there's a difference between chasing and negotiating with the stock to get your level. If we're talking like, the difference of 2 pennies versus like 50, right? Tesla though, as I wait for Soxel, which I don't think I'm getting, we're going to cancel that order so I don't accidentally get filled. Tesla getting spicy here, but I don't want to necessarily get involved in any trades as I do wait for our auction. We have that auction coming up here very soon. And so we're going to be waiting for that here at the 20-year auction, with couple seconds coming up here. So best buying opportunity, says Elon. Yeah, I think there are definitely some opportunities here. Damien saying she's naturally on 1.25x playback speed. Guess so. Yeah, I guess I am front running YouTube on the playback speed up there. A little bit disappointed I missed Soxel, but if we bounce here off the 90 MA, I'm definitely interested. I don't think I necessarily want to get in a trade before we get that auction anyway. 23 seconds. BAC coming into view up. I'm just eyeing all these potential opportunities in the market. IWM definitely bouncing, so I might want to take advantage of that. Apple chopping and turning, so many things to look at in this market. But Tesla rejecting 250 is maybe the tastiest of those opportunities as of right now. As we wait for that auction reaction, the reauction, what are you looking at?
Google just made it back into the volume weighted average price. Good retracement for there. It's been very strong on the day, to be quite honest with you. There it goes, right into that 181.26 area. Good strength. We'll have to watch whether or not it can continue here or whether this is kind of like the area of resistance for it right now. So we'll keep tabs on that right now. Good recovery in the market too. Keeping an eye on that as we did get into 20,000. I completely missed that. I wasn't alive to that 20,000 drop, and we, dang it, 20,007.75 is where we got to on the market, and right back down we go. So a lot of bamboozlement right now. On the market, we're at the 20 exponential on the 5 there. So I'm going to take Amazon short here. Let's see if we can wet our beak on some profits at 95s. I've got a beak wetter there at 82s. Topping tail candle on Amazon as it did breach that the 20 period on the 5 as well. So good look. There we go. Nice move there on AMZN. Let's see if we can get a bit more. There we go. So we're printing on that. Nice fill there. Still short on this one at 95s, about 20 pennies in the money on this one. Let's see if we can take it down a little bit more on AMZN. Huge topping tail candle that came in with there. Did actually stop me out initially. Yeah, but that futures trade is the one I guess I missed. That was a really good one there. 20,775 low of day, and it spiked up aggressively into 68. So there was plenty of profits to be had there. On the NQ September contract. But yeah, missed trade. That's all there is to say about that. Leaving this Amazon short, let's see if it can really, use this topping tail candle to full effect here. And we know topping tail candles are typically very bearish patterns. So let's see if we can eke out a little bit more off this topping tail. Nicely 20 pennies in the money here. Let's see if we can get into 30 pennies. There is some support at 70 pennies though. So I am interested in taking it out here. That's what we'll take it out. So happy with this trade, but there was support at 70. That's why I did decide to take it out there. We had many topping tail candles right into that level as well. So breaking down below this level is Amazon now. So yeah, should have held a little bit more. But yeah, that's a look there. Apple has absolutely done nothing. I want to know, Adam, if you're in the chat, how you're still trading this, because I know that you're likely going to range trade it because it really hasn't given you too much to do. If you're still there, brother, let me know how you did on this one, because it did weasel its way up into 229. But like all I see is bamboozlement on Apple. Even when you zoom in, there's no discernible trend. Like you try to find area tops, but I just think that whatever algo is working on this bad boy today is absolutely, keeping you in a full state of guess because the levels are changing as quickly as you know what. So we'll keep that in mind. I'm also keeping a look here on goggles, as I mentioned, because that level is still, what's going on? I thought Randy was here.
I was like, Randy?
Where'd he go? So goggles coming into the volume weighted average price again, and it's not really breaking up above that. So if we do get that rejection on Google after this gnarly green candle, I will be very interested in taking it short. So Google, the strongest of the bunch today, definitely. I think it is actually percentage-wise the strongest. It is, yeah. 1.4% in the red. Next best is, I believe, Softy, 1.76. And then after that is Apple at 2 1/3. So bit of a tougher day, no question, on the markets, at least for the longs. We'll have to keep an eye to see whether that changes or not. Adam, it's boring. I expected more. Now that the NQ has seen a pop, I've got out of it for flat. Shout out to you, Adam. Goes without saying, hope you print. I'm still really disappointed about this futures trade that was so obvious, but I didn't have eyes on it. Yeah, use your alerts, guys. Use your alerts. But then, as we expected, that 20,000 wasn't really kind of a springboard for any reversal in the trend. It's just retracements. As you can see here, double top right now forming on the 20 exponential on the 5, and the major retracements on the future. And I don't usually use these moving averages on the future, but you can see here when we breach the 10, we've always maintained a price lower than that 20 exponential, and that goes all the way to the opening print. Even as early back as 9:35, when we dipped there, went red right at the bell. The pop up was into the 20 exponential. So there has not been a breach of the 20 exponential on the 5-minute chart today on the NQ September contract. We're down 2 2/3. But again, you hate to see it as a long-term holder, these Mag 7s, but this is a healthy retracement. You have to expect these kind of pullbacks. And often people, like Alfred, he longs for these retracements so that because he has so much conviction in his positions, he likes to add at these areas. So, the bulls can take these days as positive days as well. Maybe not for the P&L, but for generally. Now, let's look at Tesla a little bit here because this one had been respecting some moving averages. Then there was this area of consolidation, which we know. Sideways movement, not good for moving averages. We know that. Moving averages are good for trend. But here we go, rejecting off the 50 now and making higher lows after this gnarly double bottom. 246.55. I mean, you don't really need to know why the level held up there. It just did. And that's 4 5-minute candles, all of which held up there. And then we moved up a little bit. Is, though, the 50 area or the 250 area, which we haven't had prints above, is that going to be the line in the sand? So we'll have to wait and see if this current 5-minute candle makes a new low below this one. This one already did. So possibly another move down here for TSLA, still above the 10 exponential though. Let's flip to the small cap gappers, see what's afoot with these bad boys. So GFS, I mean, it hasn't done anything since we talked about it last. We talked about global foundries, possibly getting, a good catalyst here because they are a domestic chip manufacturer, much like Intel, catching that geopolitical nice tailwind. But it's done bupkis, essentially, since that opening move up into $62, retracing now. But this could be a multi-day play. Keep your eye on this one. 7.4% in the clear. Not retracing as much as Intel, but I would submit to you, Intel probably more of a day trade stock than GFS is. So maybe that has something to do with it there. Bloom Energy also retracing off the highs. I mean, I feel like I'm saying that about everything, whether or not it's the Mag 7 or the small cap gappers. Nothing really is at highs at the moment. I see this new one, TKNO, which I don't have on my chart. So let's go TKNO over here. This one, okay, it's a small cap gapper, $96 million market cap, 9 1/5 million shares traded on the day. And this one has a float of 10.3 million shares. Let's find out if this one has any notable short float. TKNO. And the short float on this one, 1 1/3%, nothing really to write home about. It is trying to hold above the volume weighted average price at $1.80. Is there a catalyst on this? I don't necessarily see a catalyst. In fact, I don't see anything at all. So possibly a sympathy play. What does this company do? They is a producer of critical reagents for the research, discovery, and development of commercialization therapies, vaccines, and molecular diagnostics. All right. Maybe the biotech tailwind for this one, catching a little bit today. Anyway, not doing a whole lot, guys. I just thought I'd mention it. There is another one too, SDST. Now this one is a little bit better. Okay, so this is a multiple halter, so this could be trouble, right? SDST. This one, what is this? Okay, U.S. Bancorp. Why is a U.S. Bancorp? Stardust Power. Their development stage manufacturer, battery grade lithium. Okay. I'm not sure what the hell this is doing, but it's absolutely rocketing to the high side. It likely will halt here at 2019. This one closed out at $10 yesterday. It's at $20.19 now. Big, huge move, halted 2019. Let's give the details on this one. It's a little bit larger of a market cap, 984 million. It's only done 314,000 shares. So the volume still light on this one. Let's put in the ticker super quick so everyone can follow along. SDST. Sorry, I'll just give you the details on this. So 341,000 shares afloat. Oh my God, that can't be real. 23,000. No, it's got to be something like 100. Yeah, impossible, Neil. 134,000. This is the other number I'm seeing. Let's find out over here. Bring in trade ideas. SDST. Okay, so trade idea says 4.3 million. That makes a bit more sense. No short float though that we can glean on this one. Keep your eye out for this one. Halted right now, likely a 5-minute halt. Both prior halts were 5-minute. Let's look at the daily. Is this a former runner? Yes, no, or maybe. Let's see if it's not loading up the daily chart. We're gonna have to pack our patience with this one. Sorry. Okay, what the hell is this? Did this thing just show up? Oh, this is a SPAC. Okay. Yeah, Neil booked it right away. So this is a SPAC. Is it still a SPAC or did it de-SPAC? No, it de-SPACed, obviously, because it's telling me what it's doing. So this was a SPAC, obviously. It looks like, I don't know when it de-SPACed, but it looks like maybe right here, yesterday or the day before, I don't know. Hard to tell. Anyway, it's a SPAC. Keep your eye on it. It had a big boy move yesterday. What the hell is this? No, this is the weekly. Sorry, that was last week. Let's flip to the daily here. Is it going to show me the daily or not? All right. I'll have to wait for this to load, Adara, so I'll just send it to you for a second here.
Yeah, so I took 70 pennies on Tesla, but before I talk about that, I want to talk about the auction. And it happened, and we didn't have much of a re-auction, though BAC sold off a little bit there. Auction, 20-year bonds, bond auction, 4.466% versus 4.452% previous, so slightly higher than the previous number. I'm going to get long Soxel, and then I'm going to talk about my Cybertruck, if I may. Actually, no, I'm not going to get long this one yet because I want to see what we do with the 99 EMA. But Tesla, I'm so proud of you, Cybertruck. Like I said, as you know, I have my new tired trade rules, so I didn't want to rush into anything. But then I saw we were hanging out at that 249.20. I like that 20-cent area in Tesla. We waffled. I tried to go short. What did I do here? I don't even know. Oh yeah, I tried to go long here. That's what yes. No? I don't even, yeah. Something happened. And this is where we're at. And I must have tried to go long. I went long. Yeah, okay, that's what I did. I went long 249.20s, didn't hold. I got out at 249s. Then I said, Derek, go short 249s. I did get short 249s. I was going to add, just as I was about to add, because I basically get my thing is always going to be if I see a change in the tides, I get out. I was going to add, and then we dropped. And I'm really proud. I got out here right where we bounced, which was that 248.30s. And I had that level because, as I mentioned earlier, I like that 248.20s. We get to 248.30s. I take 30 pennies on Tesla. Wish I had more size, but you're always going to wish for more when you are trading. That's kind of how trading goes. Sox Aldo, I'm going to start building a short position. I know I said long, then short, then long. But right now we are below the 90 EMA, and it does adhere to my tired trading rules because I've been trading it earlier, and I have levels on it. If we push above the 90 EMA, that's going to be a no for me, but I will be scalping. I will be adding in and out. Should I get filled here around 49s? Also, there was a super chat earlier from Kyle Burdett too. One of them was on days like this, like today. I put on Ja Rule Murder and Smile. I'm sure you're very happy with this short today. Shout out to Big Smile Burdett. Also, he tagged this one, and actually he mentioned you in this super chat.
Oh, I didn't see it.
It is pretty funny. It is.
How do I see the super chats?
You can fan funding. And then it's all there.
There we go.
Yeah, because I saw that one and I chuckled and I forgot about it till now. But shout out to Kyle Burdett.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Should I read this out loud?
I don't know if you can, but I wanted you to read it either way because it's pretty funny. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's when we were talking about weight loss drugs.
Big smile. Look, I think that they actually might come out with that. That's the thing, right? Like, I know you're making a joke, but I think any delivery method system other than injectables will be kind of well received by the consumer. I personally, I think people really hate injecting. I kind of gleaned about this earlier. It's a subcutaneous injection, means it only goes under the skin. Yeah, Ram. Subcutaneous meaning it goes under the skin rather than into the muscle. So those hurt a lot less. It's more like of a pinch rather than, So that's the GLP ones are like that. But I don't think people like dealing with needles, and I get that. So I think anything basically, sorry, live chat, there we go. Anything rather than injectables is going to have a market. All right, ST still halted though, guys. 2019, keeping tabs on this one. Here we go, unhalted now. 17 down. Look at this 16.5. We have a halt level here. It likely will halt at this 16 1/3 there. It pops back up, so it does defend that level. Good move up here for SDST. The bamboozlement is real. It's fast and furious. And by the way, that area that it just dipped into at 16 and basically 2/3, that's the volume weighted average price. So it's held VWAP here at that level. Let's see if we can weasel into a trade on this one, maybe at 17.5 or something like that. Let's see if it comes back down. Right now, wow, what a move up, right back into 19 and change. But again, it's moving dollars at a time, guys. A little above 19, it dips down into 18 and change. Here comes again 19. What's up?
We just have to vote. Yeah, so get in the chat and vote for whatever ticker you want. INTC, NVDA, any ticker that you choose, GME, maybe AMC, get involved and have your voice heard. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. Join, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you want.
Sounds good. Yeah, right up into 19 1/3 again. Here comes 19.5. Here comes that 20. 2019 is the high of the day, guys. Wow. Let's see if we maybe on the break of the high of the day. So go 2021. 2021. And then if you really want to get in, you're going to have to give this one a bit of room. So we'll give it maybe like 12 pennies. Let's see if that does that. So I'll look to go long on the break of the high today, and then I'll tell you, I'm going to be super quick with how I get out of this. Here we go. Let's see if I get filled first and foremost. I have my suspicions that I won't get filled. Here comes 20, and accumulating. There's definitely an iceberg at 20. It's not breaking through, and there's no size at 20. You can see that. There's a couple of lots there, maybe 15, 20 lots from what it's showing. So I don't think, I definitely know that there's an iceberg there. We'll wait and see. No break right now. Accumulating, though, lots of prints near this $20 area, but definitely a seller here or there.
Yeah, I mean, so you know how I was like, I'm going to trade stock sells so I don't have to worry about NVIDIA. Yeah, so someone decided to trade both at the same time. That someone is me. And then I added into NVIDIA. I stand by this, though. I don't stand by my point of entry. I got involved just as below that 90 MA where we waffled, but I do stand by the addition. I added because we can't break above 117. 118, I was going to say 117, but it's 118. Basically, the reason I got involved initially, we're below the 90 MA, we're kind of chopping, we're kind of churning, but weirdly, NVIDIA is stronger than SOXL here, which is kind of bizarre. I'm going to start planning to exit if we nicely stay below here, but I mean, NVIDIA, if you can't even get back to like low 80s, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? So I want to watch out for that. I'm like 25 pennies in the money here in SOXL, already took out half the position, but I don't even want to really leave this NVIDIA alone because I do not like, if we're bouncing off 90s, NVIDIA, I can't play with you anymore. This is getting really choppy and really churny. NVIDIA is moving with the businesses I don't like. Shouldn't have got involved in that in the first place, especially adding the size I did. But NVIDIA outperforming SOXL as we have that attempt to break above 118 in NVIDIA. SOXL here still breaking lower. Could add to this position, arguably should have added to this position instead of doing Lord knows what with NVDA. Currently 25 pennies in the money. I don't want to leave yet. I want to be cognizant of the fact we could be forming a higher low. You know what, Derek? Leave. Get out. Please just punch there. Took about 25 pennies on the dot on SOXL. Definitely got chopped up for reasons on NVIDIA, but IWM back to 222s. So this breaking into 221 could always do something for me. If we get to that 222.10s and reject, you guys know how much I love that level. Do you know how much smoke I want? It's a lot of smoke. It's actually all the smoke. We're going to start at 222, 222.10s. Let's see. But yeah, make sure you do this as well here. Get involved. If you want to be a part of this community, go in that chat, right? Because we want you all to be here. It's a great community. Go in that chat right now. So that's the vote. Vote. Do that thing.
Do that thing.
Subscribe. And because you can't be a part of your chat if you're not subscribed.
Nope.
So if you want to chat
can't.
and if you want to be able to vote and do all that other cool stuff, definitely join us here in our chat. I should not have gotten short IWM. Big yikes for me. But how are you doing over here?
Good. We did.
Was that Obi's face randomly on? Oh my God. Okay, Nev.
She's putting you on blast on camera there. Yeah, I think you might need to beef Ram. Fabian.
It was Fabian apparently.
How is Fabian going to do that when he's on that side of the desk, Ram? Okay. All right. I got long on Apple. I took a couple of trades right now. One on Amazon, one on Apple. I'll talk about both of them. This was an area hold here on AAPL. So we had been coming out to the bottom consolidation area. And like I was telling Adam, I felt like this was really a bit of a range on Apple, but just indeterminate levels, kind of. After staring at it for a little bit, you kind of glean where the levels are. So the fifth of a dollar really seemed to be one that was coming in a lot. I'm talking about this one, and three different stops right at that fifth. 228.20. Got long, took it out nicely towards the higher 40s for almost a 30 penny winner. Right now it's breaking again, though, into 50. So could have held this a little bit longer, no question. I still have a resting order, Fabian, at this area over here at 220 and change on SDST. I'm looking for a high day break on this one. It's up 94%. It's running like a monster, and it's not retracing either to the downside. It's hanging out near the highs, accumulating, I'm assuming, between 19 and 20, but look how it's trading. It jumps to 19 and then it moves up into 1940s. I've got a 13 penny spread on this. I'm willing to bet you I don't get filled. I'm just putting it out there for giggles to see exactly whether I get filled or not. Hey, if it get filled and we move up, we'll move up. No problem there. AMZN took this bad boy long, but I'm happy I covered the long earlier than I had anticipated. We took about 20 pennies on this one, but it did break down and make a newer low. So I'm happy I didn't hold this one against me. Alas, though, I didn't have this 186.20 charted over here as a level of support because it's right back into 186.80. So it's giving you well over 60 pennies there as it retraces to the north side again. However, keep in mind that even though this looks great, a retracement, still putting lower lows and lower highs, not necessarily lower lows, but certainly lower highs. Each successive crest is a little bit lower than its predecessor, which is obviously not the look you want if you're looking for a mean reversion trade, because then the trend to the downside is still intact. Let's flip back here to SDST. Still the accumulation, the dance right now between 19 and 20 happening. However, look at this now. We're getting sequentially lower highs on SDST. The bottom is still holding out generally in the 19 area. You're getting breaches of it now into the high 18s. However, what's more telling for me is the sequentially lower highs. And we know there's a lot of people that want to short this monster at the high. No question about it. The mean reversion trade that Obi talks about, the reversion being mean, this, that, and the other. The point is that there is a trading setup based upon this kind of look where we get into extended highs and then we ride it back down for a $3, $4, $5 winner. That is a trade. No question about it. It's one that I don't take as a result of having to get shorts for this. And I don't like having shorts and, feeling like I need to use them kind of thing. So keeping an eye on this one, SDST, good look there. Let's look at the Mag 7 and see what is changing. Any winds of change coming on said Mag 7? Well, the futures is right at the 20 exponential again, but most notably, we still have a lower highs on that one, so nothing's changed. But we do possibly have a double bottom. Again, that 20,000 point level we kept talking about earlier as an area to defend. It's coming twice. I've taken neither. First one was 20,700. The second one was 20,700, 20,007, 20,010. And here we are right back into the 20 exponential on the 5 above the 50 point level. But to change the trend, which is lower lows and lower highs, We have to get something above 20,070 on a closing basis. We do that, then I think we may see something different. But I got my suspicions on the day that we trend up at all. I just feel like this is going to be a decidedly red day. Back to Apple, because we were trading this one on a range. It just breached the volume weighted average price and then it comes back down again. Your guess is as good as mine where the top end of the range is. There's so many different levels. The bottom end seems to be a bit more discernible at that third of a dollar to a fifth of a dollar. This one, though, to the top side, you have far more range. So you have that 228.70 where VWAP is hanging out. Sometimes it rejects off there. Then you have outlying candles like this one at 12.55 that goes all the way up to 229. So yeah, a lot of bamboozlement to the top side of the range on Apple. I would submit to you, though, that there is a bit more consistency in the lower end of the range towards that 228 and a fifth a day.
Yeah, I've been cycling between 3 ETFs this afternoon to look at and to trade. One of them is UM, one of them is SOXL, and the other one is the SPY. I'm going to quickly go over my levels, and then we'll do that last lesson of the day here. SPY here below the 90 EMA, definitely rejecting off 30s. Last time we got here, rejected at 30s, bounced off 557, so got about a 30 penny range. We also have SOXL, which I'm really happy with what I did here on these. I've only had 3 SOXL trades, but they've all worked out okay. So I did have that short off that 90 EMA rejection. Then we pop back into the 90 EMA and we make higher lows. We've continued to make higher lows. It did take about 5 pennies, and this could have gone like up to like 12, but I just wasn't scalpy enough. I think the IWM is pausing, but I would also pause it. Pun kind of intended. I would posit that NVIDIA is outperforming the IWM. I mentioned this earlier, but maybe it's like leading the IWM because this same patterns as IWM with these higher highs, higher lows, but they also hit sooner than the IWM. Like I was short SOXL profitable and short NVIDIA, and I lost on that. And so they don't always move necessarily together. NVIDIA might be like outgrowing its family. It's like, I'm too cool for you guys. I'm moving to New York and living in a studio loft to be a starving artist. So NVIDIA living its own life a little bit compared to its SOXL peers, worth noting. Also, IWM continuing to waffle with that 222.
Did you mean SMH?
Pardon?
Did you mean SMH?
I did mean SMH.
Oh,
You said SOXL. What did
you were saying IWM. Yeah.
I just said IWM now. Sorry, yeah. But
no, before that. You were saying
sorry about that.
I just wanted to make sure people understood what
I meant that SMH.
That's what I figured you meant.
Thank you. Yes, sorry. My brain is like frazzled. I've been trading it through SOXL because I find the spread better. But yeah, so but it is the SMH. So yeah, NVIDIA outperforming its SMH family. Thank you for clarifying on that. So remember, it's like scrambled cheese.
No worries.
Scrambled cheese. It's scrambled. But IWM continuing to have this dance with the 222s. We're going to see where it is in its waltz when I get back from that lesson of the day. But also thank you to hold me back, exclamation point, for 5-month member chat. #1 lunch stream by far. Thanks for keeping me hungry for more. Pun. See what I did there? Yes, I do. Shout out to Hold Me Back. Definitely don't want to hold you back from the puns because I am enjoying them. And y'all insert your name here.
Okay, so I'm long SDST. I'm long at 2033. It's halted at 2112. Sorry to interrupt you. I need to see exactly where the halt parameter, where is the tap? The tap is at 22 now. So right now I am $1.70 in the money. We're going to see where the tap opens up SDST. I didn't think I'd get filled. I got to tell you the truth, quite frankly, on this one. So I have to put a market on open order, which I totally forgot how to do on my keyboard in order to get out here. So when did we halt? 1 second. We halted at 134 and change over here. I should be able to see it over here. No, what the hell is it doing? Just a second. Yeah, so 134.33, 124. So we just actually halted about a minute ago. So yeah, so this one should be open at 129.33. If it is to be a 5-minute halt, it's halted 5 minutes most of the time here. But if it is to be a 5-minute halt, it should open up at 129.33 Adara. So I just wanted to let anybody know that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So shout out to Sharif there with that trade. Hope you print, as we always do there. And for now, though, we're gonna transition here, take a little bit of a turn in the tides. Also, yeah, I am long IWM. We bounced off the 2 22.10, so I'm just watching that on the side. But right now we're going to watch, just to address the position board, but right now we're going to talk about these waves. So let's talk about wave 2. Yesterday we talked about wave 1, and wave 1 really helps you discern, is this a trend? What is going on? How do you discern between wave 1 and other noise in the market ocean? But now we're going to talk about wave 2, because correctly identifying a wave 2 pullback is really important, and it separates the energetic wave 1 from the powerful wave 3. So do you know if we're just getting a brief pause in the trend, or is the trend over? Well, this is what this can help you find out. So let's talk about why wave 2 is so important. Well, for one, it can be a healthy correction. It's a natural and healthy price retracement following the initial thrust, the power that we get in wave 1. It also sets the foundation for wave 3, because a well-defined wave 2 can give you the opportunity to be prepared for your last impulse wave. You know, literally it says in the name, wave 2 is a corrective wave, right? Impulse versus corrective. So it is going to be a little bit more calm, a little bit more chilled, lower key, no caffeine, just a kind of a chill moment here in the market and in your trend. And it also does give you some trading opportunities that are, of course, worth noting as well, because if you're able to identify that wave 2 pullback, it can present a buying opportunity for the continuation of the trend. So let's talk about what this wave 2 pullback is, and also distinguishing a wave 2 from a reversal. Well, it's not always going to be perfect. There's a couple differences that can help you discern and distinguish between a wave 2 and a trend reversal. Wave 2 pullback, so depth. So you really, we're typically going to see a retracement between 38.2% and 50% in these Fibonacci retracements of wave 1. However, it can extend up to 61.8% in certain cases. The time frame is going to matter too. The time frame is shorter than wave 1. If you see the corrective versus impulse waves, it is going to be a little bit shorter. And then last but not least, volatility or volatility. If you're trading Lily, which we know was active today. Shout out to Ethan in the chat for asking about my old pal, Mademoiselle. But volatility is going to be less so in wave 2 than with wave 1. And it might have some more choppy or corrective price movement than that impulsivity, the big intense wave. So what about Elliott wave rules? So you want your waves to follow specific Elliott wave rules, hence why they're called Elliott waves, right? You don't want it to exceed the starting point of wave 1 for a downtrend, or retrace below the swing low of wave 1 in an uptrend. Those are kind of some rules you want to see behaving. So is Randy here?
No, I don't know why she does that, Ram. It's a Chilean nightmare, apparently.
So here we go. Fabe. I think Fabian and the wave and the fib combined. I said Fabe. I apologize. I mean, wave 3 fib extensions. So you might want to see here this wave 2 coming into some fib retracements, and then you see as well some other potential areas for the waves as well through fibs, right? So you can see that we have this retracement, and it does give you a little bit of confluence if you are in wave 2. So here's some examples too of wave 2 new failed highs or lows. So this is going to be a confirmed if you fail to make your new high in a downtrend, because you do want to see that a bit less of a sharp wave, and then the failed new low, you're in your waves. You see that you have not made a lower low because you want that smaller move in wave 2 than you have in wave 1. Good times. And here's a couple different variations of wave 2. We talked about these in more details last week. A little bit of zig and a little bit of zag, the zigzag wave, and then also the flat wave. You're going to want to see a couple different variations here, things to be aware of. So in case you don't get a perfect, quote unquote, perfect textbook Elliott wave, there's other textbooks you can look at, like the zigzag or the flat. Neil Roberts wants to learn more about the Fabian wave. I'm really sorry there for baiting you. Unfortunately, it does not exist. Unless you are trying to say wave and fib at the same time. Well, you hear the name Fabian said. That's how you get that's the wave, I guess. Let's talk as well about the trend reversal. So the depth is worth noting here. If you're not seeing a wave 2 pullback and you're instead seeing reversal, some things to look for will be depth. The reversal and that pullback is going to be deeper than a typical wave 2, and it might actually exceed the 61.8% Fibonacci retracement. What about the time frame? Your time frame for wave 2 can be longer than wave 1. It might actually take weeks or months to unfold, and volatility is worth noting as well. It might exhibit some increased volatility compared to wave 2 with strong price swings in the opposite direction of the trend, because it is going to be it's an actual trend reversal, right? It's not just part of your ongoing trend. It's actually saying, no, I don't want to hang with this trend. That's what it's saying. So that's something to be definitely cognizant of. Now it also will be breaking the rules, because it's not part of your Elliott wave trend, so it does not care. Rules are meant to be broken if you're breaking a trend. It might break key support and resistance levels on this faux wave, the fake wave 2, that you established in wave 1, or it might violate Elliott wave rules, like exceeding the starting point of wave 1. So it's going to be more intense than what you would see in a traditional wave 2. So here's some additional tips here as well. You might want some confirmation from other indicators because we always say the more confirmation, the better. As Sharif always says, the balance is the evidence. So that's what you want to see. I was waiting for that. I've been pretty good with that button. I have to say, I've shown a lot of self-restraint. But so basically, you might want to see some example technical indicators like RSI or MACD to identify the potential overbought or oversold conditions in wave 2, which can signal a pullback rather than a reversal. You also might want to see higher time frame analysis, analyze trend direction on a higher time frame to assess the overall trend direction and strengthen your wave identification. And also price action as well, right? You want to look for some continuation patterns like flags or pennants within the wave 2 pullback to suggest a potential continuation of the trend. So here's some example of that RSI divergence. You get that bearish divergence, and that's going to, of course, be a bit of a sign here. And then same with MACD divergence. We talked about these more in detail in previous lessons, but you do have those signs that, hey, we actually are seeing that wave 1. So if you have your wave 1 confirmed, as Sharif was saying yesterday, I want to shout that out for the lesson preparation. And also for that point, if you have your wave 1 identified, it's a lot easier to see wave 2 because you know you've got all your ducks in a row and you've dotted your I's and you've crossed said T's. What about, as not AT&T, but just T's in general? Let's look as well about these bullish continuation patterns, right? If you see some of these in confluence with your wave 2, and you've already confirmed your wave 1, that's going to give you some more strength to do these trades. So, but you want to remember there's no foolproof method, and the market can sometimes be ambiguous, as Sharif was denoting earlier. It's actually kind of what it's known for, is ambiguity. It likes to trip you up. It likes to play with your feelings. But by understanding some of these characteristics and using them in conjunction with other technical analysis tools, you, too, can increase your confidence in differentiating wave 2 pullbacks from trend reversals. Going to end sounding like a PSA. But also, I did laugh here at Kyle Burdett saying to Neil it will be months before he could do the wave.
He thought you blocked him.
I did not block him. I was laughing at the super chats earlier. I just read one.
I know. I told him. I'm like, she wouldn't do that. It looks like the market jumped up here, and this is the level we were talking about on the future. So this is the higher low that we're putting in. We're not really decidedly above it now, but it looks like we are marching our way up. There we go, into 75. So it looks as if we did put a higher low. Now it's just about where we mean revert to, I kind of feel. Tesla's popping up. There's a lot of strength in the Mag 7 now, guys. Here we go. Amazon's popping up. We had Meta pop up as well into the 10 exponential. Microsoft strong. Tesla's going. Nvidia's going. So here we go. The futures, the winds of change. It looks like maybe coming in for the moment. It's just about how we weasel into this, or whether we encounter resistance at these levels. I'm seeing Meta is not breaking above the 10 exponential right now, but it looks like not Amazon, but looks like Tesla and Nvidia both on their way to VWAP here. We already breached VWAP on Softy, and we're at it as well right now on Google. So good strength on the future, but can we get continuation? I mean, we've been weak all day, so it's just kind of hard to shut your mind off and be like, hey, we're going to pop up now. But look, if we hold up, we hold up, right? So this is the area crest over here. I'd like to see if we can continue to hold at this level. I'm on the TQQs right now because I like the natural. Let's see if we can get in here a little bit. So we do get long at 23s. Let's see if we can continue up into ones, 20,100. There's likely going to be a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag. I don't mind adding at 75.05 to hold this area crest. In fact, let's put that area right now. I'm going to sit at 06s to see if we can get that and defend it a little bit. I'm seeing a lot of strength coming on the name, so you figure it may translate into the future as well. So where do I want to take it out, though? So if we do claim this area and we continue moving up 20,100, hard to see what that level would be on the TQQs, but looking for strength, even though, knowing that it's a weekday. So worried about the mean reversion failing here and the kind of becoming short the pops kind of situation. So let's see if we can get that DCA around 75.06. And then we do get it now. It's going to have to hold above 74.95. Otherwise, I'm going to get out of this one. And it's already dropping quite aggressively. So it is a kind of short the pops kind of day. At least that's what it feels like at the moment right now. So we'll have to wait to see if this 74.95 area can hold. Otherwise, I got to get out of this one. I'm seeing more red, sadly, come in on the future, right? Well, not on the future, but on the Mag 7 name. So you're seeing some weakness here come in on Meta at the 10 exponential. Likewise, topping tail candle at VWAP, well, almost at VWAP on Amazon. You're getting some red candles showing up as well on NVIDIA as well as Microsoft. So even though it's a nice little pop there, we're only like 3 pennies out of the money. The fact of the matter is we may not get the continuation. It's not about breaking even, really it's about profiting. So we'll have to keep an eye on, see whether or not we can weasel our way up here. All right, now we're in the money. We'll hope ever so briefly. Softy, not really showing me too much in the way of red candles. Tesla is really going here, guys. Tesla is not the one that I think is holding back this market. 250, 70 incoming. It looks like it wants to get to that 252 possibly, or 251.75, where the volume weighted average price is on Tesla. So keep packing my patience right now, trying to see if we do get that continuation. Nice bump up, but very cognizant of the fact that it could be a short the pipes kind of day, Adair.
Yeah, it's certainly been an interesting day in the market. I'm still looking at, Soxel. Soxel, don't do this to me. Okay, yeah, we're going to get involved in Soxel. I'm going to stop making weird sounds. I like these bounces here off the 90 EMA. Don't think I'll get my fill. Smaller-ish position because it is later in the day. And as I said, adhering to the tired trade rules, which are just my own made-up rules for me taking trades after 1 p.m. And we get in, and Soxel does drop L a little bit. So hopefully we can turn this into a Sox W. Currently, I'm acting so dramatic. I'm like flat on it, whatever. But we did have that drop into 50s. I wanted to see us continue to hold these higher lows. I'd love to see us bounce off off these 50s, stay bouncing off the 90 MA. I'm willing to add to this if I see like a nice discernible bounce, because like I said, what I've been really doing in terms of my risk to reward and how I format my positions is I've been tilting away less from the, 3 to 1, whatever, the ratio model, and more into, are you seeing things you like in the book? Is your strategy being confirmed? Because I find when I try to adhere to these specific price levels, that's when I get really chopped up. Obviously, I would like to see 80s because even though we have higher lows, we still have lower highs. So if we can see 80s, that's great. Right now, Soxel bouncing off of these 55s areas, giving me a lot of confidence. And as I say that, Soxel's like, oh, Adair, you want to see me drop below? I'm like, who said that? I didn't say that, Soxel. I do not love what we're doing here at 55s at all, but I'm not seeing anything to get me out either, so I'm going to stay in this for now. Patience is a virtue that I lack. I sorely lack. Okay, but as we drop here below 50s, that's going to be the sell signal there. If Soxel will let me Soxel, come on now, Soxel. Should have definitely gotten out earlier. I should have been more comfy risking like 5 pennies and, instead of being all stubborn or whatever, stuck to my idea. That's something I learned on this. That's a little bit disappointing. But I think that's the whole point of trading live in these markets is you learn lessons in real time that you can't learn from just sitting and watching, right? Or I think also when you have real money on the line, it's always going to be different from learning in the sim. Soxel will not let me leave. Okay, Soxel wants to kidnap me. That's fine. Definitely probably lost a little bit compared to how I was doing the trade earlier, but also this might be a better entry. That 54.30s bounce. So all good there. Should have gotten out the second I got sketchy. That is an L for me. Michael Moore, thank you for the $2 super chat. Tesla one-day chart, bullish or bearish diamond pattern. Do you know this diamond pattern?
I do not.
I do not know that. I'm going to have to look up the diamond pattern, but I will look up the daily chart here for Tesla. Thank you. Not for Tesla. For Tesla, but for Michael Moore. Thank you very much, Michael, again, for that literally super chat. Let's pull this bad boy up, to use a Sharifism. Okay. I see I think diamond pattern. Correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but are you talking about this? This looks like a bull flag. A little bit. But I want to contextualize this bull flag. We're getting a pseudo bull flag here in Tesla. And by that I mean we're kind of getting a bit of a diamond, a bit of a triangle here. We're getting the pseudo bull flag. But as he said earlier, or I think yesterday when I looked at this chart, the Tesla daily chart for someone, we have these lower highs here. And a lot of this is wick basis. We have a lot of topping tail candles on the Musk man's stock. Also worth noting, we have not 1, not 2, but now 3 attempts and failures to decisively break above 265. So I still think that 265 is a level of resistance. Like I said yesterday, I want a nice close above 265 for a couple days, support that level, and then we'll see what happens. Trump Corp in the chat, I think Adair is also good at rapping, smiley face. I don't know about that, but shout out to you. Thank you for that. Let's take a look at DJT because your name is reminding me of Donald John Dump or Donald John Pump, depending on the day, to kind of paraphrase the Sharif's nickname for that stock. Okay, DJT. I wanted to do a pushback, but there's not really anything to push back here. We might be getting a baby bull flag. We have that push up here, and now we're chopping and churning here. Nice support forming at 36, so that's not a bad level. But also keep in mind, we are rejecting that previous base that we broke down from around 37.10. That's something to note. Also, I don't have no transition for this, but I want to see what's happening in actually, you know what I do? Because DJT, president, let's look at Bank of America. Let's take a look at America here. We're below VWAP still, but making higher highs, higher lows. This 44 area could be interesting, but I don't have a read on it. I just wanted to look at it because I haven't in a while. Tesla hanging out around that 250s could be an interesting trade. Nvidia pulling back a bit. Happy I got to the stocks out long while I did. Wow. And IWM still strong. So what a day it's been here. SPY, though, higher highs, higher lows. I like your idea of trading futures right now.
Yeah. All right. So we're done the trade on SDST. We went long at 20.30 and got out at 21.30 exactly. So I'm happy with this trade, but as you can see, it got up a lot higher. So that 21.30 exit it looked pretty bad after the halt, but you got to understand, I was caught in the halt, so $1 to me seemed like a good deal, but there it is, 25, and now it's bull flagging a little bit again at that level. So keep your eye on this one. You know, I didn't get the full fill here. Sadly, it was only a partial fill, but we'll keep tabs on that. Yeah, the futures bamboozled me a little bit. I got in, could have, broken even, but that wasn't really the move. It's all the way back down. I saw Dan tag me in the chat. He's like, look, man, the ES is right back to the IB low, and more accurate he could not be because the bottom dropped off there, even though there was breaches of higher lows and or the lower lows. Sorry, the lower highs. It made a new high on the ES or the NQ, which had me coming in to the trade, but again, feels like it's always going to be a short to pop kind of day today on these Mag 7 names. So we'll keep an eye on that. Still tougher trading for me today, no question about it. It's been a tougher week for me trading. Had a couple of good trades, but still negative on the day. Looking to basically get out of negatory land. So we'll keep tabs on this one. Microsoft just dropped into the volume weighted average price and got a nice bid there. So if you were sitting with a resting order, hope you printed on that. I still don't think the future is done, especially if we start curling back up here. So this will be a higher high and a higher low. I think I just might have had the wrong entry. So unless we come back to test 20,000 again, if we find a trough on the future, and I'm not sure exactly where, because it's not really respecting any of these moving averages or anything that I'm using today, essentially. But if we do put in a higher low, I'm very interested in taking the long on the future right now, but definitely not right now. Like today, but not right now. So we'll keep tabs on that. All right, what are you guys talking about there in the chat? Hopefully our group did not fire sale this morning, says Elon. Kassan wants to look at CETU, not a name that I'm very familiar with. Cetus Capital Trust Acquisitions. Yeah, okay, so this is popping up here. It looks like it's a small cap gapper. Halted at 961, up 74%. Why isn't this on my list? Oh, it's traded 160,000 shares. Let's bring in the side chart over here. CETU. This is like kind of the SDST. Good look. Let's look at the 1 minute and see how this one halted. So this was doing like very, very little volume. Then the volume is really coming in at the second halt. So the first up halt was over here at 135. 5 minute halt at around 8 1/4. Now this one's, we'll see if it's a 5 minute halt at 9 2/3. So good strength on this name, guys. Good call out there by the individual. Forgot his name. CETU, keep that on your list. It's still not showing up on my chart just because the volume is not meeting the minimum volume standards that I have at the moment. So keep your if you want to trade these small cap gappers, keep tabs on that. Still keeping an eye on the future in the Mag 7. I feel like Microsoft's definitely got the strongest look right now. It's holding above VWAP, even though it retraced off that 442.5. I feel like Microsoft did hold up at VWAP and catching a bit of a bid now. So Microsoft, obviously the second largest company and second largest weight in the NQ. So, well, I think it might, I don't know if it's the second largest or not. It's not as big as Apple at the moment, but we shall see. Let's see what we're doing here with the Qs. So let's see if we can get in a little bit over here. What are we doing? Are we catching a bit of a bid? This is going to be the higher low. Just thinking about what I'm going to do in the Qs, keeping an eye on Softy as well, keeping on some other names. I'm going to give it a try here at 75. We'll get out if it breaks 70. Where do we get long at 76? Okay, so we'll give it a bit of room into 78. I'm going to give this a shot. What are you looking at, Adair?
Yeah, I mean, I have my afternoon trade checklist, and yet I still have my ongoing recurring struggle My Atlas pushing the... No, Atlas holds up the world. Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill is me trading after like 12:30. And I need to work on my checklist more. I just think I'm definitely rushing into things. I'm getting way too in my head. And honestly, even for my whole afternoon checklist thing, it wasn't even a P&L thing, though I think that's part of it. But it's like my issue is if you're doing well in the morning and crashing in the afternoon, mitigate that. So now, trying to take trades only on stocks that I had levels on, but I'm just not trusting my instincts enough. This IWM was probably the least objectionable trade I've taken in a little bit. I like this 222.60 level. Took some shorts in earlier. We had topping tail candles, but I don't love my point of entry. And the second I saw stuff on the book, like we couldn't break back below the level, I got out. This SPY though, grr. I get long here off the 90 MA, and we also had those bounces on the candles. I could have gotten like 15 pennies on this. I didn't sell fast enough. Adara, you're a scalper. Remember to scalp. There's been quite a few trades today that would have been gone better had I just trusted myself more. And one of those is going to be this Soxal disaster. I should have been able to get out of this way sooner, but I kept panicking, wasn't able to get out. Speaking of Soxal though, man, if this thing wants to reject that 54, continue to make these lower highs. I'm going to try to get involved in this, but I don't want to chase either. I think Soxal, as Sharif said, it's a short the pop kind of day. I need to be doing that more effectively. And Soxal's a trade. This one is a stock I had levels on earlier, so I feel like it does fit my afternoon checklist, which is something I still want to refine and make better opportunities so I can make more appropriate trades. Let's take a look, though, at voting. Whatever tickers you want. You guys have 2 seconds. No, you have 2 minutes left. 2 seconds to be intense. Go in the chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy. You guys know what tickers you like. Maybe it's Dow, maybe it's DIA. But either way, if you really traded it, this segment is brought to you by Real Trading. Even if you didn't trade it, even if you're just curious, you can, I just wanted to pun. You can get in there and you can go in that chat and you can go exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy. You have 2 minutes left, not 2 seconds, as I said earlier, erroneously. And you have I almost said 2 seconds again. 2 minutes to vote. Get those votes in. Make sure your voice is heard. And as Sharif said, you can campaign if you want. You can get your buddies to vote with you.
Absolutely.
Sirius made the list the other day, so I think some campaigning might have happened
Yeah, I
there.
had no idea what was
get
going on
involved
there.
and make sure your voice is heard in the chat.
All right, so trying to catch this bottom on the future, we could have taken like a nice 20 penny winner, took out 11 for the first one, still holding a beak wetter, looking for a move back in, but it's really Softy here that's keeping the market afloat. Softy is the strongest of the names right now. You're getting a bit of a bid in NVIDIA as well, but it's still very much below 119. If I can get something in like 95, 74, 95, I think I'd cover before the whole dollar in and around there. So let's put the beak wetter there. But yeah, again, I think Adara just kind of echoed the sentiment that I've had the majority of the day, which is it's been a short pops kind of day. So if you're trying to look for something, you're grasping at straws, don't be like me. Look to short the pops, even though you may think you're seeing like these trends happening. So even though Softy's strong, NVIDIA caught a bit of a bid, Meta putting in a higher low right now above 462. The future's really not cooperating at these levels. I'm unsurprised. So we'll see if we get anything in the mid 90s. I'll take it out there. We're already in the mid 80s here. Just take it out here. But I do see some green on these Mag 7 names, so I don't want to take it out. As I said, Meta put in a bit of a higher low at 462. It's working its way in to 463. It's still below the 10, still below the 20, but it was really this bottoming tail candle that caught my attention over here, this hammer candle, which could, be the signal of change. I don't know. There's also Microsoft, like I keep mentioning, moving up near that 442.5. So good strength coming in there, but it's not enough to lift up these markets. So we're not getting the pop on the future. So I'll take the rest out for like 5 pennies there. I'm just going to leave it because I feel like, the future is going to come right back down as we talk now. But that's just the funny thing is, though, that Softy's still moving to the high side, but the future's coming down. So maybe is this a short here on the future? I'm just looking to see if we make a lower high. That's the whole thing here. All right, Jeremy Newman, can you take a quick look at Longeveron gap fill 350 yesterday? Any news this morning? There was Longeveron today, actually, because they had an Alzheimer's thing for mild Alzheimer's. And the reason I know that is because Cassava Sciences was kind of on not a good look for them because of...
Very bad look for them.
Yeah. So let's look at LGVN. So he wants to know about 350. Let's go What was it quick? Can you take a look at the LGV and gap fill 350 yesterday and news this morning? So let's see, 350 gap fill. So we closed out yesterday at 350. We consolidated there for the majority of the afternoon. Then basically at 8 a.m. this morning, we rocketed up on that catalyst. So here's the catalyst. Longeveron shares are trading higher after the company announced that the FDA has granted fast track designation for its Lomecel-B for the treatment of mild Alzheimer's disease. And that's been the look. 488 high, 407. It's holding 4. Jeremy, that looks good. But what do you need me to see? Take a quick look. Well, there isn't much to say, Jeremy. I mean, looks like basically we're holding as the bottom end of the consolidation, either that $4 level, which we keep closing above, even though we wick below it. And it seems to be that pre-market consolidation area top that we had yesterday before we broke down into that, as you astutely put it, 350. And then if you even look before that pre-market action that we had yesterday, look at the consolidation area bottom that we had on the 15th. So that was $4, generally $4. So I think that's basically all that's happening here. You're holding a previous area of support. You're holding that same area. So let me know how it goes, obviously. That's the 15-minute chart. Let's look at the 5, see if we can glean anything over here. Yeah, I'd be honest with you, I like the higher lows. Let's see if it's a second day play tomorrow, but definitely below the volume weighted average price, not tradable as a breakout, but there does seem to be a bit of a range when you zoom in between that 415 and $4. So if you want to trade it for 15 pennies with size as a range, there's nothing wrong with doing that either. So LGVN, good look on the day. Pretty Panda, we gonna ignore the flag on Zap again? I might. Too much stress. Let's look at Zap.
I like that. Sometimes you do have to ignore stuff if you just can't play.
Right?
I really, thank you. I like that, Pretty Panda.
Yeah, it's actually a good call. What?
Being Delulu.
I don't know what that means.
So being delusional is the solution. Being Delulu is the Solulu. Shout out to Lululemon and also shout out to Ramin for making us laugh here. Shout out to Ramin and Fabian seriously for everything they do.
Of course.
Zap.
But I don't see a bull flag, Pretty Panda. I mean, are you talking on the day? Because on the 5-minute, I don't see a bull flag. Let's look at the 1 quickly here. Okay, is this what you're talking about? Like this 115 pump that we pump up and then we kind of consolidate sideways? Because it's just not doing enough on the day. You know, with these small cap gappers, I got to tell you, Pretty Panda, that, you know, they got to be doing volume. It's got to be like a first or second day play. I know Zap's been on our watch list for, not our watch list, but on our scanner for a while now. And yeah, the volume is really not there. So I wouldn't trade Zap personally on the day unless, again, it was a range. Okay, clearly right now it's broken above the volume weighted average price. It had trouble with it earlier. So if you're going to take a dip, I'd be looking something at 1450, excuse me, to defend the volume weighted average price, which we know is an area crest from previous. So shout out to you. No problem, Jeremy. Thank you, sir. Playing swing right now. Just have to keep my patience. Yeah, man, patience definitely very important in this game. Dare, I've got a couple of minutes left before we head on to the green screen. Anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, I know patience is very important in this game. Throw to the least patient person here on these desks. But no, I am. Yeah, I think sometimes too, part of it as well, and I want to shout out Sharif because he said this to me. This was huge for me. It's like, being patient is really important, but also understand if you're not patient, maybe adjust your trading style to that potentially, and that's why I scalp. That's why I got out of this EWM. I initially got into IWM, which is the Russell 2000, because we were holding below that 222.30 area really well. I liked it. I was like, let's get involved. We broke below 222.20s. I got out, so lost like 7 pennies here. Not too shabby, but I probably shouldn't have rushed into it either. Like I said, need to work on trading less in the afternoon. But that being said, if you see opportunities, you should take them. I got 50 pennies here in SOXL to end the day, which I was pleased as punch about. I got involved because we had that A, that 90 EMA rejection. B, we had this previous area here around 54.20s, 54.25s. That was a bit of area of support. Look at that topping tail candle. I watched the book. I said, Adara, you're comfortable. Take this short. SOXL is how I've been kind of playing NVIDIA because they're moving sort of similarly. Though I did find earlier, and I'm going to check if this is still the case, I found earlier that NVIDIA has weirdly been a bit stronger than its family, SOXL or SMH, I guess. But yeah, right now they're both kind of below that 90 EMA. So this could be an interesting area for NVIDIA if it doesn't give it to me here on SOXL. I prefer to trade NVIDIA. I like trading my mega caps, but SockSell, I found I had a bit of a better read on today. So I'm happy I trusted that, because you're not going to be able to read like Moby Dick or, a giant Shakespeare play every day. You can only read what you are capable of reading. So weird analogy aside, SockSell here, I got out because we're kind of getting to that 53.70 Citadera. What are you waiting for? Just leave. Just say goodbye. Take your 50 pennies and run. That's the type of scalping you need to be doing more of. There was this IWM trade today is going to have me saying grr. I can't even see it now. But here, basically, we got below that two. I kept talking about I want to see us break below 222s. So then why did I knock it out when we broke below 222s? Bless you to whomever had a sneeze there, whoever snoozed. Yeah, you really, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I want to shout out as well, because I have my whole afternoon trading thing I'm working on. I was talking as well, shout out to Jose and Obi yesterday, and I was like, I feel like afternoon trading, it's like harder in the midday session. They were like, yeah, I feel like everybody kind of feels like that. So nice to always have this great community. I am still going to work on my afternoon trading because I do make eyebrow raising choices, but that's what we do. You just improve every single day. Sharif.
Yes, absolutely. Well said there, Adara. I want to show this small cap gapper before we go. This is SDST. It's halted to the downside now. Thank you guys for pointing this out to me. Halted at that $24 area, $23.91, topping tail at 28. This thing is a monster. Keep it on watch. I know it's super dangerous, but you can scale into this. You don't have to take a full position right away. Keep your eye on that. Also, I see CETU is halted, just to leave you with a couple of small cap gappers. CETU halted to the downside as well, 817. This one touched almost $10, $9.95 on this one. I gave you the deets on both of them prior, so you guys already know what the flow, the market cap, et cetera, for all this stuff is. Keep your eyes on these two. They look like they're doing the most right now, CETU and SDST. Adara. I'll see everybody very shortly at the green screen.
Yeah, shout out, thank you so much to Sharif for everything you do. Always so happy to sit here on this here desk next to Sharif, and he always puts together the lesson, so huge shout out to him. I am short Tesla into the end of the day, taking a Tesla short for the road, pun intended. You know me, it usually probably is. So let's see what we do here. Tesla's interesting because I was like, I might only get 20 pennies in this. Initially, I was like down to get at least 40 because I wanted 248.70s. But I wasn't able to get 248.70s. We had the 249.50s, so I ended up getting involved in the short. But I am cognizant of the potential 30s bounce. That being said, as we bounce, we're getting a little bit less oomph in it. So I want to stay in this for now. But I only say that because that 248.30s has weirdly been a level. 248.30s, 248.30s, 248.20s. Something I want to be cognizant of, but right now, I'm going to chill in this trade. But if you like this show, please like and subscribe. If you want to be here every single day with us, you can't be in the chat and part of this awesome community if you are not subscribed. So make sure you do that post-haste. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Big smile, Burdett, saying if this selling continues, this is what a blow up. Is this what a blow off top looks like looking at weekly chart ES? Let's take a quick look here at the SPY and the weekly before we pass it over to Sharif himself. SPY here on the 5-day chart. Oh, my start's going to close down. I might not be able to look at this for you. I apologize, Kyle. But we're going to see a whole bunch of other charts. Maybe the ES. We'll have to wait and see and find out with Sharif in just a moment there. I'm going to quickly see if I can take a look at this daily chart for this super chat. But either way, okay, here we go. This is trying to load. Yeah, this could be interesting here. We're certainly, I'm zooming in. We're curling for something here on this weekly chart. Yeah, I think if we pass this previous area of support here a couple times, this is the IWM. What am I doing? Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, certainly interesting here on the IWM, I guess, coming to a level. SPY getting a little bit interesting here on this weekly chart. We're going to have to wait and see, but just continuing to see higher highs, higher lows. Thank you for that super chat, and we'll have to see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Sharif at the green screen.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Obi and Neil, they're locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you on the Midday Show with Adair and I. Make sure to get your vote in every day in the chat. Yeah, what a down day it has been on the general futures and tech and microchips specifically. You'll see the NQ very much at lows. We're at 482 on the triple Qs. The NQ September contract was able, at least initially, to defend that 20,000 point level. We actually defended it a couple of times. We'll have the boys look at that in a second. But NVIDIA was the #1 selected name as by you guys, and chips were all sorts of weak today. A couple of reasons for that. Yesterday, Joe Biden exploring the opportunity or the possibility of expanding their chip embargo against China, specifically when it comes to the GPUs. Donald Trump also making comments with respect to Taiwan and how they may have to ante up financially in order to receive the American defense, military defense. So that had microchips in all sorts of volatility. Right now, though, NVIDIA off the lows, though, guys. What is the look?
He says, so before we get to that, I just noticed on the chat for the afternoon stream here, there's a poll, which is weird. I don't know why we care about what our dominant hands are, but I am right-handed. I have no problem saying it. Statistically speaking, this should work out to like 10% of the people should be left-handed. I think that's how it works out. So we're going to see if our viewers are right-handed or left-handed. It doesn't matter what handedness you had today on NVIDIA, as long as you were looking for shorts. Now, admittingly, you're going to see the bottom of the chart here where I did not play enough patience with the 117 level. But the gap down was all about the risk of Chinese risk, Taiwan, TSM was to the downside, comments by Trump, comments by Biden. And obviously, that's going to weigh heavily. You were already gapped down $5 when we sat down this morning. And we had a couple of ideas. I mean, I thought if we'd rallied, maybe you'd get something into 125. Clearly, that doesn't happen here. So we just had to play off what was available. That was NVIDIA off the pre-market highs. We'll zoom it in. It tried to break at the open, failed, shorted the first available lower high. Now, I had an accidental go into a long position here. Obviously, that would have been a good long into VWAP, but it was not my intention. We just had shares that we didn't want there. So I got out of it on the accidental long. I didn't give this enough time at 117. Like I watched it get under there on the 3-minute, wick back above. I didn't give it that 5 to 10 minutes to give that big break. And when it did, it was fast, and I wasn't alert enough or fast enough to get. I'll be the first to admit I was looking to get back in, and I didn't want to chase. So NVIDIA got all the way to your 117 level, which is all the way, if I can pull it back, all the way back here. We bounced off that on the 24th, I want to say. Or is it the 20? Yeah, no, maybe it was the 24th. And we're bouncing off it again, but 7% to the downside. AMD is going to be next. So usually I'll talk about, we're short AMD. I kind of made up for some of what happened over there on NVIDIA, maybe not following through as much. But wow, NVIDIA, heck of a short. I think 117 is your line in the sand. If we retest that today and there's no bounce, it's about to get ugly.
Yeah, definitely. I think the shorts were on the table for sure. We saw that pre-market action on the Qs as well. We just got continuation off of the open there, off of most of the selling already happened pre-market. Got opened up in and around underneath that 20,300, continued down to 20,000. And yeah, you can see that NVIDIA, again, being one of the top leaders of in terms of constituents and weighting, and even like tech sector, sold off right off of the open. 120 had some size there. I think Neil pointed it out. Was it millions of shares, or
it was about 1 million even actually?
Is a milli on the bid gets taken out and through 120, and then we trade lower 116.72. So yeah, definitely strong trend to the downside, following along with the markets. NVIDIA short was the way. Let's see what it does here. 120 still a little interesting here. I think I have I don't know what this anchored is off of. Probably off of earnings, if I remember correctly. Yes, sir, it is. This is earnings anchored. This line that's coming through right here, and we did trade below it. And take a look. Interestingly, the rebid, one of the only rebids that we had, if you're not looking at this one in the morning session, comes up right into that area right there. 120 again, a little bit of confluence, and then fails to follow through back down to 116. So yeah, short on the chips with a little bit of a dip today on NVIDIA.
Another microchip name right here, but faring much worse. And AMD, 9% to the downside, guys. almost 9%. It's been quite weak, as we mentioned already, in microchip world. The reason is because Joe Biden and the Biden administration in general looking at expanding their chip exports to China. Again, Donald Trump also making comments with respect to Taiwan. And we know Taiwan Semiconductor largely responsible for most of the advanced chips that are created. About 66% of the advanced chips that are made and sold on the world market come out of Taiwan. That's not a small amount. About 6%, guys, come from the United States.
Yeah, and obviously Intel would like to change that, but in order to do this, they have to get better technologically. They have to build out all their foundries. There's just a lot that has to happen. They've already pushed back. That could be a couple of years further out. Now, there's no better way to show you the 163 level on AMD other than to be zoomed out on a 15-minute here. So, 163 has been a big level. We'll look at the daily chart even here. You've lost the 50-period moving average. The previous down channel that this was in, what we broke out of, you're now losing that same support. So that's a heck of a breakout on AMD. When you get that break, you're all the way back in. Everything that you would have made on this clear breakout, you're underneath and possibly hunting. If you don't get back above, I don't see why you don't get back into the trend bottom and then try to respect that again. So this is the reason why I pivoted from NVIDIA to AMD on the short, and we got out in front of the 163. It then, as you can see, guys, it eventually consolidates under the 163. If we do not get back above that number, I think you see a 160 on it. It's an ugly, ugly day for all of the chips. I probably should have just believed it could go even further than it did, but thankfully we're looking for shorts overall in AMD. So AMD, NVIDIA, it can always be better. There's no question about that. It's always tricky when you gap down a lot, and then that first move is so heavy. Because you end up, like, you short the pop, and the short the pop is at 65 when the stock was at 70 at the open. And it's not an easy thing to want that trade oftentimes, but that's the one that's there. And we're staring a 160 in the face. If AMD goes SSR, I might take a shot at an SSR bounce. If it goes down 10%, that'll be in and around $160 even.
Yeah, I think that's fair there. Bit of a break of trend over the past couple of days there on AMD. This is an hourly chart here. So yeah, we had some strength off the 155s in the first week of July there. Nice little push all the way up to 187s, and 187 can't really get past that 187, and you pull it back and you break trend, break of 180, and then you start to sell off. And talking about handedness, AMD, if you were handling your business today, AMD handed you the short continuation to the downside here, straight acceleration. Again, confluence with the chip sector there. So very, very strong to the downside. Actually testing day lows right now on AMD there. So yeah, a little bit of a similar story here with a lot of the chips. The only one that really kind of caught a bid, we're a little involved with it as well, was Intel right off of the open. That thing also pretty much sold off eventually as well, testing day lows as of right now. But AMD definitely strong sell-off today. A lot of opportunities for the short side, not as much for the longs. If you're scalping out some of these, then yeah, perhaps, but definitely very directional to the downside. Now, again, I want to mention again, a little bit of continuation of a multi-day trend, strong selling that started off last Friday with that end of day kind of quadunk, that dump that happened across the board. Selling kind of began there, and it seems like it accelerated today to the downside with some strong relative volume as well.
Handling your business.
Yes, sir.
Which I know you were doing on Intel over there. Although I kind of feel like you were going for a different kind of pun there. On to the Widowmaker making the list here today. Don't usually see UNG on the list, Sharif.
Oh, Neil, not one that we've really looked at on the midday or on your show or really anything. Anyway, guys, 52-week lows for Nat Gas. This one decidedly broke that $14 level. I'll let the boys look at it in a second. I was involved in this one, as you know, earlier in the year and late last year. It was pre-split. This one reverse split to bring its price a little bit up. I was involved in it at that $3 level. Breaking down now, guys, as I said, 52-week lows. No specific catalyst, though, with respect to Nat Gas. There was gasoline inventories this morning, but Nat Gas, nothing really coming through, almost 7%.
Yeah, Nat Gas hasn't actually needed a reason to go to the downside. Like when you have a trend like this, I'm trying to pull up a weekly chart. When you have a trend like this, your reasons need to be in the other direction. So the weekly is about as nasty as it gets. Everyone calls it, not everybody, but a lot of people call it the widowmaker. If you try to catch a bottom on this, then you'll understand why it gets that name for trading. So that's what the weekly looks like. You don't need a catalyst when the general procession is to the downside. Flat bottom break here at 14. Yuck, yuck, and more yuck when it comes to nat gas. Even when it bounces, all you gotta do is fade. I don't necessarily see the trade here, because shorting at the bottom for this, like when it does some kind of a pullback in the afternoon, like it can snap pretty heavily. I'm just thankful. And I think it was a while back that I was mentioning to a few people, I've done swings on Tellurian a couple times, nat gas play, penny stock. And it was actually my pick. When we've done our picks of the week, they've pretty much always been big cap tech stocks. But there was like one time when like Tellurian's breaking here and it wants to get to $1. And it did this break and it goes right to 95 cents. And there are times when, okay, it doesn't get to $1, doesn't break $1, but it makes the move and it goes to resistance. And if you're not willing to take that when you're trading a penny stock, it goes 50% move for you in a couple of days, doesn't quite get to $1. Yeah, it's a round number. You get burned, and that's what happens. And that gas week, and it comes all the way back in. I'm only pointing it out because I'm just sort of seeing this on Tellurian, which would be, that's not even the best trend line. But since that bottom, the higher low that it broke out from, it's kind of holding a bit of a wedge and a very, very steep decline, right? So it's forming this wedge. It rejected today, but big if, nat gas is terrible, if nat gas can actually bounce anywhere, this going back through 70 could give you another scalp play. And what's good about it is if you get any kind of a move in nat gas that's decent, this tends to go pretty well. And it's a very manageable, when it forms you an obvious breakout like this one, it was like an easy double top. You can see it hold a 50 period. That was pretty solid technically. So I'm just seeing a little something on Tellurian. Probably has to show me something tomorrow as well, or maybe even ending the week, and then breaking out that top before we get a trade. But that would be my look. I like the equity a little bit better. I've just been able to find some wins on it personally here in Tellurian as opposed to trying to trade nat gas futures. I'd rather be right than trade the sexier instrument.
Yeah, no, nat gas has been pretty much getting sold off aggressively for the past few weeks here. You can see that kind of started in the first second week of June right here. A little bit of a double top here at that 22 level. And yes, been straight selling week after week, just straight reds here. Even the weeks where you have a little bit of muted consolidation still end up pretty red on the week there. And all we're getting today is a nice little continuation of that sell pressure that's been happening over the past couple of months. Yeah, you can say that. There a couple of months there, first week of June, pushing into the end of July here. Very, very strong sell-off off of that rejection there. Now, I don't know what nat gas has been up to, but I'm sure it looks very, very similar here in nat gas futures. Go check the weekly on this one and see. I'm sure that we're going to see something very, very similar here. So a bit of an overall downtrend from the craziness that we had in going into end of 22, beginning of 23, and then we kind of gave up the whole move. I know that nat gas was definitely in interest over the past couple of years, and now we've definitely given a good chunk of that right back in as nat gas kind of starts to stabilize, coming right back down to where we started in 2020 there for that run up. So interesting push there on nat gas. Strong selling for multiple weeks. Strong continuation today as well. And yeah, you get a little bit of market tailwind to give you a hand there also.
Yes, faring a bit better than the NQ certainly today, as was the case yesterday. 1/3 to the downside, as you can see. NQ down now 2 2/3, looking to go a little lower. So we did actually get the Fed beige book today, and here are some of the comments that came out of there. So basically says prices increased at a modest pace, with a couple of districts only noting slight increases, but this is the one that caught my attention. Beige book says expectations for the future of the economy were slower growth over the next 6 months due to uncertainty around the upcoming upcoming election, the domestic policy, the geopolitical conflict, and as well as inflation, guys. The SPY right now trying to recover, now about down 1 1/4. What is the look?
Today, like obviously, with the NASDAQ down double what the SPY was today, it was a day to be trading big cap tech. It was a day to be trading the chip names. It was a day to be trading Tesla. What the heck is that? You saw that?
No, what was that?
No, there was like a okay, whatever, man. There was like a fly, the graphic that they had flying across the screen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I guess maybe I'm the only one that's never seen it before. But anyways, that notwithstanding, it just caught my attention for a second. No, it was a day that you wanted to be trading what was going to move a heck of a lot more. So the SPY is in a gentle downward trend that the algos have been in control of. Like you can see, it's a very, very clean trend, which is apparently attempting to break as we speak. There were enough kernels of strength out there in the market to hold this. Like just go back and look at what some of the defensive names are doing, right? Like, Pepsi having a great day, UNH having a great day, Home Depot having a great day. I'm probably missing a few others as well. So the SPY, I think we might be breaking a little bit of trend right here. But if you want the bigger moves, it's not going to be in the SPY today. Like if you're looking for a break of trend and a bounce back into the upside, I don't think you're looking for anything other than, like, look what Microsoft is doing. I just put in the chat, I think Microsoft is actually crazy right now. Like Microsoft hasn't gotten the memo that we're barely off the bottoms. It's just rallying, just continuing to rally. I don't wonder when you start thinking about who has the most risk geopolitically to China and who doesn't from the Mag 7 names, well, Microsoft probably falls in the camp that's better poised. So pretty strong. Unfortunately for Microsoft, it's at the opening range high, which is not a good look for trying to find some kind of a long reversal play. I'm still not convinced we aren't looking for short the pops. That's why you see, well, PSNY is at $1. It doesn't matter. That's why I'm back into Rivian. I was trying to get 35s on Intel. I see you're in it right now. But I'm still in a situation where I want to try to short pops. If we lose 20,000, I think it could get pretty nasty. But if there's a bounce again and a breakout, I feel like Microsoft is the strong one to go to. So the SPY, it's been a great vehicle, but today it's all about the NASDAQ. It's all about big cap tech. No questions asked.
Yeah, no, definitely a bit of a downtrend here, but I'm looking at the weekly, Neil, and nothing about this weekly says downtrend for the Spider. Spider's been in a very, very strong uptrend. Even before last year, I'm sure if we look back at it right here, 2023, what is that, October? So October, we started catching a bid and really started accelerating to the upside. Again, this is the weekly. Apparently, stonks in the Spider only go up there. But yeah, a little bit of a downtrend. Yes, definitely. The long-term accounts are definitely laughing straight to the bank there, even with a strong pull off the highs there today. But yeah, strong. It's a bit choppy. Market is definitely in play. That's what I have down on my notes. I'm like, market is in play. You got to watch IWM. You got to watch SPY. You got to watch MNQ, MES. Even the Dow Jones is doing some good stuff. All-time highs on the Dow Jones. Yes, Sharif. So definitely some good looks there across the board. And yeah, the Spider's down on the day. Now, something I do want to remind people about the Spider, the constituents always kind of changing here and there. But as of right now, Apple is slightly back in the lead there. Then you got Softy, pretty much the same portfolio percentage. So they're both about 7% there. Got NVIDIA, Amazon, Alpha, Meta, Alpha C, Berkshire, and Lilly Broadcom. So it's still the top contenders there. Tesla's up there as well. Okay, JPM's up here now. Okay, interesting. But yeah, these are the constituents, and you can see they're a little bit down on the day across the board on the Spider, and Spider has been chopping kind of gradually all the way down there. But we're holding that 20 thou on the DAC, so some of these chip names might be a little poised for a little bit of a bounce if that 20K can hold. But
before we go back to the screen, Berkshire, which is, you saw one of those constituents, it's worth looking at this chart for a hot minute.
Oh boy.
Like if you have, like, again, diversification is kind of cool, but if you've been looking at this rotation that we're talking about, this is a chart of Berkshire. This is a chart of, like, Pepsi's been rallying a little bit. UNH is a better example. I don't know why I went Pepsi first. This is UNH the last couple of days. Like that UNH? How's that UNH 450 level? Not too bad at all, not too shabby. Everyone talks about these stocks as being like boring, but when they go into really good like if you're bearish and you think that the market's going to pull back in big cap tech, like, oh, this is the top in big cap tech and all that kind of stuff, well, you can bet against that. Or you can look for the things that get rotated into at good levels, right? Like historically, the 450 level, good for UNH. Look at it, break that sucker out as we speak. And then the last one, shout out to Raider Trader, shout out to, I believe we had multiple afternoon guests on the show talk about this at Home Depot as a potential play, and look at it also breaking out. So you get this rotation, it's happening. Clearly, it's a good way to go, and that's the reason why the NASDAQ is going to lag in this regard. Yes, they're both top heavy, the SPY and the NASDAQ, but you have so much more in that 500, which is going to allow this to hold up. I didn't even talk about the banks.
Yeah, definitely. Get rotated.
All right, guys, Tesla last on the list here. So a couple of different comments on this one. Cantor Fitzgerald given this one the nod, maintaining the overweight rating and bumping the price target up to $230. But there was also this headline today, Model 3 delivery in China taking a little bit longer now as demand grows for the car and old inventories diminish as they get rid of those. That's been hanging out. So if you're waiting about 2 to 4 weeks for your Model Y, expect to wait about 1 or 2 weeks longer. 3 to 5 now is the expectation, guys.
I can't wait that long. Apparently, I don't know all these memes. So before we get to Tesla, there's like this rotation meme that maybe most of you guys understood, but I didn't, that Obi wants to show me.
I mean, it's a 6-second clip. I'm sure we can show it. This is where it comes from, right there. Boom. So that's how you beat a shark right there. So apparently, rotate the shark. If you ever see a shark coming at you, just do a little.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. No, that's my initial reaction.
Yeah,
that's
same.
exactly what I would do.
Of course.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy to me is I actually have heard. I know some people. I'm naming any bloody name, but I know some people that have no issue swimming in shark-infested waters. Okay. They're like, oh, these sharks don't want to bother you.
Yeah, I mean, they tend to be peaceful animals when it comes to interaction with humans.
Bet your life on it?
If I know the shark, maybe.
Oh, come on, know the shark. It's what I don't understand. If it's your living, if it's your living that you do whatever it is that marine biologists and study sharks do, that is fine. I got no problem with that. But if you're just a regular human being, I don't have a need to swim with the sharks. It would be the equivalent of watching Tesla drop in like an absolute rock and be like, you know what I'm going to do? What I'm feeling right now when Tesla's failing 258, I'm just going to sit on the bid in this candle right here and let's just see what happens, man. Tesla usually, Tesla can be strong. Tesla had a good bounce in the afternoon yesterday. Let's just sit on the bid while it falls. I'm just going to stand in front of this shark, do all this nonsense so I can have a meme. One of these days, it's going to bite your head off. I'm just saying. It is what it is, man. They're dangerous animals. I'll leave it at that. Tesla, we talked about this for the lesson of the day. That notion of being able to get back in on a good level, especially when it shows confirmation. So that was the example. We waited all morning, and to be honest, when it was going to the upside, it is very tempting. When it slows up in here at 256, it's tempting to get short. When it gets to the previous close, it's tempting to put on the short. There was a lot of patience to let it break yesterday's afternoon high and then take the retracement back into VWAP. So I was happy about that, but then I made the mistake of not getting that reentry. And like I said, pivoted to, was in NVIDIA, pivoted to an AMD short that worked. But really, I like setups. I trade setups all the time. It's one thing to pivot from one setup to a better setup. Get from one stock to another because the other setup is better. To go from Tesla to something else when it's not a better setup, this was the best short, and it gave it to you twice. I had a breakdown trade at 250. That was more like size on the bid at 250. Let's just scalp it. And then I had this was more of a tape read. It was a failed breakout of this consolidation at 248.5. And I saw it slam back and I'm like, yeah, that's a short. It's just continuing this downward trend. But it got right in to about 248. And let's just say if you were watching, it was obvious on the tape. We'll leave it at that. If you're watching this fall back in from 249 to 248 and you weren't looking to get out and cover, then I don't know what tape you were watching for the bid there. So that's the last trade I've had on Tesla. I think 250, 251 is sort of a low-hanging fruit for a fade trade. And last look is going to be where we caught the long yesterday at 246. It hasn't actually tagged it. Bad dark pool like there, but that was the bid. The one good entry on that long, and we haven't even broken it yet. So there's always a chance, if we lose 20,000, if the market continues to the downside, you could end up with a fade at that 246 level, and there's not a heck of a lot supporting it underneath. So Tesla, it started yesterday with the thesis of looking short. I just zoomed the wrong direction because of these rejections of lower highs at a big resistance on the daily. That was it. They had that rejection, reject the lower high, look short for a couple of days in a row now. Thankfully, it can always be better, but thankfully it easily worked.
Yeah, no, Tesla, with the crazy price action, even yesterday too, we saw it sell off extremely hard off of a strong wick as a 15-minute candle. So the initial opening 15-minute trading there, 258, sells off aggressively, 258.61 I have as the high. And then we do, incredibly, we kind of do a full-on V-shaped recovery up into pre-market levels, printing in and around that 257 as an end-of-day high. And take a look at what happens coming off the open today. You pretty much, you lit grab that end-of-day action there. You almost get to the same place where those strong sellers came in, right at 258s. And look at that, the high of day today is only 20 pennies off of prior day's highs, and it fails to follow through and then breaks that morning trend. That selling comes right back in, and take a look at where it starts to slow down. So this range that was defined with a wick at the top, a wick at the bottom just yesterday has been revisited in today's price action here. So again, interesting stuff there. Again, I didn't really take it. This is all in hindsight and retrospect, but some beautiful, beautiful price action there, revisiting that range that we pinged both sides of just yesterday, 245s to 258s on Tesla. Now coming into the low day here, I'm curious to know whether or not we break this range. This not really a range, but it's just yesterday's range, I guess. 256 prior day low here, only trading about 2 points above that level here, making lower lows and lower highs.
Oh, looks like that? Yeah, if you could, thanks. If you could, thanks. Sharif just taking off. Anyways, I was just asking Sharif if he could maybe clear some of the garbage. I get my lunch here every single day, and it's like, I can't carry anything. Like, Obi's kind enough to bring me my tea. Like, Sean will bring me coffee in the morning, Adara, everybody. We have such a great team around here, but it's like, it's super annoying not being able to do certain, like, obvious things for yourself. Anyone just tuning in, I had a surgery on my Achilles. My leg is up in a cast and all that good stuff. Oh, if you could clear all that garbage. Rivian. So Tesla weak, Rivian also weak. And so actually Rivian I'm the most happy with outside of this reversal long, which I gave absolutely no chance to work, but that's fine. We had our short underneath 18 on Rivian and I lost. But it did this thing where it flipped the high. Now, obviously, I just showed you guys Tesla. When this flipped the high and reversed, I was on Tesla. And thankfully, we were on Tesla. It was a good trade to be in. But when this came back down and held right underneath 18 and said, well, the same trade sets up again, you can just take it when it looks better. So we took it when it looked better, flushed all the way back into 17 even. This reversal long, I guess if you give it a wide stop or get better entries, tighter to 17 even would have worked. It did not, so I gave some back there, kind of stupidly. And then now we're short this consolidation underneath morning bottom, yesterday's low, which is about 1730. Might be breaking this out with 20,000 still going. Really, like this could, if it breaks higher, I mean, Rivian is fully capable of getting into VWAP. So if we break 1730, I'm out of this, get the heck out of Dodge. And only because we're talking EV names and you're like, why is this guy in Polestar at $1? I'll give you the obvious reason first by pulling up this chart. Like in the morning, it went right to $1, which has been a good level to fade. Like it's been over $1, but look what happens when it loses $1 here. Look what happens when it tries to break $1 there. Whenever it gets back underneath for good, like it breaks out, fails the previous high, gets back under for good, and just kind of trails down for the rest of the day. So I was looking for the same thing. It was a dollar fail that got to 93. I wasn't looking at it this morning, so I wouldn't have that trade over Tesla. But it wicked a dollar, could not get through a 101. I hit the bid when it was coming back through. It hasn't really gone further than 97, so that's what we're able to take. That's the reason I'm in it. If it breaks over a dollar again, you're going to see me out of that trade, obviously. Well, I mean, maybe it's not obvious to everybody else, but I would get out if it breaks a dollar. So just try to stay in the pocket. And if you're going to look for a long stock, you've got trend up in a lot of names that aren't tech, and the only one trending up in tech is Microsoft. And it wants this high, it seems. It's right at, it's just rejected pre-market highs and pulling back in. I'd hate for it to break this upward trend, because then I think the market would be in some trouble if it loses this upward trend. It's been dragging or trying to keep us afloat above 20,000. I want to look for some possible retracements. VWAP is coming in on NVIDIA, but I feel like AMD is the weaker one. So AMD 163, possibly a play here.
Yeah, AMD is looking pretty weak there. Intel, we kind of talked about this, Neil and I, a little bit earlier. I don't know if you, I guess I got caught sleeping, I guess, at the desk earlier.
You were resting your eyes.
I was taking long blinks. I was just blinking for long periods of time. That's what I like to say. And during the period while I was in between the blink, Intel comes back into that 35.5, now from the downside, and then holds that, can't even get to 35.5. Again, we talk about that being a prior level of interest there. Gets there, and look at that. It gives you another chance to get short from 35.5 now to 34.5. Another point for the downside. And then now I finished my blink, and when I opened my eyes, we were kind of down here near low a day. I'm like, well, I can't take as much as I wanted to up here, so I'm gonna just take a little bit of a dabble here. Let it give me some reasons to get more in. I'm watching SOXS as well. Very, very strong trend on the day. Let's pull that up. SOXS. I said I'm going to be involved in this one if and when it kind of does something I like. And SOXS, definitely, I mean, I like what it's doing, but not really what I'm looking for just yet. As again, you guys know, I like the reversions, but there's no real sign of this ETF and the constituents that it kind of measures and represents, taking a little bit of a pullback here. But I think if I confluence that with the NQ holding that 20 thou mark, I'm just going to be patiently waiting. We got an hour and a half worth of trading left. I don't know if that sell is going to come in today, right? We saw a lot of tickers just close near their highs, close near their lows. So I'm more than willing to let that happen here on SOXS. But if that trend breaks, I want to be there for that, and that is kind of something that I'm watching for. I see you in the chat, Neil, saying Apple is strong. Yeah, no, it was
Apple
breaking out.
Strong.
I was looking at it, I was like, huh, is it time for the chips to start going there? I know Apple is not necessarily the top chip name, but one of the tech names for sure. And again, we looked at the top constituents in the spider, and it's right now sitting there just a little bit above Softy is Apple right now, 0.1%, 7.11% is where that Apple is sitting at as of right now in terms of weighting on the spider there. We are breaking out of this consolidation that we've been doing for most of the day. Take a look at this, sideways for over 3 hours. So a nice chunk of the trading day. We've gone nowhere, but in a bit of a pinball range from 229s to 228s, not even getting to 228s, just shy of that. So like pretty much just under a point of range on Apple, and we did kind of break out there. Let's see what we get with some of this. SOXS potentially pushing for fresh highs there, so definitely not it just yet. Not really seeing any sort of like strong volume, no sort of like capitulatory moves there on either SOXS or SOXL. Yeah, a little bit. We got to be a little bit capitulatory to catch the reversion, right? I mean, if you see that, then it's like, all right, that's sick. Maybe we have a little bit of confluence to go off of, some price acceleration, some stuff that's distinctly different, but nothing yet. It's just been grinding to the upside, gradually making fresh highs. It is 235, and we continue to make fresh highs. And again, you want to look at take a look at some of the chip names, right? We talk about NVIDIA, we talk about AMD, we talk about Intel, we talk about You know what? I haven't talked about SMCI. So let's look at SMCI here. SMCI low day 815, but the similar story here. Strong quadunk there in the pre-market. Continuation right off of the open. Can't stop, won't stop. Has not even looked back there. And NVIDIA looking kind of similar there. Same continuation of that pre-market trend.
You're going to love
AMD
this.
as well. What am I going to love?
The daily chart on SMCI. So keep in mind, on Friday, you've got Walgreens Boot Alliance. I don't know, I'm just WBA. I don't even know why I'm bothering to say it. Like, what am I on, CNBC? WBA coming out of the NASDAQ 100. Who knew they were even in it? And SMCI, I actually didn't know that. I'm being real. For a while, I didn't know that. Obviously, I know now. Then SMCI is going to be going in. But look at this channel on SMCI. Now, obviously, there's no rule saying that it actually has to bounce off this. But how sweet would that be if it attempts and fails a break going into the addition, and then you get like a late rally? Typically speaking, you're getting added to the S&P, well, the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ 100 in this particular case. You're going to see strength into it. And this is different. Like, it's actually pulling back into the bottom of what is a bullish channel recently for the stock. So it's about $800. It's the low. It wanted no part of that low today, as you can see. But yeah, I got my eyeballs on this 800 level on SMCI, and it would be so perfect if it was trying to bounce off that on Friday, because that's when it's supposed to go into the NASDAQ. Miguel said, did you check QuantumScape today? Ooh. You know, I actually did, but I said this morning, you know, if, like, I knew the top stocks for myself today, if they were not one of the chip names or Tesla, then I had done something wrong. So thankfully, I think that was the right call. But I did look at QuantumScape. It did make an early breakout, then gave it back. It feels to me like this is maybe done for the day. Trying to reverse trend. You got lower highs. It's putting another one in there. But that breakout from yesterday, it's failing right back underneath it this afternoon. This is almost like that 35-50 level for Intel, where it was a good breakout level, and then when it gets back underneath it, it turns into a place you want to start trending short, or you could have just trended short from the top. So I think it needs to get back above $9. And if it can't do that, then I don't think it's going to be all that exciting. We got Rivian reload. It's kind of gliding back down in. When it gets halfway to 17, get some out. When it gets all the way to 17, probably jam all out of it. And I also like Intel, but I like 35 a little bit better. There was a battle on Intel at that 35 level. Here, let me just do this while I'm on Rivian, so you guys can see. There was a wild battle at 35. First, like here, eventually winning after wicking, kind of like a weird reverse head and shoulders on a 3-minute chart. And then when it came back again, there was a bounce off 35, and a consolidation there. So I feel like that's the spot that I want to get in. But that's a huge reverse. Want to short the pops. And if you want to short the pops, you got to be patient. Just sometimes you don't get it. Because we're looking at that. We're trying to grab NVIDIA at VWAP. It doesn't even want to get anywhere near VWAP. It just failed again at like 118.5 on NVDA. Still seeing if Microsoft can make a fresh high and continue that upward trend. It's not really doing so right now. So eyes are still going to be on the chips. I'll wait for a little bit more on Intel before we jump into that one. If there's any small cap names that are running that are super strong, let me know. Because the market right now is just consolidating off of this bottom. I'd like to find something that has a little pep in its step. That one that Sharif was trading is Deadsville. What was that?
SP something?
SPCT? Is that it? No, that's not right.
SP...
whatever. Somebody in the chat will remind me. It was that SPAC that went from like $10 and then it broke out. Sharif had a 20 break and went to $28.
Wow.
I don't remember what the symbol is. I didn't trade it. I'm not going to trade it.
SPRT?
SPRT? No, that's not it. It wasn't VFC. It'll come to me. It's not really that important. The stock's dead anyways.
Sure, I guess, you know what? If I go to volume gainers, maybe it'll show up here.
I could have gone to my Halt scanner. SDST.
SDST. Okay. Yeah,
I have like 2 Halt scanners up that I could have checked. Oh, it's not dead.
Ooh.
Hello. It's not dead. It's still kind of trying to go.
We were talking about this, like the action that it's been having. It smells like someone, or it's either manipulated or it's trapped one way or another.
Smells like a trap to me.
Maybe both. Yeah, a bit of a liquidity trap as well. If you look back at it on a higher time frame, I was showing Neil here. You know what, we'll just go to a 3-hour here. Actually, no, let's go to 15-minute. How about that? So go to 15-minute, take a look at this. Literally, what is this? July 9th in the pre-market. Now this did some volume that day. It's doing nothing before that, trading in around 12, pops up at, what is this? At 7 a.m., 7:30, 7, 8 in the morning, all the way to 54 highs from 12s, comes back in, turns a lot of volume, fails 13 all the way down to 8s right here. Then it consolidates sideways, low volume days. Can't really break down or break up, but it's going sideways. It can't break down. Only has one place really left to go. And if the float's been a little cornered, the float's a little dry, yeah, this is definitely, and we were talking about what kind of volume.
Oh, it could go the other way
this.
too.
It's doing this on actually 3 mil now, but when we were looking at it earlier, it was at 800.
Yeah, it was a few hundred thousand.
I was like, yeah, no, if volume comes into this can very easily do a 50% retracement of this craziness that happened. We go from 10s to almost 25s on a 54 move, 28s actually. So we did pretty much a 50% retracement there, definitely a 30% retracement for sure. Just on a bit of a squeeze action there, halting all the way up, halting down, holding the bid after those halt downs, and now creeping back up into the highs. Definitely smells a little bit squeezy there, a little citrusy, if you want to call it. There, lemon squeeze happening on SDST right now. I'm watching Intel as well. Nothing too crazy going on. Intel literally did a level-to-level move based off my charting here. I got a little bit of resistance just underneath that 56, a little bit of support just at that 54 halves. Where do I hold my short to, Neil? Absolutely disgusting. I got to hold it a little bit longer there. It's showing us a level-to-level move there. Definitely, even if I get everything out here, I got to stay awake and get back involved. Me and my long blinks kind of missing out on this on this trade right now, but. No, it is what it is. What's the next trade?
I used to do crosswords when I was my first year of trading.
Crossword?
Like I would sit there and like when the market would slow down to not overtrade, I would just sit. I had to be at my screen because sometimes I'd be managing like positions in penny stocks that I'm holding for the whole day. So I couldn't get up, but I didn't want to overtrade. So I'd just be sitting there doing I did a lot of crosswords back in the day. But what might be next? A quadruple bottom. Shout out to people in the chat mentioning this quad bottom here of sorts on Tesla. Now it's 46, that's the big level where the bottom was yesterday's trade. So that I want to get that out of the way because it's not the perfect level, but you're getting a decent consolidation down there. I'd like to see it do that thing where it actually rips underneath, shows a stronger reversal if I'm going to go against the trend. That's what kind of screwed me up is not waiting for that big reversal idea when you're going against the trend. And someone asked what my thoughts on or ideas for NVIDIA are. I'm kind of looking at VWAP, but maybe it should just be the 119 area. So I want something where I can go in, trade it off of the level. If I can't get 35 Intel, if I can't get AMD 163, 119 on NVIDIA, something along those lines would make some sense. Curtis Dash, Schwab long now.
Oh, Schwab got swabbed. Right.
I mean, if that's... Yeah, is that what the kids are calling getting rugged, or
I don't know.
Yeah, that's Schwab.
You know, Schwab. Like when you're swabbing, you pick up the culture. You pretty much whatever culture.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
Schwab day 1, day 2, swab down.
You know what's interesting about if you're in high school and you're doing biology? I'm just gonna throw it out there. But when I was doing grade 11 biology, because I didn't take biology after that because I hated it. But my lab partners. What's weird is that I had no idea this was going to be true, but somehow my lab partners all ended up future doctors. And it's almost like I knew that was going to be the right way to go. We don't have any high schoolers watching. I loved bio. But if you hate the subject, make sure you partner up with someone that loves it. I'm just throwing that out there. I was a math guy. I absolutely hated physics, no problem.
Physics? Okay, physics by far theoretical physics, my favorite subject.
Yes.
I think it's awesome, but not as strong in the mathematics and the mathemagics. But maybe a little bit of quick maths here and there I can pull off, but still quick arithmetic has never really been I guess a strong suit.
All right.
But it's something we can definitely.
I knew that graphic was coming. I could see it.
No, I love biology. Biology is awesome. How the body works, and especially psychology. Again, maybe a branch of biology. One of my favorite subjects. Yeah, I would say so. The kind of like how the mind and how social structures kind of work, and how like people think, how like developmental psychology as well is huge. And I've honestly been able to like take some of those concepts and really hone in on certain market concepts as well. Like we talk about like biases, which is a strong subject when it comes to psychology, right? So like there's a lot of different like biases that we can fall into.
Cognitive biases are very,
huge.
very real.
And that's a big part of developmental
Sunk
psychology,
cost.
right? Yeah.
Sunk cost.
Cost fallacy.
If any idea how much that happens to traders, it's like, oh, well, this stock isn't trading the way I want to, but I've already invested all of my morning charting it and all of my morning trading it, so I'm just going to continue to trade it. Or I'm watching The Acolyte and I can't stand this stupid show. Disney's just ruining Star Wars, but let me just continue to watch it even though I can't stand everything about it. I'm not speaking, I'm just speaking hypothetically, that could be anything. So, cognitive biases matter, especially in trading. Speaking of which, I'm going to get to PSNY. I'm out in front of VWAP. It's holding VWAP, yada, yada, yada. If it gets down there, it'll be like 3 cents. We risk like half a cent on the trade. We make 3, great. But it's Apple, as the market does not want to break lows. The ES is off the lows. The NASDAQ is still doing, this, holding down around 20,000. You're about to get to VWAP on Apple. I haven't done much with Apple today, which is fine. And you're not going to trade everything all the time. I tried a little bit short off VWAP. It didn't look all that great. There was no follow through when the market came down, so I got away from it. Sunk cost, right? Now all of a sudden it looks relatively strong and it's bouncing off what was resistance into support. I'm going to take a shot at this in front of 219. It's just about looking for what's a decent opportunity, and I kind of couldn't wait for Intel, so I might start it at 75. And if it's not going to break 80 and I want a chip name short, it's the only thing adjacent to a level. So Apple pulling down, and I'd like to see it show a bounce first. It's still all red on the 3-minute here. So if I can get some kind of a bounce off Apple, I'm going to look to join that long. As long as we don't break down the lows on the NASDAQ, that would give me a reason to dip buy a stock that's managed to climb above VWAP and show a bit of a trend reversal. And for now, that's either Intel or Apple or Microsoft, and it's Apple that's at VWAP.
Yeah, I see. Is it James Dell in the chat saying, "Get a good-looking partner in anatomy." For sure, for sure. I will second that for sure. I've had some great anatomy partners in the past. Oh boy. And speaking of dimes, take a look at this NVIDIA right here. Just traveling, ranging in between this dime right here, 34.8s to 34.70s. Not really going anywhere, but the NQs falling down back into that 20,000 mark. With success pushing up higher. What is the next trade? Let us know. Let me know in the chat what you think the next trade might be. Are you in a trade right now? What's happening? Schwab might be reverting a little bit here. ASML straight to the downside. So while I let you guys populate the chat with some potential places to look in the market, because I'm definitely looking, and I might need another pair of eyes there to potentially find something that may align with my playbook.
Your eyes are just fine, Obi.
I do wear glasses, so they're okay. They're all right. We could be doing a little bit better though. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the names I had on watch today in terms of in play. ASML, earnings day one. Another chip name right here. And wow, take a look at that. Beautiful, beautiful downtrend. Straight, kind of, you go up, this is a 15-minute, but let's go up to the 30 right here. Prior bar has not necessarily been violated at all, only about once here at that 1030, and we're just straight in a downtrend, printing fresh lows as of right now on ASML. So definitely a very strong tailwind as well.
Tesla
very strong
246.
Trend. Tesla 246, says Neil.
The market is continuing to flush.
Is it?
Intel just went from 70. It was like, I can't wait for Intel to get to 35. If it can't break 34.80, just get in there. It's right back at that low at 34.60. It's going to hit 34.25 is the pre-market. That's this level in the pre-market at 8 o'clock. 34.25 could come in. But Tesla is at 246. Oh, man. I'm trying not to say, oh, boy, because I've said, yeah. No,
I'll say it for you.
No, it's obviously your line, so that's fine.
No, take it. Have it.
But if 246 hits, you're catching a falling knife. Just because it bounced here and rallied $13 or $12 yesterday doesn't mean it's going to do that. It's a very different day. it needs to show me a good reversal setup to try to jump into this. Meanwhile, Apple can't even break VWAP. It's like, why? If you're looking for a bounce off 20,000, then you want to look at Apple. And Tesla might just be a follow through to the downside. So, looking for shorts on re-entries, as long as you found something, you're looking pretty good right about now. But Tesla, I'm talking myself out of 246, as heavy as this looks, which probably means it's going to bounce and work just fine. Obi.
Yeah, no, again, Tesla, fresh low day there happening as of right now. I do have it on watch. But no, and I guess going back to what I was saying is like, yeah, some of these names have been very, very directional. We saw that Starbucks was on my watch yesterday as well, straight to the upside, 72 to 75 and change, printing high a day into the close yesterday. I was looking for a potential continuation as well here, and a bit sideways as of right now. I guess yeah, nothing really has broken that trend here. Tesla, Marie is talking about what is that? Not Meta. Okay, so Meta here. We can take a quick look at what Meta's been up to. Meta is straight to the downside here, but we'll talk about this in a second. I'm going to pass it back to Neil for.
Yes, sir. That oh boy analysis brought to you by our good friends here at Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise or lost in the sauce of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today. It's what's in my ear. I know we can't scan, and also, of course, scan the QR code, because if you're young, unlike myself, that's the easier way to do things, is to scan the QR code. Don't type in like a URL. I mean, anybody that still does that, I mean, obviously, like, come on, like, yeah, you're a fool. Doing this with the finger typing. No, I'm not really that bad. I'm actually pretty good most of the time. And then there's times when I don't get the memes and you guys laugh at me all the time, which is fine by me. But on to the next. Okay, here is some strength. You can't break 20,000. You can't do it. You can't do it. I can't say it like Denzel does. But no, you can't do it. You tried to break 229. You tried to break VWAP. Apple is holding the line here and looking like a strong name. I wanted some confirmation on it. I probably just missed that. Giving my best rendition for Benzinga Pro. So hope they enjoyed that one, because we missed that dip buy on 229 on Apple. But if we get a bounce here, you got to look in both directions, right? What did we want to fade? We're not getting a bounce in NVIDIA into 119, so obviously not that. AMD, just scanning through AMD. Wow. Let's forget about 163 for a second and maybe just look for the next available curl. Like, if you can't trade off a level of obvious consolidation for a short or maybe a recent high, then you just got to look for the next time like, look at this. You get a few green candles. You could have tried short there and it lost, but then you could have taken the short in here and it was absolutely fine. So just look for wherever it happens to curl and join the trend back in on AMD. So there's Apple. I mean, if you had it the first time, you could have probably been tight to 229 and scalped some out there, but I don't think we got the entry in the other direction. So the local bottom's just underneath that 229. I don't care about VWAP as a line. If it bounces, I simply want to show me confirmation that it holds, and then give it to the next bottom, and then take the shots that way. I don't want to get paper cut it out. Oh, of course, I know what I did. Yeah. Sometimes you put your stop at break even. That's right. So now we're in and out of break even, and now we're just getting right back in. Annoying. But I want to give it to that recent low there. Actually lost 1 cent on that trade. So we'll give it to the recent low and not keystroke out of it this time. We're going to sit right back on the bid. If we bounce and break out of this 20 level, there might be a stair-step opportunity to the upside. But I only believe in like this or NVIDIA. Everything else, I'd rather be shorting pops. So because we're above VWAP and looking strong, that could be okay. Intel just came right back to 34, almost 80, but no fill. Where am I sitting? 70, exactly at 75. Oh, that's unnecessary. I just joined 74 to get some there. So now I have, 73. But whatever. If it's 34 half, or 3480 that's that top, shorting back into that is what makes a little bit of sense. And the NASDAQ, if we break 20,000, keep in mind, when you break a level on the futures, just because you see like 19.9 something doesn't mean it's gone. You could get down to like 5, 10 handles below and snap right back. So you want to have eyeballs on the futures. It's not as if it's some flat bottom break where everything is just going to start dying. If it does, but if you are in the money short, you might want to get some kind of an out there if it snaps right back in. So if 20,000 breaks and I'm short, I'd want to try to take some profit on something just in case we get that snap reversion action. And if that happens, you're probably going to want to look at Apple or Microsoft. Tesla, talked myself out of the 65 bounce. It went, if you got it, you had to take 25, maybe 30s. It went all the way to even, so you would have made 70 cents, I suppose. And it's still trying to hold. But Apple, like 4% down.
Yeah, no.
You know, Apple bouncing off VWAP. It's just different. You know, and we've done this all the time. I don't mind fighting a trend if it's a really good opportunity and a really good level. But why do it if you don't have to?
Yeah, I think that's very valid here. Just reading the chat here with everyone's kind of I guess tickers that you've been suggesting to look at. So we can run through some of these. A couple people talking about Schwab, 5. There's TD in there. SQs are in there as well.
TD.
Talking about NVIDIA short. We can take a quick look at that. ALB just bounced off of a monthly low. Amazon, people are pointing out. So, okay, we can take a look at some of those as well. So Schwab, we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier on the rundown. And yeah, so sold off aggressively, a bit of continuation from yesterday's. Today is earnings day 2 and a continuation move we've definitely had there on Schwab, printing lower lows and lower highs as well, trading well below VWAP every time. Well, it's only gone into VWAP once off of the open there, and then once more around the morning to midday session around 11 o'clock, sells off of VWAP there, comes into VWAP as of right now, can't really get quite far into it, and we're selling off once again. So Schwab, interesting look. Let's take a look at my friend Amazon here as well. Amazon, a bit of a dead cat bounce. We kind of talk about questioning in the morning. Has the Bezos held offer stepped down? We won't know until he makes another filing. But from what I understand, he was nowhere near kind of done selling. And I guess again, I don't know if he's trying. I heard a number of like $5 billion being thrown around of like how much he's trying to sell or make off of selling.
As of the last filing, he had 75% of what he was eligible, he filed to sell, had not been sold.
Yeah.
But that was as of that last filing. Yeah. Back when we were up at like 200.
200s, yeah.
And then to your point, you're about to show the 196, I'm assuming. So there's a good chance he probably sold a bunch at 196 in the last couple of days. Yeah, I don't know, I'm guessing.
I would say I would not be surprised if another filing comes out in the next few days or a couple of weeks or whenever that is, being like, oh, you know, we sold some at 196s, 195s as well, because I don't know, the chart definitely shows a bit of a held level there, a little bit of resistance right underneath that 167, kind of confluencing with a little bit of prior anchored there. Now, I don't know which one that one specifically is. I think this one is off of earnings, if I recall, but kind of selling off. And look at that, dead cat bounce. So that sell pressure is definitely on when it comes to Amazon today, with the sell pressure coming in. Now, today was what, day 1 or day 2 of Prime, something like that. So we know the Prime sale is going on as well. It kind of, I think it reacts a little bit better with the results that have come from Prime sale. Not yet. I've got a list of like things to potentially order. I think my parents sent me a bunch of things. My siblings were like, "Oh, add this to the basket, add that to the basket." I was like, "All right, we'll see."
Buy what you want to buy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, just add it on. Make sure you know.
Buy Altria stock apparently.
What's that?
Buy Altria stock.
Altria.
Fabian's in my ear, so he's very happy about this stock. I don't own Altria, but I can say that. You don't mind Fabian. Oh yeah, Fabian's in our ear, and we're just saying he owns Altria stock, and he's pretty happy about it. I wanted to check what the
is that it right there?
What's the dividend? It's probably, why don't I have dividend yield on here? Okay, whatever, it's $1 dividend, so call it 4 in the year, whatever. They pay a decent dividend. But pretty strong move here. Fabian says he bought it at 42, so how's about here-ish? Off the 50 period moving average. That's a great idea. So rotation. Apparently it's a meme, but it's also good in the market. 9% dividend. I mean, that was like the mental math. If it's $4 on ish and it's 49, so there you go. That yield is obviously changing as the price goes higher and higher, and it will continue. So don't chase yield. That's not what it's about. You get yourself into a world of hurt if you just simply chase yield, but a good dividend payer is never the end of the world. I like that in a little bit of energy. So Apple, the apple of nobody's, whoops, why is it still Altria? The apple of nobody's eye today, down 2%, but it is bouncing off of VWAP. It got as high as like 30s. That's about it for now. No push into the $0.50. Obviously, the high here is like 229.80. We'd love to see it get up there, but it's pretty range bound so far this afternoon. And when it's range bound, you play the range and you stick to it. So it might be if Rivian gets back into 17.25, put in a reload there, and then work off that. So a lot of love there. We're in a power hour, but a lot of love, Fabian, for your Altria play. That's a good stock. You try to buy a stock that you like, whose business you understand, and you understand why they make money or how they make money, or it's just like maybe it's a technical trade. But if you're holding for the long term, if you can't explain how a company makes money, consider not investing in it, maybe. And if it makes sense to you, go for it. Good luck to anyone out there. Tesla, still weak, still fading. Tried to break 247 and just wicked it, continuing to head to the downside. I mean, the only trade for me here would be if we had taken the 246. That's why I'm staying away from it. Try to work off those those stronger names for the longs.
Yeah, definitely. No, I like that. Did you mention what they kind of do? I was staring at the chart there. Altria, holding company which engages in the manufacture and sale of cigarettes.
So I wasn't going to go there because I know.
I mean,
I've never invested in it. And
did they sell vapes?
Some people are like ethically against it. That's not the reason I've never invested in it. But I mean, yeah, if people are like, here's the best way to think about
ethics.
If your clientele is addicted to your product,
yeah,
there's a line from The Wire, and if you've never seen The Wire, Method Man's in The Wire, and his character's named Cheese. And there's a point where they're trying to buy up the Connect, and all these dudes need to put in like $500,000 each. And so one dude can't kick in, and he's like, "Yo, I'll get his share." And they're like, "You got another 500?" He says, "Man, we selling dope and coke in Baltimore. If you ain't got $500,000 to your name, you should be ashamed of yourself." And basically the point is like it sells itself, and that's the idea with Altria or anything along those lines. It's kind of the idea when Apple builds a product that you are addicted to using.
That's what I was going to say.
It's the same principle. It's the same principle.
One is physically maybe harming you, and others you can argue that maybe it's psychological harm as well, right? So I don't know. We can. Yeah, Ramin saying psychological is worse. 100%. Why do you think Apple's at the top of the list? It literally, you have a significant portion of the population addicted to your products in such a way that you can barely even get away from it.
No, what are we talking about? No, it's not worse. Like, go look at the opioid crisis. Don't tell me that being addicted to your screen is any comparison to being addicted to like opioids. Like that's like
I think it's almost unseen because of how heavily it like paints the masses.
Yeah, but I'm not going to die being addicted.
You'll see the outlier kind of very extremes of like physical
addiction. My thumbs might hurt. I have carpal tunnel. That's bad.
Yeah.
That's not, but I mean, that's not going to kill you.
Fair.
I'm just saying, like, it is what it is. Everyone can have their opinion. Harl 3 Quinn, what do you have any favorite stock to buy soon? I can tell you the last 2 stocks that I bought because I did both of them from a hospital bed on Friday before my surgery.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this to a couple of people. I was very bored and I was watching the market and I saw Intel after this breakout of the channel. I saw it dip back in. I'm like, yeah, I'm buying it there. I didn't know this was all going to happen today. I didn't do anything with it, but I added to it. I didn't take this break, so I'm like, if I can get in. I already own the stock at $25. So I got some at 33.5, but that's not the real buy. When I sold Tesla, some of my Tesla position at 265, and I sold some Apple on that last recent break, usually I put it into the market. I put every single dollar of that sale into Caterpillar. Because, and I know Shree's been talking about it too, but Caterpillar from a rotation standpoint, this is stock I already own it. I love it. I like I like it. It broke out the 50-period moving average on the daily. It's hard for me to say buy it in here, but I think this is one that I would be buying on dips. Like add to it into the 340 range if it comes back into the downside. I like them. And if it's breaking this trend, they get a little bit of a downward sloping trend that it's breaking back out. If the rotation continues, fine. I like Caterpillar. I don't think you want to touch it today. It's in the midst of reverse, which might give you the chance for it to pull back into that 340 level. So I do like Caterpillar. I wish I could tell you that I had added Home Depot to that list. Raider Trader mentioning this other rotation stock. That would have been a fantastic buy as well. So maybe it would be something along those lines, but Caterpillar is the easy answer for me. But I've already done it, and I would like to get a dip. So back into the markets. AMD is wild. We got to reload an Intel, but it's right into that 34.75 level. It's right back into the 60s. Kind of a shallow range in here of about 20 cents on Intel. And AMD is very close to 160.
Yeah.
Very close to 160.
The futures are coming right into that 20,000, only about 3 points away here. 2 points away. You can take a look right there. We're coming right into that 20,000 mark. So some fresh lows potentially incoming. A
little bit
on the Qs, on the DAC. Specifically, I'm sure the Qs are looking very similar as well. And yeah, a lot of that sentiment, I guess, being reflected in some of these tech names here. 3460s on Intel right here, just holding on, just waiting to see if that kind of follows the trend here. Again, I missed out on a bigger chunk of
there it is. We
which
wicked
was
bottom
right there. But yeah, a little bit of a bounce off that 20,000. Can't really get through it right away there. I think, did it even print? I think it did print. It printed right there. I gotta check on my other screen. But
it did.
It did print 20,000. But did it print like a point below or? No?
I had it breaking by like a single, like maybe like one handle. Like I saw 19,999 all the way there, but it came right back above. So remember what I said. Just because you break 20,000 doesn't mean all you know what is gonna break loose. All it did here on the futures is it nicked the level. Probably nobody foolish enough to have stops that tight, I would think, but it nicked the level and bounced. So what do you think happened? Apple bounced off 229 right back into its 20, 30 cent range. So we reloaded Apple there. And I also said, make sure on that move, when it takes a 20,000 level, you get something out if you're short on that push. So I was on the bit of Intel 65s in there when it actually hit that 20,000 and bounced. So we got some out. Rivian didn't really do anything with that, but Apple trying to go. And Microsoft, if you were buying that dip, that put in a higher low as we nicked that 20,000 as well. So a bit of a push. I don't like the reason for, like, Apple was at an obvious 229 VWAP level. As far as like Microsoft went, you kind of just had to shoot for this middle here at 443. If you had a good reason or confidence to do that, great, it worked out. That's kind of diddling in the middle. I didn't really see that as a fantastic setup. But yeah, you're now starting to bounce pretty heavily here on some names. NVIDIA is really starting to press. Yeah, NVIDIA is trying to press back into VWAP as 20,000 ends up holding. So that was a good spot to take some profit on shorts. It was a good spot to reload any longs that you happened to like. Like if you liked Apple or NVIDIA long, maybe you're dip buying NVIDIA. That was a good spot to make a reload. Tesla bounced off 246 as well. So you could have gone a lot of places. I just prefer the strong name.
Yeah, no, that bounce coming in, bounce is about 25 points off of that 20,000, but coming right back in here. So again, yeah, initial test. Can we expect a little bit of a bounce? I always ask myself, yes, I think we can, but we've been consolidating right on top of it before. So how far does that bounce really go? Only about 25 points. Before coming right back in, we're only about 9.7 points now away from that. Yeah, look at Success. Success is screaming to the upside right here. All the, I guess, any sort of size on the ask is getting taken out. But again, it's a pretty thick book on Success being an ETF. Traded about 71 million shares on the day today. So definitely doing a little bit of relative volume. Started off with over 5. And I was saying this earlier as well. I was like, oh, Success might be something interesting to watch for today, and it's only done an uptrend all day with tech kind of selling off. And now I'm sure if you look at Success, similar story, but to the downside as well. Wasn't doing as much relative volume here, and let's see how much volume this one's been doing all day. So 80 million. So roughly around the same what do you call volume as SOX-S, but dollar volume SOX-L definitely doing a little bit more, as it's over double the price, doing almost the same kind of volume there. So a lot more money kind of running through SOX-L versus SOX-S.
Yeah, volume matters.
Sorry?
Volume matters.
Yeah, definitely volume matters. And do you like to take a look at dollar volume as well? Notional that's been traded on the ticker 100%, so far, right?
Like, I always want, if you're choosing between, if I'm choosing between two things to express a trade on and I have no reason to like one over the other, then it comes down to notional volume. Which one has more dollars going in and out of it that day? That's simple. Because that means there's more liquidity on the way in, on the way out, more decisions getting made. That's what you want. That's why we trade IBIT. When I trade crypto, if I trade ETF, I'm just simply trading IBIT. That's the one that's doing the most, at least the last time I checked. I haven't checked today. I'm assuming it's still doing the same thing. So as I'm a little bit skeptical in this bounce, seeing as it doesn't really go more than like 50 or 60 points off 20,000, and we can't seem to follow through, and it's a weekday. If we get to the top of the range on Apple, which is about 229.70, that's where we look to jam out of the trade. Right? Like it gets up here, I'm out. Keep it pretty simple. Mara with 55 million volume breaking out, says Rohit. Really?
Still running?
Oh.
Wow.
What am I doing? 25, as if it bounced exactly off $25 just now. You had one job, which was to wait all day for it to look like a good long at 25. All day. I didn't trade it this one time. I said, there's only 3 trades I want on Mara. Either it looks good as a long at 25, looks good as a long at 24, looks good as a long at 23. And that's it. So one of these even dollars is going to set up because it does every single day. The short was good off at 25, but I didn't want it short off 25. And look, on that last little dip, 25.01, Rohit, I hope that means I hope you brought that up because you were long. Size on the offer of Apple, getting out. Apple just had a seller as it pulled into that top. It was enough. I don't know. You only have like a few hundred lots. It just basically got up here into the low 60s. The second time it tagged there, someone jumped in for 10,000 trying to sell. So whatever, that's adjacent to the level. We're going to jump out of it. But the big story for that trade and the reason why you're ringing the register is at 20,000, if it doesn't fall over itself, look for that reversal trade. If 20,000 doesn't actually break, well, then what's your long trade? Are you going to scalp the futures? Sure, you can. But how about something which isn't nearly as weak, that isn't at the lows, which might be able to recover or at least not lose as much if the worst happens? That was Apple, quick little scalp trade. Much better on the 30,000 or the 20,000 fail break than it was the first time we took that long off 229. See more explosion when it was trapping people into those shorts. But yeah, great look on Mara. Can't really argue with that. That's a dip right into 25 even after holding, and you've already got a couple of points. 4.5% downside. You have to bear with me because I haven't looked at Coinbase today. So that made me think of Coinbase 250 and what is going on with this stock. Not really a level today. More like 248. This is holding up and trying to break back out. Yeah, you don't wonder. I mean, it's like Coinbase is at a resistance spot and probably due for a pullback, but it looks interesting. Intel still looks heavy though. I just heard keys. I know you just added to Intel.
We're breaking fresh lows on the day.
I know because I
don't know. I should have had more earlier. I'll get a little bit more here. Not the best.
That's hilarious.
You know,
I got filled on the bid exactly when you hit that key.
I mean, like I said, maybe not the best place to kind of add.
You can't make it up. I heard Obi hit the key, and I'm like, I just got hit at 60. Did you hit 60?
I was just taking the other side, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
whatever. It's the low of the day. It happens. Yeah, right? It's the low of the day.
Low of the day. Decisions can be potentially made there, and we kind of pop right back in, still holding that trend, making lower lows, lower highs there, and yeah, definitely like and subscribe for sure. Don't forget.
Oh, you got to put some flavor in it.
course,
Obi,
of
you've been short Intel all day. Obi was short when everybody was bullish on Intel this morning. Pull it, zoom that chart out a little bit.
Like this?
I don't have mine's not zoomed out. There you go. That's much better.
I shorted every price on the way down and then a little bit here as well. So I'm like, yeah, I guess I had the idea. I did get stopped out on the first one, which was, not too bad.
Hit the like and subscribe because Obi fought Intel for everybody. Including my long-term account. Including my long-term account. Thank you very much, Obi. Putting your personal gains against my daughter's education fund.
Wow.
And anybody.
You got to make it personal.
And what's
all
amazing
right, okay.
No, I'm joking. No,
here's the thing
no,
about
her education fund is literally in the most boring stuff of all time. You think I would be betting on Intel with my daughter's education fund? I'll take a bet in the stock, but I'm not an idiot. Come on, son. That's in all the safest stuff out there. We're just having fun with it. Hit the like and subscribe if you enjoy the show. We try to have fun around here. And look, sometimes we'll be in different positions. There was a point today we were both like 20 cents in the money. I was long Intel at 34.60. You were short Intel at 35 chain, whatever. It was like a 50-cent spread. It was right in the middle, and we were both in the money on the trade. Because there's always an opportunity for everybody. That's what we're here to do there. And we're just messing around here.
All I have to say about that, if anybody ever brings stuff like that up, I'll be like, it's a PvP game. It's a player versus player game. Understandable, like how it kind of works. Like it's it was zero sum, right? Zero sum.
It's a zero
sum.
So
if someone's winning, someone's losing. If someone's losing, someone's winning. At the end of the day, PvP game. We just got to get good. That's all I have to say about that. But people, you can call it cold. You can call it heartless. Shout out to the weekend. But yeah. Heartless, Kanye and The Weeknd, of course, two great artists. Shout out to both of them. But no, definitely vibing a little more to The Weeknd. But Kanye is awesome. I think old Kanye, beautiful.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with yes. I strongly commend that because look, man, and I appreciate all the kind words in the chat. I have an allergy to not being myself and speaking my mind, which is a problem sometimes. And Kanye, sometimes genius is a little bit different. Mm-hmm. And the first time I heard that dude through the wire, I lost my ish. Like it was just unbelievable. And now, I don't know what to say. He's still musically obviously a genius, but things have changed.
Yeah,
Kanye. Things have changed.
Life will do that to you.
Yeah, like normal life. That's not life doing it.
No, I'm sure. But things change. Artists change. Music changes. Unfortunately, a little bit. But The Weeknd has nothing but aged like fine wine. I'm just gonna say that. But
I'm more of a Silk Sonic.
Okay.
That's my ish right there.
I've heard
Silk Sonic. Don't even get me started. Because if they had those joints when I was in high school, it would have been a serious problem. Legit. The market's retesting this $20,000 level, probably $20,000 level on the NASDAQ. We're not quite at 160. There was a question, did AMD get down 10%? It is not SSR yet. It has not ticked 10%. I got it. It has to make a fresh low here. 160.5 is the bottom. It would have to break a fresh low. So not yet. Doesn't mean it can't do it. It just hasn't done it at this point. Apple, maybe we get another chance to rinse and repeat on Apple. Let me zoom it back in for you guys. If we get a chance to rinse and repeat on Apple up at the 229 level, we will. I just think if it does it again, got to look for the first out in the 25-30 range, maybe, and then make the decision at the right spot. Like the first time it was the quarters, and the second time, I guess because I was watching the snap on the 20,000, I wanted that first push instead of waiting for it to give you a reason to get. Like it gave you a reason to get out up here. There wasn't a reason to get out there unless you were working off that high. And that's the thing about trading. Like there's a reason to jump out here because it's a level, but there isn't one to get anything out 15 cents in the money. None whatsoever. It's working. Why panic out when it's starting to work for you? That's what it's all about. Meta in the chat for a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of people talking about Meta.
You know what's weird? Meta is not one that I expected to be this bad today. we knew the chips and we knew tech was going to be bad. Obviously, Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, I'm on board. I can understand all of that. But Meta, I kind of thought had a chance to hold on to the trend on the daily chart. Instead, the trend is now gone. And Meta had one of the most beautiful, in complete hindsight, this was probably a short through 470 breaking this trend line. If you have a trend line that's lasted from October 2023 is the bottom of this trend line, when it double tapped $280. That's the trend line that just broke on Meta today. So in complete hindsight, if you're a Meta trader, then when it lost $470, look what it did at 470. So down on the open, consolidation at 470. Since it broke 470, there's the flush, straight $10 to the downside. Now, I wasn't trading Meta today, but if you're a Meta trader and you haven't observed this trend line, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, you should have been. And then 470, that's the breakdown on the 3-minute chart. Tries to bounce. When it gets through for good, bye-bye. So look out below. Yeah, Fiddleback, I'm with you. Here it is. Meta is so cheap compared to the other Mag 7. That's kind of why I was half expecting it would have bounced off of that trend line and found support. But just because you think something might happen doesn't mean that you have to bet on it, because staying short was a better way to go today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
That's
across
simple.
the board, right?
Everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Unless it's
a lot of places. Unless it's something
Caterpillar, UNH, J&J,
everywhere.
like those things.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Caterpillar was weak today, but J&J. Yeah.
J&J for sure. UNH, another one. Oh boy. Continuation trades, right? Success. You know, any of the inverse ETFs, any
Yes.
inverse instruments as well that kind of go against tech or even chips there. Positive on the day. So yeah, those are definitely good looks there. Schwab coming right back up into that VWAP where we've been selling off of over and over. Well, not over and over again, maybe like once or twice today.
Ooh, that looks good.
Times. So it looks pretty decent here. Now I'm looking at how much time is left in the trading day.
40 minutes.
40 minutes roughly, give or take. Do I really want to play this for the last two 15-minute candles? That's the question here. What is he like? Look at that, right? That is very aggressively strong. That was aggressive to the downside, aggressive reversion back up. Look at that little doji kind of, I don't know really what candles are called, but like a little indecision kind of candle happening right here, where the expansion of candles goes the other way, and you get a little, I guess, compression. Can't really go a little bit further. Reverts the move all the way back to VWAP from a low of 61.02. Trading at 63s right now, 63 on the dot is Schwab. So I don't know if it's a good look to kind of look for that selling to come right back in with only about 30 minutes left on the day. So I'm looking for anything that's that may or may not be a little aggressive. And I'm going to point it out again. I'm going to look at Success for that kind of trade there. If chips start to revert, I think that Success, even Soxel, depending on which way you're trying to go, there might be an interesting look. Now, that's just my opinion. That's what I've been waiting for all day. It could not come. We talked about Jose. Nice. Yeah. Jose taking a little trader nap there. Shout out to him. But yeah, no. It could potentially.
I'm not the risk
happen,
manager
right?
on the floor anymore. I'm just saying.
Fair enough.
You gotta preserve mental capital.
Yes, 100%. I mean, I was taking long blinks at the desk earlier. I mean, yeah. I mean, I wasn't sleeping. I was taking like long. That's what I was saying. I don't think Ramin was here for that. I was just taking really long blinks, And when I opened my blink, I might have missed a couple of trades.
Oh goodness, what's going on?
It is what it was.
Yeah. No, you know what? It is what it is. I'll tell you this right now. I don't care what you do. Let me go to Rivian for a second. I don't care. At the end of the day, like I've taken naps in the middle of the day as a trader.
Yeah.
It's better than over trading, and it's better than giving 100%. Back profits. And let's be real. Today was the kind of day where if you found your way into any short, like you look at Tesla, you would have made money today. So look at the range this afternoon. I just got out of Rivian. Rivian consolidation was like earlier in the day, the consolidation is a full like 30 cents, which is 1.5%. This afternoon, it's like half that. and it breaks up. So I'm not even reloading the stock. It's just not doing anything. Intel, which has one of the bigger ranges, like look at Intel over the last couple of days, you know? And look at the range this afternoon, 34.80 to 34.60. That's a 20-cent range. If you're not down with that, then you can take a break, take some mental reps, and do whatever it is that you have to do. Like you can sit there and watch the futures, maybe make some paper trades. You can do some scalp trading, but over trading can get you into trouble. Zai in the chat says Palantir short to close. Short to the close, I assume you mean there. I don't know. No, like for the reasons why Apple was a long for me off 20,000. So here's the full reason why. VWAP retracements, I get it. But you just bounced off 20,000 on the futures. So anything looking strong, like this is stair step to the upside. Higher highs, higher lows this entire afternoon, ever since it made that bottom. Any guesses where the bottom is? Oh man, Sean's going to be Sean's the one that said he wanted to be on the jury. He said that. Remember, he said he wanted this. He's like, I'm interested in being on jury. I want to do my civic duty. Well, his civic duty was to buy Palantir at 27.5 again. So I'm not complaining about my day, but Palantir came to 27.5 again. So shout out to Sean for doing his civic duty, and hopefully, if he's on a trial, is a short one. But if we're bouncing off 20,000, I would rather not short something which has a little bit of relative strength to it. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It's just the way that I would approach it. You can probably get something with a 10-cent risk, and if the market flushes from here and we lose 20,000, you're going to be laughing. Apple's trying to come back into 229. If it shows the same kind of consolidative bottom, like in here, like hold the bottom, hold the low, get in, yay, keystroke, and maybe even double bottom like we had before, there's enough time for it to set up one more time for the long here on Apple, but we definitely like that. If we can get it again, we got it out at the right time, but looking for some kind of re-entry. Intel, I don't know if we're going to get another crack at the top end of that range. Doesn't seem all that likely. Might just be these 70s, which I keep hearing you hit keys. I'm like, yeah, we'll be just shorted Intel again.
I mean, I just, it's a little bit
I know.
Of a dabble, I guess.
I know. I hear the key. I'm like, he just shorted Intel. And I was watching the stock, too. I knew you shorted it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I saw some stuff. I liked it. And I was like, all right, maybe a little bit here. Something's happening in and around this area. Wow, I just stared at the light.
I haven't even drank any of my water, which is crazy. I should be hydrating better. I don't have the key. Can you hit Sean's buttons just out of curiosity? Well, nothing happens if you do.
So I'm logged into a different account here. So even if we can try. This Stream Deck is.
We can figure that out, can't we?
That wasn't me. Yeah, no.
We got all this equipment around here. Trust me, the amount of money that got to put all of this together so you guys can watch a free YouTube show. I'm pretty sure we can have Obi with the Stream Deck. He's got Confluence, the Uno card for a reversion trade.
Oh yeah,
that would be low hanging fruit. I mean, that's such an amazing idea.
Yeah.
It's almost as if I came up with it myself and did not steal it from Wayne on the bridge, and then I'm stealing it and getting credit for it from you guys for saying it just now. No, that was Wayne. He's like, you guys need to get an Uno card, mean reversion for Obi, because he's always taking the mean reversion. It was dead right on that today. We can't even tag Obi in the chat because he doesn't type in it says Kyle Burdett.
Fair enough. You know
could
what?
solve that problem yourself, Obi. I can't defend you there because all you got to do is open the chat. I'm in the chat. Have you liked the show today?
I did.
No, I mean the afternoon show. It's a different stream. Every little bit helps.
Yes, you're right.
Every little bit helps.
I see that. I heard that.
Just saying.
The chung chung.
I'm just saying. The what?
The chung chung?
That's what that's called?
I think so. I don't know. That's what Derek calls it, no?
No, that's not what it's called.
Chung chung? Is that what it is, Derek? Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought I heard.
It's the Law and Order thing.
Yeah,
that's what I call
sound. Okay, so
NVIDIA.
Bit of a pullback happening, break of trend here on SOXS, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, all right, well, I got to give this about 30 pennies worth of risk here. Do I really want to take this trade with only about 30 minutes left in the day? Intel coming right back in. Qs are bouncing. Let me take a quick look.
Are you looking short?
On SOXS?
Yeah. Is that?
I like the reversion.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So yes.
Okay.
Yes, I guess I can say that. But look, you take a look, it hasn't necessarily broken trend. I'm looking at a 15-minute, I'm looking at a 30-minute, I'm looking at an hourly as well. I'm also looking at the 3-minute. Broken a smaller frame trend on the 3-minute, not really broken anything on the 15 or the 30 just yet. But then again, we only have about 30 minutes left to trade, so I don't know what it's going to do there. But a little bit of a wee pullback is all I might be looking for here. Just a reversion. VWAP, I don't know about VWAP. VWAP's all the way down at 21.30, so something crazy and epic might need to happen across the board for that. But we've seen what the market can do in the last 30 minutes,
Yes,
especially
we have.
since last week. Oh boy, that was a reversion. Talk about reversion in the last 30 minutes. Last Friday was definitely something of a reversion there.
I just saw the
Aggressive
chart.
selling. You saw the chart. We were here. I was already. Sean and I? We were already sitting short, and I was like, this is a great place to short. I'm going to take more on the break of the consolidation low on the spider. That consolidation just boom straight through. Missed the fill. Not really sitting there either. Might be something I need to improve on. But oh boy, was that reversion real hot, and it came in. It came
Super
in
hot
real
fire.
fast. Super hot fire indeed there.
But I'm not a rapper.
But I'm not a rapper though.
Oh no! Get through them. Whoa, wow. Let's just jump out of that for a second. Let me explain what just happened. I went for the dip buy in front of 229 and VWAP a little bit early. The second I got into position, like the same size seller that was here came in down there. So I'm like, okay, well, this isn't the level we liked before. Let's let it get down there. If there's still someone doing some selling, then let them finish, and maybe it'll bounce. And last time I waited for it to go green. I waited for it to go green and consolidate. This time, like, we're in early. So even if that was wrong, getting in and out quickly flat there, I'm going to stand by it because that's not the way that we traded it successfully. This dip had to do with 20,000 even. This one, I'm catching the falling knife, is a little bit different. I will reload Intel, though. I don't mind. If we get right back in and wick this 3480 again, I'll try to reload that, but it is bouncing to the upside. The NASDAQ has not broken the top of the channel, but 20,000 held. Remember, we said, I don't care if you see 1999, it doesn't mean that 20,000 is gone and this market is going to flush. There's your reversal play. Probably should have found a secondary long instead of only Apple, but that was the one, and it's still pulling back. As the market's going higher, you still have Apple holding these lows. It's probably the right call getting out. Not as strong relatively as it was before. I feel like that flipped over to some of the chip names as we're going to go to Adara. Ooh, NVIDIA at VWAP.
Let's take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making some outsized moves as we end the day that maybe we haven't discussed as much. Two of these are going to be earnings names continuing from yesterday. Charles Schwab, the first one here, SCHW. This one, of course, did actually hit short sell restriction yesterday, down more than 10%, falling another 7% plus here, at one point down almost 9%. After getting a series of downgrades following the earnings, including a downgrade to hold and a price target decrease from TD Cowen. Next up here, we have UNH, United Health Group. This one getting an upgrade, so opposite here, continuing to the positive side on day two earnings. Lots of positive analyst notes and a buy rating and price target increase from 481 to 641 from Jefferies. So good look for UNH. Last but not least, META. This one down almost 6% here. We did discuss this one earlier, but this one actually is trading lower alongside Snap and SNAP. We did have Donald Trump yesterday saying that he is, quote, for TikTok. So potentially one reason that this name, in addition to overall tech weakness, is a little bit down in the day, guys. META.
Much weaker than I was anticipating. There's no question about that. Early look on these imbalances here. Wow, that was a quick retrace on VWAP of NVIDIA. You had to be really quick on the trigger for that one. Enbridge, $2 million to the sell side. You got BNS, Bank of Nova Scotia, $1 million to the buy side. GE, 800,000 sell. Oddly enough, really nothing there. Palantir, that's from the morning. You have the time code in there. So not a heck of a lot by way of the imbalances, at least early. You still have 15 minutes before they do eventually come out. I think we sniffed something on Apple. See? Sometimes there was a question about like tape reading, like with all the algos out there, like what's the point of tape reading? But I will grant you this. I've been trading long enough. I don't have to say how long because I'm old. But obviously tape reading 20 years ago, I can admit that, is not the same as it is now. When there were less algos, you could trade momentum stocks successfully without even looking at a chart. Now you can't really, I don't think you can do that as much anymore, but there's still going to be spots where you can see something obvious. Like I knew it wasn't at the level where the buyers were before, so So I jump in early and see obvious selling on the tape in level 2 that indicate, and it looked very similar to this curl in this level as well. So I saw that. You saw me get in. You saw me jump out of it instantly without it even breaking any kind of a support level. I just jumped right out because of what I saw on the tape. And that's it. So there is, now obviously it should have gone short, but I had never reason to short Apple in that moment. But sometimes just getting out of the trade is going to be enough because Apple is really bleeding to the downside. And that was just because of what I saw on that level 2. It was the same thing that was this curl happened right here at 229.20 or so. Well, I hear more keys from Obi.
Yeah, no, look at that, success just ripping right back up there. So I was like, yeah, okay, well, missed it a little bit here in the 40s for break a trend there. And then, no, I'm not in success.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I was like, all right, well, do I really want, now it's like up here when we were talking about it, we're in the 30s. And I was like, oh, about 30 pennies worth of risk if I'm risking to high a day there. And then it flushes another 15 pennies down into the low 20s. And I'm like, all right, well, if it's going to do that and do a little bit of stalling there, don't necessarily want to stay involved with, or I guess not really chase. I don't want to chase that move there. And yeah, so I might stay a little bit patient. Again, we only have less than 30 minutes left in the trading day there. So I'm trying to be a little specific with what I'm looking for, how I want to trade it as of right now. Again, some of the better trades I definitely missed in the morning. Not really trying to force anything with I guess limited time left until the bell for today. And tomorrow's another day, right, Neil? So it's like, all right, cool. What's the next trade? It might not be today.
Look at Walmart. Oh my goodness, so many things out there. Carlos in the chat, Walmart high of the day. AbbVie high of the day. It's not all doom and gloom, everybody. And that's something we'll definitely do. When we go in the market recap show, we got Chris Bretcher coming through. He's got some fantastic ideas. He's already given me some insights. I don't want to spoil it. Make sure you stick around, tune in. There's a lot to review in this market, but there's also some ideas on a swing basis that we can get to. And just another name, we'll talk about the sectors in the market recap, but Walmart, AbbVie, fantastic dividend name. This is absolutely pressing higher, 4% right back into the high of the day. This is what it's all about. Pfizer, apparently, I got some Pfizer. It's not that good. Pfizer at 30. Yay, Pfizer. I know it failed 30 this morning, but Pfizer, the level has been, I'm not going to pull all the way back out to the pandemic bottoms, but 26 is 25, 26 level. It was a thing in 2020, so it's a thing now. It's been the only place remotely worthwhile buying on Pfizer, and suddenly it's giving you some reasons that this can be an ad. I have not added to this position since it like double bottomed. I didn't take the last salvo, but it's starting to look like this could be something to add into. Above the 50 and the 200 period moving averages, breaking out on the daily, this $30 level, potentially, that looks pretty solid to me, but we don't have that much time left, Obi. I don't know if you got that trade or not. I missed NVIDIA, wasn't quite fast enough. I don't know if I wanted the second time through. NVIDIA looks pretty strong. So I'm going to stay away from it. Don't want to give it back. Don't really have, well, we're going to have some LFT if Intel breaks this 80 level because we reloaded it here, 72s and 73s. So I have 72 half. It rounds up to 73 again. But that's been the same level that we've shorted it. Usually we've pressed back into this 34.60 level. Let's see if we can do it one more time for the road, Intel.
Yeah, some crazy, I mean, not necessarily crazy, but some interesting stuff happening here on the book. Some reserves, I guess both on the ask and on the bid a little bit there. A lot of mid prints going through as well here on Intel. I'm talking about Intel. So yeah, some volume doing a bit of a churn going into the end of the day here. Only about 22 minutes left now. Futures haven't really gotten anywhere for the past, I guess, few hours there. Still holding on top of that 20 thou. Can't even make it distinctly past that 20 thou 50 mark on the DAC there. And same thing with ES, kind of sideways consolidation, sideways action there happening as of right now. So I don't really have too much else, I guess, that I'm looking for. Like I said, what do I want to do for the last two 15-minute candles? I don't really see too much here. I'm in what I want to be in, and I guess Success not really doing what I'm, or didn't really do what I'm looking for there as well. Kind of pulling right back in. Had a bit of a. I mean, if you want to call it aggressive, there was some volume that was picking up there, but it kind of just stops in the 20s, 22 20s there. Again, not that strong of an ATR on this vehicle here. But again, when it gives you a few pennies there, 20, 30, 40 pennies there, sometimes that's all she wrote. So you got to keep that in mind, I feel. Schwab ripping right past that VWAP. There comes a little bit of that futures action right back down. Apparently, let's see if we can get into that 20 thou with the last 30 minutes. In the last 30 minutes of trading, only about 10 minutes left until these imbalances come, Neil.
Yeah.
And I see that you are looking at Schwab as well.
We talk a lot about the short sell restricted bounce. And the reason why traders like it is because if it starts going and catches a bid after it's 10% down, you can get moves like this in Schwab. And like you have it on a 15-minute chart, you just don't have a red candle since like 1:15. It's just all green. Like once it makes the bottom and starts to go, the short sell restriction just means if someone wants to hit the bid to enter a short position, the last print has to be green. So it's there to prevent people from piling in as the stock is going down, but it can make it more difficult when it's on the rebound for it to slow down. Because anyone that wants to jump into the short has to wait for that uptick to hit. So when it tries to turn, they're just all stacking on the offer. And if they get filled, they all get filled at once. Like it'll consolidate at a level. It's like, oh, now we can get short on the offer. They sit at the offer. And if it breaks that, they just get rinsed more. So it's one of those things that we like it. I don't know why I would have been trading Schwab at anything other than an even level. Like I'm looking back at this. One of the golden trades for SSR is off an even dollar level. Schwab's bounce was at 61. Bounces off 61, higher lows. And you have any one of these higher lows, you're just sort of sitting in it to VWAP. I always get a VWAP for an SSR bounce, just the way I play. But continuation here for Schwab. The thing about VWAP, it's a good level. The opening range top is more significant at 64.35. If I was watching this going into the imbalances at 350, it would be this level. I'd look for some kind of a reversion, 64.30 to 64.5. VWAP is great, but the opening range, like first available dip, and then confirmation of the short was right around here at 64.30. That's got to be the level. You still have a ways to go, 10% to that. Ethan Hunt, what happened to GameStop? I don't know. It still exists.
Good
question.
That's a
good question. I've got my ear plugged in. I have not seen or heard anything. But GameStop just did what sometimes these things do. Sometimes a game of front hand, backhand goes awry for you. It's not safe sometimes, but look at that. It's a lot of volume. Usually that's not just a technical break. I would suspect if it's making this much volume, there would be a story here, but I don't see anything. Big time dump in GameStop now. Not really breaking this trend on the daily. But it's been multiple days in a row that this was going to the upside, and look at it give almost all of yesterday's gains back. If there isn't anything happening, I don't wonder if it can't bounce off 27. But yeah, I'll keep watching Benzinga. If I see or hear anything, I'll let you guys know. Nothing's hit the wire.
There's such a strong reserve that's happening here. 34.70, first on the bid, now it's hitting the ask there. Now, again, a lot of mid prints going through on top of the 60.
Dude, chunks are going off in the midpoint.
Yeah, so it's like I mean, we're closing in to the end of the day here, right? So maybe some interesting stuff. 20 thou potentially coming back in. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye on the Simply Good Foods, SMPL. This one falling a bit here with increased volume, circulation of a rumor that a popular stock service has mentioned the stock as a short idea with a $20 price target, which would indicate 33% downside. So again, very unconfirmed, but some rumors of a potential short thesis here on SMPL, guys.
Sure that have that story on GameStop too? Like GameStop's continuing, and look, it's still falling. It's late in the day. I got to get up to the desk in about 10 minutes or so. It's so tempting to look for a trade on GME. I don't like trading blind. I actually can't stand it, especially if I feel like something is a bit awry. There's no imbalance or anything. Like I can look here. This is a New York stock. If this was like early imbalance related, you would see something. And it's done 20 million shares. It's still all the same names that we had before on the imbalance locator. But wow, that's a pretty large flush there on GameStop. while we were getting distracted, oh no.
Yeah, what's going on?
Look at, like, Apple actually, this is a real wick. Like, we got away from Apple. I'll zoom back in so you can see the actual 70-cent range a little bit better. But Apple really liquidity grabbed underneath VWAP. That was deep. Like, it broke VWAP, went another 40 pennies down, and then recovered. That's a hard one to get into. Like, you really have to just, hey, we'll just average down against it where my stop would be. Or, I think the better way to play it, it does the wick. Once it's back above VWAP, you could be long right in here at 229 even. I was not, I am not, but I'm now going to be watching GME. Ama Hamada, you're still holding Ford. It might be an out now. I still have some Ford shares in my personal account. I know I said I was going to get out of this if it couldn't hold support. Well, it held on to support, so I didn't cover it. I think I still have an offer that's good around $15. I'd have to double check. I am looking to get out of the stock. I said either it breaks support or gets to 15 and I jump out of it. I just want to put the money somewhere else. But it's not at 15 yet, so technically I'm still in it. I should probably trail out of that thing. Ford, this is not a very good move for Ford. I know 11 to 15 seems good, but look at the daily chart all the way back to 2020. That's not good. The better name, here's a better name, is GM. GM better than Ford. I owned GM from a very, very long time ago, but Ford I had bought more recently at that $11 level. But GM, one of these charts is better than the other, and if you can't tell which, I just got out. 3480 broke on Intel. That's probably my last trade, unless we get something on the imbalances. If you can't tell that GM's better than Ford based on this chart, I would be considering maybe getting out of some of this at $50 as well. I think the autos are, like, they're just more trades to me than holds. Legacy auto. Not buying them.
Yeah, no, for sure. A little bit of a pop back up here, and look at that. SOXL is coming right back down in with a little bit of a bounce coming in here on chips. I guess when I say on the chips, I just mean on Intel here. Again, we saw that 70s, a lot of reserves, a lot of churning happening right at 69.70, 34.69, 34.70s, and then we get a little bit of a pop into some of these range highs here. Again, going into just 3 more minutes left until these imbalances come out. So interesting stuff nonetheless. Are you guys watching anything going into the close? Let us know. I know I'm watching this SOXS and this Intel. Just trying to keep my focus slightly narrow in terms of what I'm looking at.
You got to work on that,
but I do have to work on that because there's
the fact that you get so distracted by so many symbols all the time, Obi. I was actually going to say something at lunchtime that you gotta narrow. Make sure you're only looking at that one right stock. Don't change. No, don't change. Like there's a line. Eddie Murphy had this one. It's one of his stand-ups, right? Where he does a stand-up where Bill Cosby was getting on him for cursing and all that stuff. And then he's talking to Richard Pryor, who's a legend, the GOAT comedian. And he's like, look, man, when you do your bit, do people laugh? Yes. Do you get paid? Yes. And he's like, tell Bill to shut the you-know-what and keep doing what you do. I'm like, if what you do works, then just keep doing it. Who cares?
Yeah.
If you're a penny stock trader, I remember when I was early in my trading career, I had guys on the floor would be like, making money off penny stocks isn't real trading. People would say that to me all the time. And trust me, I'm like, last time I checked, when I get my commission check and when I put a down payment on my house, I'm paying for my kid's future, nobody cared. The bank actually didn't care that I was trading penny stocks. Now, obviously, if I say that at a party, it's not cool. But it didn't matter. Like, money's money, man. Do you. Don't worry about, like, multiple, whatever. Trade one stock. Trade 10 stocks. Trade 20 stocks. Yeah. Trade XLE and XLV, says Charles Butler. And GME is coming back. So I suppose if you said there's no news on GME by 27s, that actually would have worked out for you. So yesterday's bottom, sometimes it's that easy. That's not my chart. There you go. Look at the level it bounced off of. Technically speaking, perfect. But I thought there was news. There apparently is no news on GameStop. It's going down for reasons unknown. It bounces off a technical level and gives you 50 pennies. So not too bad. That's a good line. Skiing rooster, if it's legal, it's all good.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you allowed to do it?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Does it make money? Yes. Then go ahead and do it. You're not saving lives or anything when you're trading. It's not that kind of a job. I mean, if you are, great, more power to you. Not sure how you could be, but.
I mean, there are a lot of traders who kind of get pretty charitable with their winnings. So that's maybe one way to.
I know lots of good charities.
Yeah, for sure. That's one way to kind of use your capital here.
Scholar Doma Society is really good. Give Well is a really good charity. Look them up. No, Give Well, like, whatever. You can look it up. I'm not going to wax poetic about it. It's 350 and the imbalances just came out. Ramin just said, give me. NVIDIA, 1.7 million to the sell side. Enbridge was already there. Verizon, who cares about them? We got Cisco, 870 to buy on Cisco. Marvell, 870 to sell on Marvell. So NVIDIA, the big one, 1.7 sell. Apple, 750 to the buy side. This could be a little bit mixed. We're seeing some buy, some sells. Uber is a sell of 600,000. Snapchat's a buy. I feel like there's one big buy, one big sell. Dara just gave it to us. Mostly to the buy side, which is weird because NVIDIA is 1.7 to sell. Adara.
Not seeing any news here on that GME with that pop back up, but I am seeing a lot of discussion here in social media, people saying that it needed to get to that 27 in order for it to bounce around when we started seeing that conversation. We get that move back up. So basically, a lot of people saying that GME pull back was actually bullish could be why we got a little bit of a pop here. Just speculation, but just some notes on that. No news still, but lots of social media attention saying that move down was bullish, and we are bouncing here. GME.
Thank you very much, Adara. So only NVIDIA to the sell side. It's not really moving as much. And who asked me in the chat? It was Hardy in the chat asking me, name some penny stocks to buy. I traded penny stocks when I started out. Like I made the mistake of, no, I did some investing in them early, like taking shots. And I realized, no, you had to take trades. The last one I did was Tellurian. It was one of my trades of the week. But I don't really, I'm not really looking at them. It was what I did early. It's not what I do now. Ultimately, but you know what?
Markets
it doesn't really make a difference. The markets are very, very different. I could tell you stories about the way penny stocks used to trade and some of the reasons why it changed, which are hilarious. But no, it's a 3:51. We got about a few minutes before I'm going to get up to the desk. It takes me a couple of seconds to get ready. But that NVIDIA, not much by way of reaction to that imbalance. It was a sell imbalance. It was an initial spike, for reasons unknown, and now coming back in. The NASDAQ is bouncing. That's a pretty small buy imbalance. 250 for the market, million to the buy side. Yeah. Very, very mixed on the imbalance. Not much going on there. But wow, that GME, congratulations if anyone just said, there's nothing happening here, let's just pick it up at support, which was, I'm not making it up, on that dip buy. If you just went technically speaking, there's the high at 27.25. There is pre-market support at that level. Essentially bounces, holds the higher low. This is exactly where you would have played it technically. But sometimes it can be something else there. So great look on GameStop if you had it. This is why you don't short. Don't short blind. Oh, it's going down. There's bad news. Well, what if there isn't any news? Then the other thing's going to happen and it rips your face off. So look, this might be an opportunity tomorrow for a trade. Like if this is a failure at 30, and the start of a slight reversal on that trend, there's probably room to 26, and I'll zoom back in so you can see. If it does want to put in a red day, there's room to $26. So I would be looking out for that, but that 26 would seem like the 50 periods of buy on GameStop. It's a weird thing to say. The 50 period SMA on GameStop is a buy. It's not the kind of stock you usually would identify that with, but look at it hug.
Yeah.
Like when it works on the chart, then you look for it on the trade. I keep it as simple as possible.
Yeah, no, I like that. Again, we were talking about a little bit earlier about with all the algos, how can you read the tape or scalp? But here would be my counter argument to that. Sure, in the past it's been much, much clearer, but something what I've noticed, and I say this, I reiterate this a lot, is distinctly different, right? So you're watching the tape, it looks like noise, it looks like whatever, you try to make some meaning out of it or whatever, but there are certain times where you have distinct action, when larger players kind of show their intention on the book, in the tape, at key levels of prior structure. I think that's where the tape read definitely comes into play much stronger than everywhere else. But the thing is, how are you going to recognize what random is if you haven't sat down and you haven't really put in the time to stare at it and be like, this obviously means nothing, but this definitely means something. You still have to put that seed time in, and I'm still working on putting that seed time in. And yeah, there's a lot of fugays that happens on the book, and sometimes you see the algos, you see sell programs, buy programs, you see some craziness that's happening, but then you over time maybe you do learn to tango with the algos. So it's you don't want to fight them, but you definitely want to sidestep them. You want to be on their side. And that's a strong sell coming in on Intel here.
Oh, now it sells?
Coming in.
355.
Hello, talk about dancing with the algos.
Exactly.
Let's go.
355 on the pairing event. That slight buy in the market probably paired off, I'm going to assume. There's Intel. AMD, it is way too late in the day. Yeah, it got to 160. So AMD does eventually get to 160. There will not be a bounce trade. SSR, obviously it's 355. So this couldn't have happened at a worst possible time. There's some shares on the bid, but they just chewed through that like a hot knife through butter. It's about to go 10% down. So the good thing about the SSR rule is even if we don't get a chance at a rebound SSR play on AMD today, as long as it gets to 10% before the close, it's SSR tomorrow. So now No, just get to 10%. Like, why would you even want to not just get to 10%? SSR tomorrow, the bounce is better. There's no time for the bounce to do anything here for a day trader. And now that I've said it, and I'm showing you this silly chart, AMD has decided that it does not want to get to 10% down, so there will not be an SSR bounce tomorrow. Doesn't mean it can't bounce, but be a lot cooler if it did. I'm going to get up to this. I'm actually really disappointed. A stock this big, like when Tesla goes 10% or AMD, usually it's smaller cap stocks that go 10% down, you take SSR bounces on, or like a post-earnings play. But a random day on AMD, that would be huge to be able to play this tomorrow if it was down 10%. So like, I'm hoping it gets to that point, but I got to get up to the desk.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Neil, again for a great trading day here. Shout out to Neil for dropping all the knowledge and dropping all of, again, some good trades. I know Intel, we had some, exactly, right? Wow, SOXS, look at that rip up. Look, what's happening on SOXS? Is that real? That is definitely real, and it's ripping right back up. So look at that, with the futures coming in and only about 3 minutes left in the trading day, you know what we do have to be flat before the close here. So I'm going to cover that right there. Not really taking an MOC on the Intel, but I almost felt like taking the MOC there for a second on the Intel. But take a look at that rip on success. So the chips are continuing to do a little bit of a dip at the end of the day here. So absolutely wild action there. I was a little sweaty there. I was holding a nice little chunk into the imbalances. I liked what I saw. I was kind of using the chart as well. Got a little lucky as well, but cover the rest here into the 60s. And we're dropping even lower, man. We're dropping into the 50s. Oh boy, with only about 2 minutes left here. I do have to kind of, okay, the countdown's right there. I'm ready for that. But 34.55s, Intel closing weak on the day, printing lower lows, fresh lows even, 34.54s. Got a stack on the bid, got a stack on the offer as well. The book is thick. Can't really do too much there. But the short was definitely nice throughout the day. I kind of messed up not getting involved here. 35 halves, that was a clean level. Oh boy, here comes 34 halves. 2,000 on the bid at 34 halves right there. Spiciness happening on Intel going into the close. Only about 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Oh boy, I could have definitely held on to a little bit there at 34.70s average on the short there. And I'm asking myself, well, I can do a little bit better than that, holding on to the trade. I like what I see on the tape. Again, you guys can see, if you guys see me looking that way a lot, I'm looking at the book, I'm looking at the tape, I'm trying to decipher the madness that's going on there. And look at that, 40s coming in. Oh boy, what a trade, what a short on the day as the NQs come in for a clip of that 20 thou. Once again, last minute of the trading day, hands off the keyboard. Look, come on, no hands. Intel coming into 34.40s. So could have done better, but it is what it is. Caught a piece of the move. Hopefully you guys had a great trading day today. A lot of opportunities to the upside, to the downside as well. You see my hands on the countdown timer because we only have about 30 seconds left. 34.40s as well. 20 seconds left. Got the finger on the trigger there. I see that Adara's right at the bell. So in about 5 seconds, I'm going to be pressing this button here. And there goes 20,000 right through. Oh my God. The NQs are printing below 20,000 right here. All right. Wow, how's that so late? 3, 2, and 1. I swear, thank you, Adara. I swear I pressed the button earlier.
They were telling you don't need to hit it.
Oh, you were telling me I don't need to hit it. Damn. Okay. All right. So from now on, the countdown timer has been dealt with, and I guess I don't need to hear it there. Okay. So 46s, I guess, was the print. Yeah, 46 I see is the closing print on Intel. So definitely could have taken a mock on that one there. And success. Look at that rip right off into the end of the day there. And I was like, yeah, I saw this action. I was like, all right, well, do I really want to short here for a potential reversion? I was like, no, I'm gonna lay off of that one. And lucky I didn't get involved with that one. Look at that rip your face off kind of action there in the last 9 minutes of trading. Roughly, these are 3-minute candles and straight up printing fresh highs right into the close there. Oh boy, and there goes the NQ printing below 20 thou in the after hours here. So kind of if you're patiently waiting during the trading day for that 20 thou to break, never came in except for the last minute there and last few seconds actually, and we got crushed in the morning. 20 thou 600, open up around 20 thou 300, comes right down to 300 more points to the downside here. 20 thou breaking. So let's see. I know somebody in the chat was saying, oh, we're going to be printing 19.8s into the end of the day here. Close enough there. But the day is now done. The bell has rung. Hopefully you guys have had a great day. I want to thank you all for spending time with us. But don't go anywhere because Neil and Adara are there at the big desk for the market recap. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you so much there, Obi. UAL is already out, so we got to lead with that. The countdown for their earnings, maybe they should have held off a little bit because you're already down 4 points. It was a little bit lower. We're going to get to Adair with the numbers in a quick second, but there was a push to the upside initially. Got 47 to 48. Now you're tracking back into 45. Now 5% to the downside on UAL and right back into support and that 200 period moving average on the daily. Right back in that support. If you lose 44, you've got some troubles, UAL. And the numbers, I'm going to guess they're not very good there, Adara.
Yeah, UAL is not united with the bulls here. Let me tell you, these are not great numbers. I'm going to start with the yuckiest and what we just got out here. United Airlines here seeing Q3 adjusted earnings per share $2.75 to $3.25. That's well below the estimate of $3.43. So to clarify, their estimate $2.75 to $3.25. We were looking for $3.43 there. So way lower here, especially in the low end, but they're saying that they're expecting to see, quote, leading unit performance amongst their peers in the second half of Q3, so very specific there. They did beat here at EPS for the current quarter. They did beat EPS here, $4.14 versus the estimates of $3.93 for Q2, but their revenue was a bit of a miss here. I'm seeing $15 billion versus the estimate of $15.06 billion, so slight miss for revenue, but that Q3 EPS guidance, particularly rough here, guys.
Yeah, you don't get to guide poorly. It's just that simple. Guidance matters in this market. Does it matter that everything was down like an absolute rocket ship? I mean, when you think about it, it was mostly tech that was weak today. So there was a really decent chance for the airlines, if you had a good number, to really start to break it back out. I know there's some rotation happening. There was a chance for them to go. You saw some of the autos do okay, but by now everybody knows the story. We're going to go over this nasty sector board in a second. But if you weren't paying attention to this morning and wondering why the SMH is down 7% today, overnight, you had news. There were some comments from Trump with regards to Taiwan and whether or not the U.S. would protect them. There were comments from Biden. There's continued concern of more restrictions for both imports into China when it comes to chips. not just US, ASML, it's a big problem for them. If there's further curbs, they had their report that brought all the chip names to the downside. So everything starts and ended today with the SMH. Lots of good opportunities to trade. But when the SMH is down 7%, semiconductor index, when AMD, I don't know if it tagged that 10% or not, it was like 9.8% to the downside, I think at the most. When that's happening, you know what is good. And it was a trend down. Everything started and ended with them. NVIDIA had a rough day. Intel, because there was that push for Intel to be the made in America fab, it obviously gave them a little bit of a boost, but even they trended to the downside, closing at lows. Obviously, Intel ended up still positive on the session, but that's just mostly because of where it came from. Broke out in the pre-market, but since the open, that's 9:30. It was all pre-market action for Intel since 9:30, trend down, closing at the lows. So technically up on the day by 0.3%, but that's a very deceiving number. And it wasn't just the SMH. You're going to see uranium tick to the downside. I'll go back to a daily chart. Ugly, ugly day for them, right back into where it bounced from. So that bounce off the 200 on the daily, which was oh so good, is all gone as we speak. So very, very rough day there as well. You have the spider technology, obviously going to make a pullback, that 4% to the downside. The XBI down 2%. XBI was down 2% today. That's one that is maybe a little bit surprising to me. I'm going to maybe have to check to see what was especially weak there. Not a very good day for the biotech. I know there was some strong moves in things like Pfizer and AbbVie, but specifically here, not looking very good for them. That is a standout, I would say. The NASDAQ, 3% to the downside, nasty. And we got to mention this, TAN down 3%. So you've been seeing the last couple of sessions, a bit of a pullback again in some lower highs. Bye, Fabian. Great day today, Fabian. Thanks, Fabian and Ramin, for everything they do. But another pullback here on TAN. With the increased probability of President Trump, it's just a fact. I think you got to look at some of those alternative energy names as looking a little bit weaker. It's just that simple. And they had a double bottom bounce that got faded, and I think you got to look for a little bit of weakness in the short term for those names. So not a very good day. Some sectors good, USO not bad. Wheat seems to always be good. You got to own some Berkshire apparently. Good day for Berkshire.
Well, we got two Berkshire names reporting next week. We have Coke, C-R-K-O, so Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
We also have its secret stock, which was just revealed, Chubb. Their CB reporting next week as well. But then XBI, I think part of that could be Eli Lilly, because that thing gapped down and basically stayed down. We did have Roche announcing positive results for their weight loss drugs. So Novo said no, Novo Nordisk. And Eli Lilly fell to the downside there as well. So that could be the XBI. I think not necessarily 100%, but Lilly, a pretty big component there. So we did have that drop. Uranium was interesting too. That Sharif was mentioning that in the midday as well. Not a great look. But Cameco reports, I think, the week after next. So some of these uranium names could be worth watching for sure.
Yeah, 100%. You're right about it. See, Adair's been in the game how long? I'm like, what's the thing why it was down? Admittedly, I hadn't even pulled up a chart of Eli Lilly today, but 100%. 4% to the downside for Eli Lilly. I would, just before we move off of the sectors here, I did want to acknowledge IWM with a pullback of 1%. So you did have the Russell. I mean, hats off. The last few sessions have been spectacular. So it was probably due for some kind of a pullback day. But that breakout, still very valid in the Russell. But a little bit of a pullback day. It doesn't even look all that bad, only down the 1%. I don't think it's anything that you would be terribly concerned about, but something to keep an eye on there. So the Russell, not great, but obviously a small fraction of what we had in this from before. When it comes to reviewing trades today, I think the most important thing would be, if you had that headline, you see what SMH did. It's not a matter of did you short, did you find an opportunity to get out, or get out of any longs that were going against you. It's where was your focus when you sat down. I think today was the kind of day that if you were just an overall momentum trader, if you weren't looking at chip names, then ask yourself, maybe it's something really, really good that worked out for you. But what's the reason why you didn't like the chips? Because across the board, and even Intel, which was strong earlier, all you had to have was them and then short the pops. And you could have flipped from one to the other. Like I went from NVIDIA was the first short, and then I liked AMD better. I went to AMD, and then that was really good. And I shorted Tesla. I knew that would be in play. That was really good. Then we shorted Intel at the end of the day. Like you could flip around, and they were all pretty fantastic. So I think that's the real question in there. Just one more before we go back to UAL. It's starting to stabilize a little bit. And I think we showed you guys the daily chart. It makes a little bit of sense. If you're wondering why does it bounce off 44 like that? Well, this is 44. That's the 200 period moving average. It was support literally yesterday. And you could see it consolidate there for like 3 sessions in a row, 4 sessions in a row actually. And now it's making a bit of a bounce off that level. So sometimes you don't have to look too far. It was also a big play there back into April, bouncing and breaking away from that 44 level. So even though the guidance wasn't that good here at Dara, at least it's trying to find a bit of a bottom here on UAL.
You're trying to get takeoff there for that landing. Just to go for those results again, massive miss for their EPS guidance for Q3. They guided $2.75 to $3.25. Analysts were looking for $3.43. So even the top end of that, a good 18 cents away from what we were looking for analysts. So that was really going to be the big issue there with those UAL earnings. Also, one thing to note as well with Russell, if I may, because you're just talking about the Russell 2000. One level that's been coming in for a few days now, I talked about it kind of ad nauseum today and yesterday, but that 222.10 area here on the Russell 2000, on the 5-minute chart, you can see how many times we bounced off it. We looks like we wanted to flat bottom break in the pre-market, then we bounce off, we jump like $3, we come back, we break below there for half a second, then we come back and we continue to bounce off it. So 222.10 on the IWM for what it's worth. It's been an interesting level on the chart and certainly an interesting level in the book and tape.
That is one heck of a reversal trade. And we were talking about this with the other direction. Sometimes the best entry for a mean reversion isn't when it holds your level exactly. Either you're like, oh, what? I picked this level on the chart. It bounced right off it. I was exactly right. Who cares? It's actually going to move better if it traps people the other direction. Like as Adara said, when it breaks that support level, and then some people are shorting underneath. Like, flat bottom break, let's go. It's going to flush. But if it doesn't flush, you've got loose hands or weak hand shorts that are in here that there's no way they're taking that short in the middle of the, well, I mean, maybe they could, but there's probably unlikely they would take that short and be giving it all the way back into 224. It's just not usually that kind of a trade. So when it does that failure to break down, the immediate reversal, refine support, there's a golden entry off 222. When you're looking for trading setups, this is what you're trying to find. Key price level, confirmation, and then an executable plan. Yeah. And a stock that's moving, right? So IWM is moving. That's the other thing that's going to give you. So in spades there, IWM, able to give it to you. Danielle in the chat, oh yeah, we're agreeing today. Oh yeah. We're short. I mean, like if you were short today and you lost money, there's some soul searching that you should do, right? Like at the end of the day, like I could have lost on every other stock and Tesla would have been enough. AMD was pretty good. Not everything was perfect. Oh, you know what? I'll show you one. This is jokes. I only showed it in the morning, but it was Sava. So I had Sava. Sava obviously got smoked today. This was the open at 9:30. Like I went to short into this level about 10 to 10:30, and it just broke it out on me. Because it was down 30% and short sell restricted, I didn't want to give it a ton of room because I felt like it could really gap fill being SSR. And right after I got out and started looking at other things, probably a good decision, Sava broke down back 10, lower high right at 10, went all the way to $9. So if I had just been stubborn about Sava, it would have been an even better day, but who cares? I can move on to something else that worked. I went right over to Tesla at that 248 level, which worked spectacular, 258 level, which was spectacular, and then over to NVIDIA. So you have to be able to do that. I know we have Chris Brecher. I just want to make sure he's locked and loaded, ready to go when we get that confirmation. I just did hear that we are locked and loaded. We've got Trader Talk, one of our favorite guests, as always, Mr. Brecher.
Hey there, how you doing?
How
you doing?
I'm doing good, Chris.
Got on there.
It's good to see you. So first off, welcome Chris Brecher from Simpler Stocks, one of our favorite guests today. I got to lead off with this. Were you short today?
Well, just to let you know, good news and bad news. We were short Broadcom coming in, but it overshot our butterfly. But we were short a lot of other things. The thing is, like the lows of the world, it took forever for them to kick in. So, but finally, yeah, we were short. So now the next thing is, now that the NASDAQ has gone down this much, does the ES go down as much? So the big, we'll get into that in a minute. But I thought I'd mention your Cassava Sciences. I just can't stress enough how many times that I've seen that, let me get it up here, that when something gaps down, you don't buy it. So, I mean, that usually on a gap down on one of these biotechs, it takes a long time to repair the damage. Because usually the gap down is because of a failed trial or whatever.
Yeah.
And they usually don't have a lot of revenue. So now they're stuck of having to issue stock. So it's a good idea on your part to lean short, no doubt about it.
I know it's hard to do, and you look at that chart and you look at it on the daily, and believe me, I get it. There was a trader when I was young and I started on the floor, and he had a line when I was a trainee. We were actually in the classroom, and he said this to us in our training. Sometimes you've got to buy high, sell higher, and as a short seller, sometimes you're going to sell low and buy back even lower. You can't always try to make bottoms and make tops. And when you look at a daily chart, Sava looks like it should be a bounce, but it would be bouncing from a level where they just had accusations of fraud on one of their trials, and then today you have like half the C-suite leaving. So,
yeah, I mean look at going back and look at the times it's gapped down and how long it took to repair the damage.
And most of that damage, I'm never happy to see any company fail. Obviously, if you're in the biosciences, success usually means doing good. Ultimately for people, right? So it's not about Cassava Sciences particularly, but the chart does not lie in this case. And the bag holders are still holding bags. Like, you had some recoveries on this daily chart, but they're, for the most part, they're just more lower highs into oblivion. So, I always start with that. Like, what's the overall theme and what should you try to do just to be right more often than not? And at the end of the day, that's all you can ever do as a trader. Look at your technicals. Just try to make more winning trades than losing trades. Don't try to, reinvent the wheel, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I mean, I can't stress enough on, you're dead right of, 80% of patterns are consolidation patterns. So that's why, like you're talking about, buying, just not trying to just buy a dip just because it's at a support zone. You would rather buy after it's turned and consolidated. So you want the direction right. You don't care about the price. That's what you're saying, and I agree with you.
Yeah, 100%. We say, like, why would you try to be the buyer at the bottom, or you could just join the buyers after they presented themselves, right? Like, look at, Home Depot would be an example of that. Like, Home Depot showed you a low. You could guess, don't get me wrong, if you guessed on a daily chart and said, hey, well, look at this area right in here at 325 or so. There's a chop. It held that low once. Maybe it's going to do it again, but hold a low, make a higher low, and then break it out. You could just be long here at like 340 instead of trying to guess that you could go long at 330. And do you really care when you're 10 points in the money? So to your point there, yeah, that's what it's all about here. Chris, and traders often you might speak different languages as a trader. Like, some traders might use Fibonacci's, and some traders might be swing traders, and other traders might be day traders, and some people might only use moving averages. But I think the lessons that you learn with regards to not fighting the tape or the trend or managing risk, all of those apply to every single style of trading. I don't care what you're looking at. You have to pay attention.
Yeah. I agree with you, and I'll tell you though, it drives me nuts. I see a ton of sites of keep getting bailed out. So they're like, oh, I'm buying in a support zone, just blindly buying, having one reason. I like having 3 reasons to a trade, and they're getting bailed out on the way up. But look at Home Depot, and in answer to your question, yeah, it got nailed all the way back here. But on what you're talking about in that 330, 335 area, then it formed a bottom. So, here you go. Sean always cracks up about when I show this. So I show a Stewie pattern.
Yes.
So, it's, I guess that's being a little creative, or if you had martinis at dinner, lunch or whatever. But it's sort of like, it's an inverse head and shoulders. So the whole key is once it hits that support we're talking about, heck no, I'm not going to get the bottom. We bought it on that bull flag above that trend line. That's when we bought it. So definitely you wait for that turn and then you wait for the consolidation, which is what you're talking about doing.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to steal that. If I see that setup on our live show, I'll try to do my best to point out the Stewie pattern. I mean, you've got to patent that one, Chris. That is way too good. I was Dara's laughing too.
If there's a copyright violation with the head of Family Guy, so I
Seth
don't know.
MacFarlane, Seth MacFarlane seems like a really, really cool dude. I'd
love him to call me and bash me. I would love that. I would be so flattered that he would even watch my Twitter feed.
And maybe he'd do it in like one of the voices. Like that's, to me, that'd be like high praise. Like, please, like have at it, make fun of me all day. No, he's a genius. I love the Stewie character. Although for Family Guy, I'm always more of like Brian is to me like he's my favorite character. Like Stewie's great, but I kind of love Brian on that show. I don't know. I
like Brian and Stewie also, but it's sort of interesting. Just I don't want to go on an aside, but think where we've gone in 50 years. That the Lucy show, you used to have to sleep in separate beds, her and Ricky. And now, there's a lot with Brian that is so outrageous. Whatever happened to censors, but
that's called progress.
Amazing what has changed in 50 years.
That's called progress. Although I would sense that some would tell you that some of that's getting walked back, but I don't want to get too political or anything, but you gotta, at the end of the day, entertainment's gotta be entertainment, right? Like everything is so serious. We all have our 9 to 5. We all have all of our problems. I love when we can just kick back and have some fun. We try to do that on the show. Like you got a job to do as a trader, but if you can try to loosen it up a little bit, have a few laughs, that's the way to go. So I got to get to your thesis here for a second, though, Chris, because I know we're kind of we're getting on time, and everyone has seen the cues. I mean, another 3 points today to the downside. You have some things holding the rest of the market up. You had the Dow do okay, relatively speaking. You had the SPY do okay, relatively speaking. Things get a little scarier for this market if that changes. So what are you looking at specifically with regards to the NASDAQ and the ES?
Well, the way I looked at it is I know everybody says the NASDAQ led on the way up and, it's due for a sell-off. But there's a certain point where it becomes where the other indexes, I think, are going to listen. So, number one, I don't use the 20 all the time, the 20 or the 50. I use it for how far away they are from certain averages, no doubt. But now you got the NASDAQ under that 20. And also, with everybody saying, oh, the NASDAQ's gone up a lot more than the ES. Look at this chart. Then you look at the ES and you realize they have similar charts. So the NASDAQ got down to here to where it was July 2nd. Right there, the end of June, July, right in there. So, and under the 20. So now you're looking at the ES saying, that could go to where it was July 2nd. So just keep in mind, I posted these on StockTwits and on our site this morning. But that's like this going another like 50 points right in here. So now that's possible, no doubt. But then you're like, well, are there other indexes that are extended like this? I wouldn't put the Russell in there. I know it's extended short term.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot are talking about how far it is from the 50 moving average. But on a monthly chart, it hasn't even hit a new high. So I'm going on the correlated ones like this. The Dow, which is way far from its moving average and had that kind of rally. The NASDAQ and the ES. So I think if the ES goes down enough, the Dow is probably going to follow. That's the way it looks to me.
Yeah, look for that confirmation. You said it yourself just a couple of minutes ago. Don't just have one reason to get into a trade. Make sure that you line multiple things up there. And not to repeat it, but it's especially true when you're looking for a reversion against a trend, right? Like, to me, you need more reasons to like a short off of highs, more reasons to buy a falling knife like Cassava Sciences than you do to go the other direction. The low-hanging fruit is just do whatever worked yesterday, just do the same thing again today would be the lowest hanging fruit in trading. Not always the way to go, but I like that look, and especially when you mentioned the Russell there, the Russell on the higher time frame, that it's extended. And me also just pull up a higher time frame chart. I didn't have a monthly up on this one, but it's like you said, maybe it's a little bit extended, but it didn't make that fresh high. So you want something which is breaking away and trying to pull back, not something which is catching up and has yet to really get to that make or break point. So here's my question for you before we get some final thoughts for you.
Yeah,
so
sure.
if let's imagine a scenario where you get that at the moment that you're getting that confluence, I suppose, with the ES and the Dow starting to follow back into the downside. If at that moment you actually did have the Russell at that high on the monthly, which, what are we, like 5% away from it, something like that?
Yeah, not that far.
If it was at that point and it was at the resistance level, well, would you then be looking for something like that as a short? Everything else is lining up that it's in the pullback phase, and we're at that. I mean, that was a really long resistance on the monthly for the Russell. Would you consider looking there short, or does it still not fit the plan?
No, that's a great question. I'll show you something. I know I don't have a lot of time, but I want to show you something interesting with the NDX. So if you go to the NDX on a weekly, so we know what happened in 1999. In fact, I was kidding on the site today, and I'm pulling up the chart for you about partying since it's 1999. And I'm telling my wife, that was a great time to party. And she's like, what are you talking about? I said, our daughter was born in September of 1999. And think about it. It's like, oh, yeah, I see what you're talking about. But getting back to it about the NASDAQ. So interesting about the NASDAQ going nuts, like, 1999, 2000. But what's more interesting is that the Russell lagged until when it went to a new high, that was the top of the whole market. As if all the lagging indexes had to go to new highs before you could sell off. It's just fascinating. And that's what I think is going to happen now, that you probably need that small caps to peek its head over those all-time highs in this zone.
Yeah,
and then I think that's going to be the top for everything.
Yeah, I know you mentioned this one before, but I appreciate you sort of doubling down on it. There's a history that you can learn from the market. It doesn't mean that all patterns must repeat themselves, but truthfully, when you're trading, you have to start from somewhere, and something like that, in the moment that we're in, is probably worth paying attention to. So, any final thoughts, Chris? Make sure you let everyone know where they can find you as well.
Sure, I'm at Simpler Trading at the Chart Patterns Mastery. That's a division of it. But I want to show you exactly what you're talking about. You can have all those theories about things reverting, but go and check out lows. Now, I got in lows too early today, but look when you can draw that trend line on like a 1-minute chart. So there's a time and a place to play these to the downside on that theory about a reversion. So yeah, more than one reason, like you said.
Oh, 100%. And that's, I'll be honest with you, Obi and I, that specific reversion trade is one that as a day trader, both Obi and I on the desk like putting that trade on. And Lowe's was the perfect example. You had to be very patient with that one today, Chris.
Yeah.
It really tried your patience. Sure. Because it doesn't even accelerate until like the last 20 minutes of the day. But you know what? If the bell hasn't rung, then there's still some opportunities out there in trading. So I want to thank you for all of your insights. I can't wait till we talk to you next again. I know you might not be on next week, but hopefully you're going to have some fun. And good luck on all your trades. Maybe we get that move in the Russell where it peaks that high and we can get some brass tacks and get a decision with this market.
Yeah, good trading on your part in the chips on the short side today.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it as well. So everyone in the chat, thank you very much. You got lots of love in the chat as usual. Chris Brecher, Senior Managing Director from Simpler Stocks, and great look on the overall market. That's what it's all about, getting those ideas. Best of luck in your trades, and thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me on, Neil.
Thank you.
That's what it's... The dance?
I like doing the
That's what it's all about? Yeah. So I know we kind of run on there, like at the end of the day, when science is being dropped, because that's what I say, I know the kids don't say that anymore, we try to make sure we get all the knowledge. And I know Lowe's that's the perfect example, that Lowe's chart that you just saw, about really sticking with an idea. It's set up all day long for the reversion and then doesn't actually do anything till 340. And then gave you everything you needed in about 15 minutes. And that was a good $2 drop there. So sometimes you got to be patient as a trader, but you know what time it is.
Yeah.
It's time to get the camera off me and throw it over to Dara. Get your names and messages in the chat. Thank Chris, thank Bears versus Bulls, because it's a little thing we call roll call, Adara.
We do, and before we start, we have a super chat or member chat from Kyle Burdett. Thank you so much for the 9-month member chat. Short. Everybody. I mean, as someone who also kind of leans bearish, definitely with you there, and a great day for that. Shout out to you, Big Smile Burdett. We also had, I believe, Caleb Simon in the chat asking shout out to his kids. So shout out to Ella and Axel. That's what we do over here. We do shout outs. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to Chris. Let's start doing these roll calls, though. Got Bears vs. Bulls always. Ballas and W. Herb McGruff. Neil Roberts. Robert Arnold. Alex Diaz. Raul. Hey Davis. Blue Arrow. Rogue Yogi. Love that one. Neo Roberts. Not just Neo, but also Neo. Live, Love, Sale. Juan Velasco. We have Travel Buddy. We have Sebastian. Blue Arrow. TH. Jared Tweedle. Donkey Trader. Sweet AL. Charuz. 72. V-Dog. Chef Joe. Richard Fan. Lead Pen. It's just energy here, I promise. Hey Davis here again. Caleb Simon. Once again. Ella and Axel. Shout out those kids there for you. Pineapple Undies. The Piper. V-Dog. We've got Adam Khalifa. We have Dariwaro. We have Derek Thompson. We have Sharu 72 once again here. Hi, hello to you. We have Chuck of all trades. We have Mui Cansado. We have Holly. We have Jivan Pandi. We have Cootie Love. We have Pineapple Undies. We have For Profit. We have M. Allen. I will not forget about you. I will not forget about anyone here. I'm trying to see if I missed any names from earlier. Shout out Vanilla Man in America, Skiing Rooster. Mark M. Now I'm reading upwards here. TH, Vanilla Man in America, one more time here. Looks like we're running out of names, but hope you guys had a fun day. Today has been so fun. I also want to shout out Fabian and Ramin chilling over here. She is still here. And yeah, shout out. We got a couple more names here. I guess Chuck of all trades. Zomtachi, Diet Soda Alvin. So happy to be here.
A machine. You're an absolute machine. We love the roll call. We love all of our viewers. Big shout out to Fabian and Ramin doing a great job. Thanks for sticking around here and dealing with us on the Aftermarket Show, Ramin. We couldn't do this without the entire team. Obi stepping in there for Sean, who I know is probably not actually happy that he had to do jury duty today. He'll pretend that he was like, I'm going to do my civic duty, but trust me, he would rather be trading. So shout out to Obi for stepping in for him today. Shout out to Brennan. Shout out to the Sharif. Shout out to Adair. Shout out to the entire team. Shout out to you, our viewers, who make all of this possible. But you know what? Tomorrow's another day. We got more semi-stocks to trade. It's 8:30 in the morning, bright and early. We've got UAL post earnings. We've got all of the carnage that we just saw in the NASDAQ and the semi-trade. And we're right back at it at 8:30, Trader TV Live. We will see you then. Bye, guys.
Bye. Ooh, what a day.